Chapter 1. July 1923. Slow steps across a polished wood floor. I held Percy close. She wore a rose silk dress. It clung to her lithe body, flowing with her movements. The orchestra played a waltz, but we were swaying to a beat of our own, wrapped in each other's arms. Midnight had come and gone, and the orchestra played on. The ball had been a delight, or as much a delight as these things ever were. I disliked parties, but an invitation to Belvedere House to dine like kings and dance in the magnificent rooftop ballroom had been too much to resist, and Percy had wanted to go. Swift was leading Florence in perfect precision past open French windows, framing the starlit night. Chandeliers dazzled from the domed ceiling, elegantly dressed couples whirled around us, the ladies a blur of colour in gowns of silk and satin, the men suave in stiffly tailored tuxedos. I pulled my wife closer, breathing in her perfume, feeling her cheeks soft and warm, the contours of her body sliding in slow, sensuous rhythm against mine. Our own world within a world, a screaming voice put a stop to it all. He's dead. Oh, dear Lord, he's dead. Swift, an ex-detective of Scotland Yard, instantly left his wife and took charge. Quiet, quiet, who's dead? He shouted. As the music stopped, the maid stood at the top of the sweeping marble staircase, frozen to the spot. Swift strode over to her. What is it? What has happened? I weaved through the gathering crowd to join him, Percy holding my hand. Florence went to the maid's side, trying gentle words to comfort the woman, who promptly burst into tears. Mr. Dutton, it's Mr. Dutton. He's by the east wing. I saw blood, lots of blood. Her tears turned to wailing distress. Shocked murmurs from the crowd grew into shouted questions quickly silenced by a woman's voice. What do you mean? What is she saying? Rising hysteria tightened her cut-glass vowels. Bebe, what is it? Her father called out. Lord Belvedere moved forward, the throng parting to give him passage. She said, Jack's dead. It's a lie. Bebe stalked across the ballroom floor to confront the tearful maid, her green eyes flashing. How can he be dead? Belvedere reached the maid at the same time as his daughter, both of them towering over the short, dumpy figure. Explain yourself. He must have fallen from the roof, the maid stuttered, plucking the hem of her white apron with nervous fingers. People don't just fall from the roof, someone said from the crowd. Murder. The word rippled round the room. Take us to him, Swift demanded, then added, I'm with Scotland Yard. That caused another buzz of surprise. Don't say that. He isn't dead. Bebe Belvedere turned to shout at her father. Daddy, he can't be. Tell them I was with him. He was perfectly fine. She's lying. Bebe. Lord Belvedere spoke sternly. Wait until we hear the extent of this. He raised his voice to address the crowd. Would you all be seated, please? A number of ladies were moving forward to help Bebe Belvedere. She stood tall, a striking figure in scarlet with rippling blonde hair framing a haughty face. He isn't dead, Daddy. He isn't. It isn't true. He can't be dead. Don't you say such a thing. She lifted her hand as though to strike out, and the maid took an involuntary step back. Belvedere motioned to a steel-haired lady. She came forward to take Bebe's arm, talked quietly to her, then led her quickly away. I spoke to the frightened maid. Would you show us where you saw Mr. Dutton, please? He's lying on the path. The maid stuttered. Where? Swift demanded. It's this way, sir. She pointed down the stairs. Swift went with her, hurrying her along. I made to follow, but Lord Belvedere stopped me with a harsh whisper. Major Lennox, this isn't what I expected. Nor I replied, my eyes on Swift, disappearing down the stairs. Would you please instruct your staff to gather everyone together, then close the doors to the roof? They are already in the process of doing so. Belvedere spoke tersely, a frown between his grey brows. Could have them call an ambulance and the police too. His thin lips twitched with irritation, but he turned to his butler, already arrived at his side, and gave orders for the bevy of footmen to spread out around the ballroom. I caught up with Swift, and we rushed the frightened maid down all 4 flights of stairs to the ground floor. Our footsteps echoed on the travertine floor as we crossed the expanse of the marble hall and out of the front door. The maid was running now, breathing heavily, her round cheeks flushed, strands of mousy hair escaping her white cap. "He's round the side," she gasped. Lanterns suspended from the towering portico lit our way as we raced from one pool of lamplight to another along the stone walls of the huge mansion. "I wasn't supposed to be out, but I wanted to hear the music, and I'm not allowed upstairs," she panted. "I thought I'd go out the back and onto the lawn, but there were people on the roof, so I went to hide by the corner of the house." She spoke in a breathless rush. I looked about in case someone might have seen me, and that was when I saw a figure lying on the ground. I was going to run indoors, but thought I'd best try and help. When I got close, I could see he was dead. I knew who it was. She stopped abruptly and we almost ran into her. "Over there, look," she pointed. "You can see him for yourself." We'd arrived at the corner of the mansion. The light above us barely reached the ground, but there was enough for us to make out the splayed figure lying on the path. "You don't need me no more. Can I go back indoors, please, sirs?" The maid gave us a pleading look. "Very well, but don't leave the house," Swift warned. She darted away, her rapid breath loud in the still air. "It's Dutton," I said, though it was obvious. Swift knelt next to the body. I remained standing. The night had fallen quiet, a stark contrast to the light and music that had filled the ballroom only minutes ago. "Anything suspicious?" I asked. "You could look for yourself." Swift had pulled out his torch and was shining it at Dutton's head. The beam reflected in red blood spreading stickily from beneath the man's dark hair. "I'd rather not," I replied. I wasn't squeamish. I'd seen far worse during the war, but Swift was the expert with corpses and always keen on police work. I didn't have to ask why he'd carried a torch to a dance. He'd come prepared, just not for this. He left the ballroom abruptly. He was angry about something. Swift didn't look up. He was moving the torch beam slowly along the length of the body, looking for evidence of attack. Belvedere went with him. Yes, and came in alone after almost 20 minutes. He pulled back his cuff to check the time. They left the ballroom together at 1:20. She returned just before 2:50, and it's 2:15 now. Something like that, I agreed. I'd been watching too, although not as closely as I should have been. He was with her most of the night. Swift returned his attention to Dutton's face. He looked quite serene, actually, his black hair slicked back in the fashionable style, eyes half closed, a smile on his full lips. The rest of his head was indescribable, but his features remained untouched. We should have stayed closer to him. We hardly expected him to die, Swift. No, but whatever he was doing led to this. He switched the torch off and slid it into his jacket, then began searching Dutton's pockets. It didn't take long. The tuxedo was cut to fit by an expert. There was little leeway for hiding anything. He stood up. "Nothing there. I hope they've called a doctor." "Belvedere gave instructions to call an ambulance," I told him. "Any sign Dutton was struck before he fell, not as he is now, and turning him over would disturb the scene. We'll leave that to the local coppers." Swift looked up at the overhanging parapet far above us. "What if he jumped? Why on earth would he? Maybe he realized we were onto him." "Nonsense, we weren't onto him," I replied. "Belvedere invited us to the ball to keep an eye on things. There was no reason to think someone would shove him off the roof." Swift turned his gaze back to the body, shadows cutting across his face, sharpening the angular lines of his cheekbones. "There's nothing more we can do here. Come on, let's take a look at the roof before the police arrive." Given that we were deep in the rural Cotswolds, I wasn't exactly holding my breath on anyone turning up soon. We took the marble stairs and reached the ballroom only slightly out of breath. It seemed less chaotic than before. Most of the guests were sitting in close groups at circular tables arranged around the dance floor, although a few were still milling around with shocked expressions. The orchestra was nowhere to be seen. Swift sent a couple of footmen down to stand guard over the body outside. Percy came over as soon as she saw us. "Lennox, it's awful. Did you imagine this might happen?" "No, we'd never have brought you and Florence if we had." Her face was flushed, blue eyes bright under the dazzling light of the chandelier. "Everyone's so shocked they don't know what to do. Lord Belvedere has given orders to his men." She seemed flustered, which was unlike my resolute wife. "Is Jack Dutton really dead?" "Yes." We were speaking in low tones, but I could see people watching, trying to overhear. "Why? It doesn't make sense." I couldn't answer that. "We'll have to stay here until the smoke clears." "I know." Yes, of course. You should take Florence home, I told her. You'll have half the village waiting for you in the morning, and Angus will be upset if his mother isn't there when he wakes up. Angus was Swift and Florence's little boy. They'd brought him with them from Scotland for a different reason altogether. I suppose I should, and it's terribly late. I can take the Bentley. What? Percy, you can't drive the steering is terrible. She's far too heavy for you, and I am perfectly capable of driving your car, Lennox. I drove trucks in the desert. A trip home on country lanes won't be the slightest problem. She spoke quite calmly, with only a slight edge to her voice. Other people will be going home, I countered. Someone can drop you and Florence on their way. Heathcliff, that's nonsense. Jonathan won't let anyone leave, and if he weren't married to Florence, he wouldn't let us leave either. She had a point there. Swift was ever the punctilious policeman, plus she'd called me Heathcliff, always an ominous sign. Fine, I caved in and felt in my pockets for the car keys. But, she suddenly smiled. I know, be careful with her. I sighed as she went to find Florence, keys jingling in her hand. Swift was next to one of the French windows in deep discussion with Lord Belvedere and his butler. I went to join them. We need to know who was on the roof from the time Dutton went outside until his body was found, Swift was saying. Hathaway, Belvedere's butler, was pale but attentive. I'm endeavouring to compile their names, sir, he told Swift. Belvedere was less sanguine. Any number of people went in and out during the period Dutton was on the roof terrace. I took the precaution of placing a footman at each exit. My lord, Hathaway explained, I believe we can supply a list of names. The man was the very epitome of groomed, from his perfectly combed brown hair to his highly polished shoes. Ah, well, there you have your answer, gentlemen, Lord Belvedere replied with some relief. I hope it will make your task easier. Thank you, but, Swift began. I cut in before he added to the demands. Have you heard when the police are likely to arrive? We understand they are endeavouring to make their way here now, sir, Hathaway answered, as is the ambulance. Fine, I said. The chap was a marvel of efficiency. Could you arrange for my wife and Inspector Swift's wife to leave, please? Certainly, sir, I shall do so. He bowed, then looked to Lord Belvedere. Will there be anything further, my lord? I expect there will be any number of things, Hathaway, but please deal with the most urgent first, Belvedere replied, his face troubled. We're going to search the roof, Swift announced. Inform us when the authorities arrive. He marched toward the nearest French window, entirely in his element. A footman in livery of red and gold swung open the door for us. Cool night air wafted in our faces as we crossed the threshold. We blinked as we walked into the moonlit darkness. The flat roof terrace surrounded the octagonal walls of the ballroom to a width of 30 feet or more. A French window in every alternate wall led back to the ballroom. Benches were placed against each of the other 4 walls. Stands of tall chimney stacks created islands of black shadow. A low parapet enclosed the perimeter in typical Georgian fashion. The front and back sections topped by an ornately decorative rail. The ballroom was situated towards the rear of the house between the wings. Both wings were higher than the central section, and we had to climb metal steps to access the area above the east wing. We walked between pinnacles of slate roofs, each separated by a wide gully to allow access for staff to keep recesses clean and free of debris. Why the devil would Dutton come all this way? I said. Swift was searching the lead-lined gully with his torch beam as we went. We could ask Bebe, assuming they came together. We skirted another chimney stack and came to the edge of the building. Swift knelt on the flat coping stones topping the parapet to look down. There was no railing here, and it was far from the bright lights of the ballroom. I peered over too. Lanterns had been placed around Dutton's body. 2 footmen stood guard, their shoulders slumped with weariness. Pushing him wouldn't be difficult, Swift observed. The parapet came to just below my knee. If Dutton were caught unawares, he'd have toppled over before he realized what was happening. We scouted about, searching for anything that might constitute a clue. Nothing obvious, Swift muttered. I'd never liked heights, always a bit of a drawback for a pilot, and was keen to return to the confined comforts of the ballroom. Right, come on then, just let me finish. Swift wasn't about to be rushed. He squatted on the cold lead for a closer look, then ran his torch beam beneath the parapet. He finally stood up, his lips pulled down. Damn. No ripped-off buttons, dropped handkerchiefs or snagged fabric, He frowned at me. This isn't fiction, Lennox. I grinned and led the way back to the glittering lights of the ballroom. Chapter 2. Hathaway has identified the guests who were on the roof terrace at the same time as Dutton. Lord Belvedere began. We were standing just inside the ballroom, which was now almost deserted, apart from a dozen or so footmen clearing up. Thank you. That should narrow down the likely suspects, I said, which was true, and a relief, because otherwise we'd have had to question over 60 people. How many people did Hathaway identify? Swift asked. There are 8, Belvedere answered gravely. The other guests have been granted permission to retire to their rooms. I trust this is acceptable. It really is very late, and I see no reason to detain them. I'd rather have questioned them first. Swift sounded put out. You may question them in the morning if you so wish. I also ask that they impart any relevant information with Hathaway. Belvedere spoke with quiet authority. Have any of them done so? Swift asked. Not to my knowledge, Belvedere replied. Some colour had returned to his face. He had typical aristocratic features, silver hair, high cheekbones, straight brows and nose, thin lips, and a firm chin. The night may have brought unknown chaos, but he was already asserting command over events. Where are the suspects? Swift moved into police mode. They have been escorted to the salon, Belvedere said. You may address your inquiries to them there. Are any of the names on the jewel list among the 8 suspects? I asked. All of them are, Major Lennox. Belvedere sighed. Although I hesitate to refer to them as suspects, we'll interview them and find out. Swift was itching to go. We remembered our manners and thanked his lordship before heading for the stairs. We should have insisted the other guests made statements, Swift fretted. We're in no position to insist on anything, Swift, I replied. We were trotting down the sweeping staircase. Neither of us had a clue where the salon was, so we stopped a flustered maid and asked for directions. Go to the state drawing room, then next left. Take the passage, ye can't miss it. She bobbed a curtsy and dashed off. What's the difference between a salon and a state drawing room? Swift asked as we walked along another corridor on the first floor, our footsteps hushed by thick green carpets. A salon is for informal entertaining. A state drawing room is where one hosts guests, I replied, thinking it pretty obvious. I suppose they have 2 or 3 of everything then? We passed a series of ornate mirrors and gold-framed paintings, Canaletto, Rubens, Constable, Van Dyck, a collection of magnificent old masters from the past. I didn't doubt they were authentic. The Belvederes are one of the powers of the land, Swift. Why would any of this surprise you? I knew his socialist tendencies would be simmering. Because it's ridiculously excessive. How much does a family of 2 people need? By 2, he meant Augustus Charles Arthur Sherborne, 12th Lord Belvedere, and his only daughter, Beatrice, or rather Bebe, Belvedere House, represented power, wealth and influence, all the trappings necessary to intimidate and impress. You know how it works, Swift, and don't pretend otherwise. He huffed, but shut up. A footman, standing beside an elaborately framed portal, deftly swung the door open into a spacious room, humming with voices. We crossed exquisite Persian rugs to station ourselves in front of the unlit fireplace. The small crowd was seated on 3 sumptuous cream sofas positioned around a low table. The remainder of the room was furnished in pale green, with baize card tables, upright oak chairs, and an escritoire in one of the window apertures. A hush of expectation fell as we faced them. I am Detective Inspector Swift, and this is Major Lennox. Some of you may have met us at the ball. We are here in the capacity of investigators and require written statements from each of you. Needless to say, this led to raised voices and a number jumping to their feet. Please be seated, I ordered, as Swift went in search of paper and pencils. Do as you are asked. The quicker you cooperate, the quicker you will be allowed to leave. That wasn't true, but it did the trick, and they sat down, bar one. The man was not in the slightest bit amused, judging from the expression on his ruddy face. I am Sir Aubrey Finch. I am here with my wife, Lady Patricia. He waved a hand toward a white-haired lady in a frothy blue ball gown. I barely spoke to Dutton all evening. He was an absolute bounder, actually. I agree. A short, dapper chap with a tan sprang up. I'm Daniel Merriman, and my wife really would prefer to return to our home. I would. A rotund lady, swathed in purple chiffon, was sitting next to him. She added in a high voice, "We had nothing to do with it. Jack Dutton was horrid. He was a liar and a delinquent." "Precisely." Merriman took up the tale again. "You couldn't trust him as far as you could throw him." Someone sniggered at the unfortunate turn of phrase. Merriman turned red and sat down. His wife reached out to squeeze his hand with heavily ringed fingers. Sir Aubrey Finch shut up too and sank onto the sofa to glower at us. Swift had found a sheaf of plain paper in the escritoire. The paper had probably been intended for keeping bridge scores, but was sufficient for statements. A dozen or so pencils were in an adjoining box, and Swift went round, handing them out. "Put your names at the top, along with the date and an account of where you were on the roof terrace from 1:20 until Dutton was found dead," he told them. There were a few sighs, but they picked up the pencils and started writing. I had gone to sit at a card table situated the furthest distance from the sofas. Swift came to join me. "Everyone on the jewel list is here, apart from Bébé Belvedere," he spoke in an undertone, though no one was close enough to hear us. "Do you know who they all are?" I surveyed all 8 seated in their gowns and tuxedos, now beginning to look rather rumpled. There were 3 couples, plus a tall blonde man of about Swift's and my age, being 32, and an elderly lady with steel-grey hair and a disposition to match, judging from her flinty expression. The steely lady escorted Bibi from the ballroom. "But I don't know who she is," I replied. "The tall chap is American." The couples were of the most interest to us, or to be more precise, the wives were. 1 week ago, Lord Belvedere had summoned me to Belvedere House to discuss an incident that had discomfited him. Swift would normally be the first contact for anything crime-related, but he and Florence were still at home in the Scottish Highlands, whereas Belvedere House, one of the grandest of grand mansions in the country, was just a few miles from my home, the manor at Ashton Steeple. Once Swift and Florence arrived at the manor, I'd repeated to Swift what Belvedere had told me. The Belvedere's housekeeper, Mrs. Gladstone, had been given a slip of paper by a young boot boy. He had found it in one of Jack Dutton's shoes, hidden under the insole. The boot boy was only meant to clean the shoes, but he was a diligent lad, and when he realized the insole was loose, he tried to reposition it. In doing so, he found the list. If it hadn't been a list of jewels and their supposed values, the boot boy would have left it where it was. Instead, he took it to the housekeeper, who took it to the butler, who considered the matter, then conveyed it to his lordship. Lord Belvedere had given it to me, or rather a copy of it. The original was returned to Dutton's shoe. As no reports had been made of stolen jewellery, Belvedere was reluctant to call the police, particularly as Dutton was staying at Belvedere as a guest of his daughter Baby. Dutton's family had long been known to Belvedere, and more recently he and Baby had grown closer. She had announced to her father that Dutton would return the following week to attend the ball as her escort. Lord Belvedere had read about Swift's and my detective activities in the Times and decided to consult me. He explained that he merely wanted our presence at the ball. If any jewels were stolen or disappeared, we were expected to act. Otherwise, we should merely keep an eye on Dutton without raising his suspicions. This wasn't the way we had expected the night to turn out. I doubted that Jack Dutton had either. Swift took a pencil and notebook from his jacket pocket, slid a piece of thick paper from between the pages and smoothed it out on the baize-topped table. He read through the list, pencil in hand. TM rubies, value £4,000, stones £3,000. DR emeralds, value £4,500, stones £3,250. PF sapphires, value £3,200, stones £2,950. BB diamond teardrop, £30,000 or more. Swift looked up. TM must be Tamara Merriman. She's wearing a necklace of rubies. We both glanced at the dumpy lady in purple chiffon who had declared Dutton a liar and delinquent. She's married to Daniel Merriman. Swift wrote both names down. According to Percy, he's known as Dandy, I said, on account of his flair for fashion. Swift made a note without remark. Lady Patricia Finch is PF and has a sapphire necklace with a matching bracelet. Her husband is Sir Aubrey Finch, who said Dutton was an absolute bounder. I know Lennox, I heard him. I ignored the sarcasm. DR is Davinia Ryland wearing emeralds. I glanced over to where the lady was sitting with her back to us. Lady Davinia Ryland was one of those women you didn't forget. glossy auburn hair, extraordinary amber eyes, and a flawless beauty. She wore a shimmering green frock and had the looks of a movie star. So had her husband, Lord Griffin Ryland, heir to an earldom with a fortune to match. They'd been dutifully acquiescent. I'd expected them to cause more of a fuss, given their prestigious position in life, and BB is BB Belvedere. Swift tapped his pencil next to the last set of initials. She was still wearing her teardrop diamond after Dutton was killed. It's too much of a coincidence that they were outside when Dutton fell, except BB said he was fine when she left him, Swift reminded me. The tall American advanced paper in hand. "Hey there, I finished writing and thought I'd best bring this to you." He gave an amiable grin. "I'm Luke Napier, by the way." He held a large hand out, and we both shook formally. "Sit down, please." Swift indicated the chair opposite us. He did so and passed his signed and dated statement over. We read it before questioning him. "Arrived here from New York 4 days ago and stayed in London with Jack. Then we came up to Belvedere on the train. It's a fine place, bigger than Buckingham Palace to my mind. I knew Jack when we were fighting in France. We flew together. He was a smiling rogue back then, and he hadn't changed much. We were good friends. I'm saddened by his death, though I don't know why it happened. When I heard the maid shouting, I was outside on the roof smoking a cigar. Before that, I danced with a number of ladies. The last was Lady Davinia Ryland. I'll help all I can with the cops. Sincerely, Luke Napier." "You flew with Dutton during the war?" I asked him. "Sure did." A grin spread across Napier's face. Sun-streaked hair, brown eyes, tanned skin, and rugged features. I was shipped to France late in 17. Our squadron was stationed alongside Jack's. He was their ace shot, more enemy than any of the rest put together. I was new to the game. He bet me he could shoot down 5 for every attempt I made. He was right. I couldn't hit a barn door to start with. He laughed. But I was catching up with him by the time they moved me on. After it was all over, Jack came to the States for a time, stayed with me and my folks in Boston. He came again last year and even talked about working alongside me, running my family shipping line sometime in the future. I'm not sure that would have worked out, but anyhow, he came back to England, and I didn't hear a word from him. Then I got a wire 2 weeks ago. Swift paused in his note-taking. What did it say? He said he was getting married, and he was asking me to be his best man. That wasn't going to be for some time, but he wanted me to meet his bride, and I kinda liked the idea, so I came. That simply added another puzzle to the mix. Swift's frown deepened as he wrote it down. The American leaned back in his chair, waiting to hear what we were going to do next. The elderly lady with steel-grey hair marched over, waving her statement in the air, then slapped it down on the card table. "Now I'm going to bed." She glared at us with fierce blue eyes. "And nobody is going to stop me. Madam, we would like to question," Swift began. "Well, you will have to wait until morning," she declared, and stalked to the door. Hathaway entered the room just as she reached it. He bowed as she exited, then closed the door and came to join us. "Inspector Swift, Major Lennox," he murmured. "His lordship asked me to inform you that the remaining guests." He eyed Luke Napier, who folded his arms and shut his mouth in a firm line. "His lordship thought that perhaps it best they be given the opportunity to rest. That was an unexpected consideration, and if nothing else, proved Belvedere was a good host. No, the police will be here shortly, and they'll want to interview everyone." Swift was unwilling to be diverted. "The police are already here, sir," Hathaway replied calmly. "They are downstairs, right?" Swift stood up. "I'll go and liaise with them. Lennox, can you handle this? We need the statements." "Yes, Swift, I know," I replied curtly because he was wound up and on a mission, whereas I'd rather go home to bed. I waited until he'd gone, then addressed the remaining suspects. "Right, you can go to your rooms after you've handed in your statements," that caused a rush as they rose almost as one and dashed over to shove scrawled papers into my hand. Luke Napier waved a casual salute as he followed them out, which left just me. I skimmed through the papers, curious as to what they'd written. The steel-haired lady had scrawled a couple of barely decipherable sentences. I couldn't even make out her name. The rest of them ran in a similar vein. Jack Dutton was a reprobate, a chancer, and forever tempting fate. They had no idea what happened to him, and they hadn't seen anything. Whatever Jack Dutton had been in life, he was a friendless man in death. Apart from the American and possibly B.B. Belvedere, I decided I'd had enough. It was after 3 in the morning, my tuxedo was uncomfortable, I was missing my wife, and I didn't have any transport. I went in search of a telephone and found a policeman instead. He was standing at the foot of the marble stairs, back straight, hands clasped behind his back and helmet strapped under his chin. "Don't have a spare vehicle by any chance? I'm looking for a means to get to Ashton Steeple." "We don't have a spare anything, sir. What with the way they're cutting everything back, not even an inspector come out with us tonight. Too busy in Oxford they are." A light gleamed in his eye, or what could be seen of it beneath the helmet. "Am I right in thinking you'll be Major Lennox, sir?" "I am," I agreed. "Well, they're just loading the body now, Major Lennox. The ambulance arrived, and the doctor came afore it. He says he knows you and was asking where you was." Dr. Fletcher is his name. A footman appeared from some hidden nook and pulled open the front door. Swift and 2 coppers strode in. Fletcher was with them. "Ah, Heathcliff, there you are, my boy." Dr. Cyril Fletcher beamed as he came to join me. "Now, this is a nasty pickle, isn't it? Glad it's you. I didn't appreciate being dragged from my bed. I keep telling them I'm retired, but they don't take any dashed notice." He clapped his hands. "So, someone's tossing chaps off the roof, eh? What's that all about, then? I'll tell you if you promise us a lift home." Dr. Cyril Fletcher lived in my village and had ministered to me since before I'd seen the light of day. He'd tended my parents until their eventual ends, too. Well, I might just do that," he chortled. "Why are you on the case, Cyril? We're miles from Ashton Steeple. Suspected murder, don't you know? Apparently I've attended more murders than the rest of the local quacks, so the powers that be have decided I must be an expert by now." "Lennox," Swift called. "I'm going to search Dutton's room." "The police can do that, Swift," I replied. "It's time to go home." He opened his mouth to argue, but I instructed the police to search Dutton's room before locking it up. Then I gave Swift the choice of a ride home or a long walk. He argued some more, to which I simply stalked out to Fletcher's car. He decided to come along, and despite the starry sky and fresh, clear air, we both slept all the way. We arrived home just as the first cock's crow sounded. Chapter 3. Breakfast was on my mind next morning, although Mr. Tubbs, our rotund black cat, had already supplied one in the guise of a fat mouse. It wasn't dead and scampered from our bed as soon as he dropped it. Percy laughed. I lectured the little miscreant on his misdemeanours. He merely yawned, then began kneading the embroidered quilt with sharp claws. "Scotland Yard, please." Swift's voice reached me as I descended the stairs with Mr. Fogg, my golden spaniel, under one arm. "I'd like to speak to DCI Billings. I do know what time it is, thank you, madam, and I can assure you that he will be in his office." He must have been talking to the operator, Flossie Craddock, who hadn't exactly warmed to Swift's occasionally terse demands. "Swift?" I said, as he waited to be connected. The telephone was on a side table in the hall next to the staircase. "Wait." He waved a hand to hush me. "Hello, Billings. Swift here." He spoke into the receiver. He was already dressed in a smart city suit and eager to start the day. I'd barely washed, shaved and shrugged on my summer tweeds with a pair of country brogues. I put Foggy on the stone-flagged floor and headed for the breakfast room, disgruntled after only a few hours' sleep and disturbed by the bustle already stirring in the house. The table was covered with a fresh white cloth, a vase of pink carnations placed in the centre. Sunshine streamed through the window to suffuse the room with light. I sat down to savour the momentary quiet, broken only by the rhythmic tick of the grandfather clock in the corner and birdsong from the garden. It didn't last long. Swift arrived at the same time as Greggs, my portly butler, who bore the tea-tray and an expression of avid curiosity. I thought Billings should have an inside report. Swift launched into an explanation. "Swift, it's barely 7. Don't worry, he was already in his office. I wanted to talk to him before he heard from the Oxford police." He sat down as Greggs advanced with the teapot. I sighed. "Fine, but could we?" He wasn't listening to a word. I explained that we were already on the scene because you were approached by Lord Belvedere a week ago. I told him we've identified a number of likely suspects and begun questioning them anyway. After I gave him the details, he said we could investigate. he announced, then broke into a grin. "Congratulations, sir," Greg said and proffered the milk jug. "Marvellous," I muttered. Swift steamed on. "Apparently the Oxford lot are short-handed, they're cutting costs everywhere, and it's stretching resources. I said we've made a good head start, but we need a young officer to make it official." I raised my eyebrows. "What sort of officer?" "A trainee who's open to taking orders and keen to learn. I've left a message with Constable Fawcett." He picked up his teacup, still beaming. Greg's was beaming too, his chins wobbling above his starched collar. I caught his eye, and he instantly assumed his habitual po-faced butlering expression. I'd have thought Fawcett would be keeping order here. Fawcett was our local village bobby. Percy's endeavours are hardly likely to need policing, Lennox, and Fawcett was a real asset during our investigation at Ashton Hall. Swift lectured between sips of tea. "I've already tried telephoning him, but the operator said he's been called to some sort of emergency." "Right, fine." I gave Greggs another look. He was still hovering in earshot rather than fetching breakfast. "I will bring it now, sir." He puffed out his paunch and went off. "I read the suspect's statements," Swift continued. "There was nothing of use in any of them. I'd handed over the papers before I'd gone to bed. He'd probably sat up and read them while making notes. Dutton wasn't well liked. No. The only one to have a good word for him was the American Luke Napier. He's an unknown quantity. Yes, I've asked Billings to find out when he actually arrived in the country. The Yard can call the cruise line companies. If this really is about the gemstones, I don't see how Napier can be involved, I remarked. Percy and Florence arrived together. Both were dressed ready for the day and keen to hear what had happened after they'd left last night, or rather in the early hours of this morning. How could they be certain who was inside the ballroom and who was outside on the terrace? Florence asked as she unfolded a napkin. Swift explained in unnecessary detail, ending by stating that the butler had designated a footman to stand by each French window, so they knew who was in and who was out. "But there must be another route to the roof," Percy said. "You wouldn't expect the garden staff to go through the ballroom to clean the gutters." Swift shut up because he hadn't thought of that. Neither had I. "I saw Lord Belvedere enter through the French windows nearest to us," Florence said. Swift turned to her. "When?" "Just before the maid ran up the stairs," she replied. Swift and I looked at each other. That was another detail we'd missed, and none of Belvedere's staff had mentioned it either. Greggs returned with a laden tray and proceeded to serve our customary breakfast. Foggy came in, yipping with excitement and frantically wagging his tail. He must have been out in the garden, because his paws and muzzle were damp with dew. "Is anyone on the jewel list among your suspects?" Percy spread jam on hot buttered toast. "Yes, all of them, and a couple more." I sliced up a sausage and passed a sliver to Foggy at my feet. "Oh, I hope Dandy Merriman isn't involved," Florence said. "He's such a sweetheart and a marvellous dancer." Swift frowned at that. Luke Napier was surprisingly good too, for such a big man, Percy added, which made me frown. Florence turned to Swift. "You're certain Dutton was murdered?" "Yes," he answered, with conviction. "He wasn't drunk, there was no reason for him to fall, and there's no reason to think he threw himself off." "Why not?" Percy raised blonde brows. "He had a plan of some sort. The list of jewels indicated that," Swift replied. "Whatever he was doing didn't point to suicide." "The list could have been planted on him," Percy persisted. "Unlikely." Swift cut the top off his boiled egg. There was no certainty it would be found or acted on. I ate another piece of sausage, then a forkful of black pudding. It was an appalling thing to happen, but there was something unsettling about Dutton. Florence blew on her tea. "Awfully entertaining, but I couldn't warm to him at all." "Neither could I," Percy said in support, although he'd been in marvellous form. "When we stopped for the buffet at 11, he had all the ladies laughing." "He wasn't laughing when he left the ballroom with Bebe Belvedere," Florence said. "No, and she looked furious." Percy gave Foggy a crust. "She looked even more furious when she came back in without him. His death shocked her, though," Florence remarked. The colour drained from her face when she realised what the maid had said. "It may have been from fear of being found out," Swift said, dunking toast into his egg. "Possibly," Percy responded, "but it would be awfully difficult to feign that response." Did either of you notice what the ladies on the jewel list were doing? Swift asked. He and I had gone through the list with them before we'd left for the ball. They'd been very keen to be eyes and ears for us. At first, I watched them all carefully, Florence said, but then as the night went on and everything was as you'd expect, I'm afraid I rather lost track. She glanced at Swift with a soft smile. Sorry, darling. He gave her a soppy smile in return. Below the tetchy surface, he was a hopeless romantic. I did the same, Percy admitted, then smiled. It was tremendous fun. Everyone seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. The ballroom was quite magical, beyond anything I'd imagined. I grinned at her. She was right, until Dutton's death. It had been a wonderful night. Lennox, is there anything you'd like to add? Swift looked hopeful. No. I'm sure you've covered it, I replied, not wanting to confess that I'd lost track too. Well, he had taken out his notebook and was flicking through the pages. I've written my observations. The Merrimans went outside quite frequently throughout the evening. I think Tamara Merriman was too hot. Her cheeks were reddened, and I saw her wipe her forehead a number of times. Dutton didn't go out at all until the end. The Finches were already outside at that time, and Lady Finch came in and went out again, only returning a few minutes before the maid screamed. The Rylands went out twice, once before supper, and then just before Beebe and Dutton. I should have followed, but they seemed to have fallen out, and he looked up. It felt as though I'd be intruding. His face fell. Jonathan, you and Lennox were only invited to observe, Florence said gently in her soft Scottish accent. You cannot blame yourself. You really mustn't take things so much to heart. He nodded and straightened up. Greggs had been pootling about and surreptitiously peering over Swift's shoulder. I knew he was itching to hear how our evening had gone. Since I'd taken to investigating murder, he'd become the principal purveyor of news to the village. Tales of unexplained deaths would be met with mesmerized fascination. More tea, please, Greggs, I said, and I don't need to remind you that this is all to be kept on the QT. Ahem, I certainly do not need to be reminded, sir. I am discretion itself, he blustered, and went off with the empty teapot. He returned moments later and began removing plates and dishes as talk moved to Percy's marvellous new undertaking, and the reason Swift and Florence had come all the way from Scotland. Percy had organised an archaeological excavation of the long barrow in the meadow behind the church, and today was to be the turning of the first spade. Whenever we have volunteers helping at a dig, they arrive with picks and shovels and bouncing with enthusiasm. I doubt the villagers will be any different. Percy's face became animated as she spoke, but uncovering ancient burial sites is much more delicate than simply digging furiously and seeing what turns up. Florence and I have decided to split them into teams and have them peg out the site first. That should calm them down a little, then we can let them dig one section at a time. She had dressed in her old archaeologist's togs of linen shirt and cream slacks. She looked utterly beautiful with her blonde hair tied in a loose knot. The scouts have agreed to lend us their largest tent, and they will erect it today, ready for the grand opening. Florence's blue-grey eyes sparkled with excitement. She wore a yellow linen frock under a sturdy green apron and a simple green scarf over her pale blonde hair. The Women's Institute have volunteered to serve refreshments for the official launch, Percy added. Afterwards, the tent will be used for displaying finds. The school is bringing the children to the opening ceremony, Florence continued with a delighted smile. Angus is terribly excited. He has a bucket and spade and wants to make mud castles. Swift grinned. He hasn't understood what it's all about. I was rather sorry we wouldn't be able to pitch in. Percy had been organising this for weeks, gaining permission from the local parish council and gathering support and volunteers. I'd never actually shared my lovely wife's enthusiasm for digging up old bones, but she'd explained that long barrows were usually constructed to house the remains of tribal chieftains and great warriors. Chariots and armour had been found in similar burial sites, as had weapons, bronze helmets and shields. There was even talk of august professors from Oxford coming to visit. Greggs had gone off with tray and plates, but now returned to make a portentous announcement from the doorway. Constable Fawcett, sir. Foggy instantly sat up, then rushed to greet the young policeman with delighted yips. Inspector Swift, Major Lennox, m'ladies. The lad came in and gave a formal salute, then broke into a huge grin. Another murder and I'm allowed to help. That's proper policing, that is. Much better than looking for lost bees. Bees, I eyed him. Mr. Trimble's bees have upped sticks and cleared off. Fawcett put his helmet and battered leather satchel on a side table and came to sit down. I offered to lay a honey trail to his hives, but he said it wouldn't be any use. How would you do that? Florence asked. Well, I thought I'd take a jar of honey with a hole in the lid and fix it to the back of my bike. Then I'd pedal like mad down the lane from his cottage to the meadows. They're bound to be there somewhere, and they might follow the honey home, he said, a serious expression on his long face. It sounded harebrained to me. So what did you do instead? Florence asked. He said we should find a cardboard box and go looking for them. Fawcett shrugged. I told him rounding up bees isn't proper use of police time, so I fetched him a cardboard box. Then I went back to the station and found your message, Inspector Swift. Swift finished his tea and stood up. Come on, we should make a start. It's too early to interview people, Swift, I objected. I know, but we can set up an incident room in your library. He walked out before I had chance to object. I'd best be going along, miladies, Fawcett said, and hurried after him. And I must find Angus. Florence rose. He'll be in the kitchen with Tommy and Cook. She smiled and left us. I glanced at Percy across the table. She held out her hand. I'm sorry you won't be at the dig, my love. I smiled. I'd always preferred a solitary breakfast, but now that we were married, I'd come to enjoy our quiet start to the day together. If you come across anything interesting, don't dig it up until I arrive. She laughed at that. These things take a long time to excavate. We often resort to toothbrushes to clean debris from delicate artifacts. Really? Perhaps I wasn't going to miss much after all. You'll be there for a month of Sundays. The Long Barrow is probably over 2,000 years old. It hardly warrants being rushed, although I really must go. She pushed back her chair. Lady Clementine's going to meet us on sight, and the villagers won't be far behind. Fine. She kissed me lightly on the cheek. I left the car in the drive. You might want to take some polish and rub the scratches off the bumper. What? I spluttered. She laughed and left the room. Swift was muttering something into the telephone as I passed him in the hall. I carried on to my library, where I found Fawcett clearing away books and old newspapers from the table. Inspector Swift says we should use the reading table just like we did last time, sir, he said. I'll just pile these on your desk until Mr. Greggs has a chance to tidy them away. It's terrific to be working with you and the inspector again, sir. Policing in the village is just broken windows and chasing scrumpers. Apart from them murders last spring, nothing ever happens here. I bit back a sigh. My library had always been my sanctuary from the world. Swift strode in. Lennox, you really should have a telephone extension installed in here. I've had one put in my study at the castle. This is the modern world. You need to keep pace with technology. I'm not having any. He wasn't listening. I was talking to Dr. Fletcher on the telephone. He said that Jack Dutton's injuries were consistent with a fall, but they haven't started the post-mortem yet. He turned to Fawcett. They've taken his fingerprints. Make a note, Constable, they said. They'll pass them to us later. Make sure they do. Aye, sir, Fawcett grinned. Swift frowned as he looked around. We could order a blackboard, you know, Lennox. It would be very useful. Swift, I'm not cluttering up my library with blackboards or telephones, I said with some feeling. He sighed as though I were being unreasonable, then began telling Fawcett all that had happened last evening and showed him the jewel list. I went outside to check my Bentley. She was fine. Percy had been teasing me. I took out my handkerchief and wiped dust from the bonnet. I ought to buy Percy a car. We'd long given up horses and carriages, and bicycles were all very well, but hardly practical in the winter. I'd been lucky enough to have been granted a windfall recently, a reward for solving the birdcage murders. The money had transformed our fortunes and the manor. The roof had been fixed, as had the gutters, chimneys, windows, and all the usual problems old houses suffer from. I even had some money left in the bank. Perhaps I could ask around and see what was on offer. Swift strode out. We're ready, Lennox. Fawcett followed him. It'll be slow going today, sir. It's harvest time and the lanes will be chock-a-block with hay wagons, foggy, bounded up, tail high, and eyes bright, expecting to come along on the adventure. I hadn't intended taking him, but didn't have the heart to disappoint the little dog. Come on. I picked him up and put him next to Fawcett on the back seat, then went to crank the engine. Despite my rather irritable start to the morning, I thoroughly enjoyed motoring through the glorious Cotswolds countryside. Fawcett was right about haymaking. The scent of freshly cut hay filled the air, along with clouds of dust and pollen, which had us all sneezing by the time we arrived. The gates were locked, of course. A place like Belvedere would hardly leave them unattended. I'd half expected a small army of uniformed guards at the entrance, but there was actually only one large gentleman dressed in tweeds, with an Alsatian at his side. The dog barked at Foggy, Foggy barked back, and the chap demanded to know who we were. "Police," Swift announced. Fawcett sat up, helmet fixed on his head, trying to look intimidating. An impossible task for the lad. "Lord Belvedere is expecting us," I said. "So I was told, and I remember you from last time, Major Lennox," the guard remarked with a gruff effort at politeness. "Jolly good." I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, trying to hurry him along. He eyed us to make a show of diligence, then eyed my dog just in case he was the dangerous sort. Then went and opened the imposing gates without another quibble. I roared the Bentley along the first mile of smooth metalled drive, weaving among spinneys of beech, elm and oak. I'd already visited once before in daylight, but the sheer beauty of the surroundings still caught my breath. Swift had only seen the place in darkness, and Fawcett probably hadn't ever seen the like in his life. They gasped as we hit the rise and a panorama of flawless perfection opened ahead of us. Few superlatives could give full measure to the gracious mansion set amid formal gardens, immaculate lawns and majestic trees. Gravel, raked to perfection, lay thick on the approach. I slowed down to motor under the towering columns supporting the portico, then stopped at the broad steps leading up to the front door. Sirs," Fawcett whispered, "perhaps I should stay in the car." "Nonsense." I hopped out just as Foggy made the leap. "Come on." Chapter 4. The door swung open by unseen hands. Hathaway stood in the centre of the echoing marble hall, his butlering togs even smarter, if possible, than the evening before. Foggy ran twice around him, barking loudly. He didn't move a muscle. "Good morning, sirs. His lordship would like to see you in his private library," Hathaway intoned. 5 footmen stood to attention behind him in their red and gold livery, reminding me of the wooden soldiers we used to set on the mantel shelf at Christmas. "Excellent," I replied. "Lead the way." Foggy went to sniff around one of the huge potted palms standing next to the magnificent sweeping staircase. We all held our breath, wondering if the dog would embarrass us by peeing against the pot, but he diverted for the stairs and ran up, tail wagging in delight. Hathaway followed in the dog's wake. We duly trod the treads behind him. Fawcett brought up the rear, clutching the battered satchel to his chest, his eyes like saucers as he took in the opulent surroundings. White marble columns, Greek statues, huge ancestral paintings, elegant furniture and stately archways leading to who knows where. The library was another place that one could only dream of. The walls stretching up to the double-height ceiling were filled with leather-bound tomes in perfect order, supported by shelves of polished rosewood. There would be another library elsewhere for use by the rest of the household. This one was Belvedere's private domain. I wondered if he ever read the books. I suspected he probably did. "Good morning, gentlemen, and constable." Belvedere sat behind the huge desk, his hands clasped together on the tooled leather top. He was dressed in a pale grey suit and matching tie, his silver hair brushed back in leonine fashion. "Sit down, if you would." Swift and I duly sat in 2 chairs placed in front of the desk. Fawcett remained standing, chin raised, arms stiffly by his sides. "I have just spoken to Inspector Billings of Scotland Yard, Major Lennox." Belvedere aimed pale eyes at me. "You are heir to the Melrose estate, I believe?" "I am, sir." This wasn't how I'd expected the conversation to go. He must have been asking questions about my background. "You were a pilot in the war. Did you ever encounter my son, Harold?" "I don't recall doing so," I replied. "I wasn't aware you had a son, sir." "He flew with an RAF squadron under Jack Dutton's command. His aeroplane crashed in Belgium in the summer of 1916. He was killed. There didn't appear to be any reason for it." He looked at me. "You have heard nothing of this?" "No, my lord, I'm sorry. I was in France. Inspector, I was in Normandy at the time, Swift replied. The demise of Belvedere's son would have been only one among tens of thousands that year, indeed every year of the Great War. News of any particular death rarely spread beyond friends and family. Belvedere straightened his shoulders. After Harold's death an inquiry was held. Dutton was exonerated. Please keep that in mind, will you? It was an order, not a request. I saw Swift shift in his seat, but he remained silent. Does your daughter know that Dutton had this connection to your son, her brother? I questioned. She does, he replied. I would like you to continue your investigation. I will ensure the cooperation of all in this house, with the proviso that you do not repeat anything I speak of in this conversation. Belvedere was a different man this morning, cool to the point of cold. Am I making myself clear? You are, sir, Swift responded in an equally cool tone. I merely nodded. Fawcett was struck mute. Belvedere regarded us. Dutton had gambled away his fortune. He was virtually bankrupt and deeply in debt. When Hathaway brought me the list of jewels, of which I gave you a copy, Major Lennox, I believed it indicated his intention to steal. I chose not to confront him over it, nor did I speak of it to anyone else, including my daughter. The following day, Baby informed me that Dutton was preparing to ask for her hand in marriage. His voice cracked. He paused to clear his throat, then continued. We argued. I thought such an alliance would end in acrimony. My daughter is not an easy woman. If there is any falling out or disagreement, she retaliates quite forcefully. Dutton would know that. The events surrounding Harry's death have scarred them both, and Baby would aim that barb at him every time they quarrelled. She has a habit of knowing where to strike. Over time the marriage would corrode. It would fail just as her last marriage failed. Nevertheless, she was insistent that she would accept his proposal. Belvedere sighed quietly. After speaking to my daughter, I summoned Dutton. I informed him that if they wed, I would curtail Beatrice's allowance and cut her out of my will. I offered him money to cease all contact with her. He negotiated. He wanted to return here for the ball and said he would make his farewell, then leave the country. He looked down at his hands on the leather desk top, his face troubled. This solution appealed to me, and I agreed to his terms and his price. How much money did Dutton demand? I asked. £10,000. Fawcett whistled, then blushed. Sorry, sir, he whispered. Belvedere continued. I stipulated that Dutton would only receive the funds after he had left the country. I had arranged to forward it to a foreign bank of his choice. He had merely to telegraph me with the details. Did he state which country he was going to? Swift asked. He did not, but he knew without doubt that I would maintain my side of the bargain. Belvedere remained impassive. I think you should consider the possibility that Dutton may have committed suicide. What? Swift was incredulous. He was about to leave the country and gain a huge amount of money. Why would he commit suicide? One must understand his character. Dutton lived among the rich and wealthy, flitting from one ball or party to another. He would be exiled from the society he relished, and he was deeply in debt. His fortune gone. The sum I offered him may have cleared the debt, but he had no profession other than flying, and there is little call for that now. Eventually his existence would become penurious and penny-pinching. He had played his last roll of the dice, and I suspect the realization of what his future held could be a reason for taking his own life. It still doesn't make sense, your lordship, Fawcett said. He'd flushed to the tips of his ears, but he was determined to speak out. Belvedere fixed him with a gaze. Explain yourself, Constable. This man, Dutton, was used to a fancy life, but you said he was a gambler. I don't think he'd have paid his debts. I think he'd have taken your money and put it on a horse race or something. If it didn't work out, then maybe he would have killed himself, but not while he had money coming to him. Perhaps he was in debt to such dangerous ruffians that he would have had no choice but to repay them. Belvedere suddenly rubbed his eyes. Whatever the circumstances, gentlemen, please realize that nothing was ever as it appeared with Jack Dutton. Thank you, your lordship, I said, thinking it time to let him recover himself. Where are the guests? They are preparing to leave this morning as planned. I believe the remainder of those whom you deem suspects are still in their rooms, he replied, then pressed a brass button set into the leather desk top. The door behind us opened to reveal Hathaway awaiting us. My dog must have been waiting with him because he dashed in and ran to me, then jumped up on his back paws to look over his lordship's desk. Belvedere blinked. "A dog? Mine," I replied, and picked him up, "a gift from my late father." He nodded, his eyes fixed on Foggy. "My father left me this estate, property in Westminster and Mayfair farms, land and factories with thousands of employees, and all the responsibility that entails." Belvedere sighed. "I'd have preferred a dog." "So would I," said with feeling. He looked up, his thin lips drawn. "Please be cautious of allowing my daughter to lead you a dance. Beatrice is capricious, she blows with the wind and lacks impartiality." "Thank you, sir," Swift said. "We will bear your words in mind." Fawcett gave a smart salute, and we left the man sitting in solitary splendour. Hathaway led us into the corridor. "How may I be of help, sirs?" "We'd like to talk to Miss Belvedere," I said. "Ah." "It is rather early for Miss Beebe to be abroad," he explained with a wan smile, "and the events of last night were particularly difficult for her." "We understand," Swift said. "In that case, would you please send the maid who found the body?" "Very well, sir. Should I send her to the salon?" "No, the ballroom." Swift was moving into police mode. "Where are the back stairs to the roof?" Hathaway's brows arched. "Why would you? His lordship assured us that we would receive full cooperation," I informed him. Hathaway didn't look happy but had no choice. "Very well, sirs, please follow me." He marched us along a couple of wide passages, then turned into a narrow one, ending at a plain door. It opened onto a different world, grey paint on the walls, bare floorboards and scarred yellow pine forming the stairs. I put Foggy down, and he instantly scampered up the narrow treads. "There are a number of back stairs opening onto each floor." Hathaway waved a hand. "This is the only one that leads to the roof, but I must explain that the door was locked last night, sir." "Wouldn't that be a problem if there was a fire?" Fawcett said, which was an intelligent thought to my mind. "Indeed, but I hold a key, as does his lordship and Mrs. Gladstone, the housekeeper. One of us would have unlocked the door. Also, it could have been broken down, should such an emergency arise." "Does Miss Beatrice have a key?" I asked. He glanced at me from under dark brows. "She does not, sir." Swift moved towards the stairs. Hathaway hesitated. "As I mentioned, sir, the door to the roof is locked. You will find yourself at a dead end if you continue." "Then you'd best open it," I said. "But, sir, I really should return, and you asked for the maid." "Let's just get on with it, shall we?" I said. "Very well, sir." He pursed his lips, then trotted up ahead of us. Openings led off every landing. I was surprised we didn't meet any other servants, but then again, this was a huge house with other staircases and passages. We found Foggy at the top, sitting with his tongue hanging out. "Shouldn't we fingerprint the faucet?" began, but was too late. Hathaway slipped in the key and turned the handle with gloved hands. "You can't fingerprint a place this size, Fawcett, nor all the people in it," I told him. "But, sir, Major Lennox is right on this occasion, Fawcett," Swift said, showing that practicality could occasionally trump his punctilious ways. "The roof terrace, sirs." Hathaway swung open the door and stood back. Fawcett stepped over the threshold and came to a halt in the sunshine. "This is stupendous. Ooh, and that's the ballroom." He gazed at the large domed room rising from the roof. "Grab Foggy, would you, Fawcett?" I called. "We don't want him going over the top." "Righto, sir." He scooped him up, then made a beeline for the ballroom with the dog in his arms. "Come on, Lennox." Swift strode after the constable. "Thank you, Hathaway," I said, but he was already closing the door. I heard him lock it from the inside, followed by the sound of his receding footsteps. I frowned, then paused to breathe in the warm air and admire the vista. Belvedere House and its gardens were almost entirely surrounded by wooded hills, every horizon a line of verdant treetops against a cloudless blue sky. A breeze carried the scent of flowers, mown grass and turned earth. It felt like a private island hidden among the rolling Cotswold hills. "Lennox," Swift called before disappearing into the ballroom. I shoved my hands in pockets and strolled over, passing one of the benches placed against the outer wall of the ballroom. It was a fairly plain affair of slatted teak in a white painted iron frame. "What?" I asked Swift as I walked into the extraordinary sunlit space. "This is where Downton and Bebe were sitting before they went out last night. He and Fawcett were peering under the tables and chairs in the elegantly appointed seating area. I've no idea why. because the place had been cleaned and polished in the interim. Foggy was rootling around the orchestra pit, no doubt in the hope of lost morsels or mice. Jolly good. I took a stroll about to admire the decor as I hadn't had chance the previous evening. The ceiling of the dome towering above had been decorated in Baroque style with Greek gods and goddesses riding flying horses. The feathers on the horses' wings were picked out in perfect detail, as were the flowing robes and pink flesh of the voluptuous deities. It was quite breathtaking. Belvedere House was a world away from my own, for which I was deeply thankful. The maid arrived, out of breath from climbing the stairs. She went straight to Fawcett, presumably drawn by the uniform. "Here I am, sir. Mr. Hathaway himself said I should come." She bobbed a curtsy, clutching the sides of her grey and white uniform. "Would you care to sit down, ma'am?" Fawcett was gravely polite, on one of the velvet chairs. The maid reached a hand to touch the turquoise fabric. "Am I allowed?" Yes." Fawcett decided and slid onto a chair himself. "This is a proper police interview, and we should do it properly. Right then, I will then." She plumped down with a smile, her distress in the early hours apparently dissipated. "Can you tell me your name, please, ma'am?" Fawcett opened his satchel and extracted a notebook. I recognized it as the same type Swift used. He'd probably given it to him. "Maud Binns, sir? And how long have you worked here, Maud?" Fawcett licked the tip of his pencil and wrote her name at the top of a clean page. "Oh, donkey's years," she replied. "Ever since I was a girl. I've always worked in the kitchens. That's where I like to be, nice and warm and close to the grub." Swift hung back, letting the constable take the lead. I continued my slow meander around the place. "Tell me what happened last night, ma'am, and please try and do it in order," Fawcett said. "I'll do my best, officer." She promised. It was surprising what authority a police uniform could command. I was outside, but I shouldn't have been. It was getting on for 2 in the morning. Mrs. Gladstone, she's the housekeeper, had given me permission to leave because I work cleaning the pots, and they were all finished after the buffet. I was thinking of going to bed, but I could hear the music playing, and it was a lovely night, so I went outside instead. As I said to the gentleman, she nodded toward Swift. I could see people moving on the roof, so I went into the shadows by the east wing. I was only going to stay a few minutes. "Which door did you leave the house by?" Fawcett continued. "The back one, sir, that comes up from the kitchen." I paused to gaze at the hand-painted artistry on the walls, baskets of flowers, blue ribbons and brightly coloured birds flitting among exotic greenery on an ivory background. It was exquisitely executed. "Was anyone else in the garden?" Fawcett asked her. His nose was getting closer to the page as he wrote. "No, sir, and I was just looking around to make sure when I saw him. Just lying there?" Fawcett stopped writing and looked up. "Yep." She nodded her head, not moving or anything. I saw blood, too. It looked black in the dark, but I knew what it was, and it was spreading. Fair gave me the willies. Seemed like it was growing out of his head. "So it was fresh, then?" Fawcett asked. She looked thoughtful. "It was, so I suppose he hadn't long fallen." Fawcett wrote that down. I wandered past the stage where the orchestra had played. Dark blue curtains formed a backdrop. A gilded barrier at the front created a comfortable enclave where they could perform uninterrupted. Foggy was lying on his back in a patch of sunshine, paws in the air, snoring softly. Swift went over and took the seat next to Fawcett. The maid shifted uncomfortably. "If you usually work in the kitchens," he said, "how did you recognize Mr. Dutton?" He leaned back with his legs stretched out, trying to appear relaxed. She blushed. "Everyone said what a handsome man he was, and always laughing. What with all the talk going on, we maids sneaked to look at him through the stair banisters, and that's how I knew him." "I bet they talked about him and Miss Beebe," Fawcett said. She put her hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle. "They did, sir. There's some as said they were set to wed, but the men servants said that were rubbish, 'cause his lordship would never allow it." She let her hand drop, and someone else said they saw Mr. Dutton kissing another lady, but we were forbid to say anything about that. She nodded to Fawcett, and if you wasn't a proper bobby, I'd not have spoken out. I went to join them. "Who was the lady?" "I don't know, sir." She lowered her voice, seeming nervous of being overheard. "It wasn't me as saw it, and like I say, we was forbid from saying anything." Swift leaned forward. "Who saw them kissing?" Don't know that neither. It was just gossip whispered about, she said, and hunched her shoulders as though shy. Thank you, Swift said politely, then folded his arms. Fawcett took the cue. How long would it have taken for you to run up here, do you think, Maud? Oh, I don't know, sir. At least 10 minutes, I'd say. I'm not very fast these days. She was a bit of a podge, too, although nobody was ill-mannered enough to mention it. You could time it, Fawcett, I suggested. Can do, sir. He extended his wrist to check his watch. Shall we do it now? Yes, why not, Swift replied. Right, come on, Maud. You can show me everything you saw, Fawcett told her, and tell me anything more you can think of. They went down the marble staircase, the tall, slim lad in uniform and the short, dumpy figure of the maid. I sat down. Foggy snuffled, then rolled over and came to flop by my feet. So Jack Dutton was seen kissing another woman, I said. Yes, Swift replied, which adds another dimension altogether. Chapter 5. We should have questioned the staff more closely last night. Swift tapped fingers on the table. And Lord Belvedere this morning. There's a dozen things we should have done, Swift, I remarked dryly. It wouldn't have made much difference, though. Besides, Belvedere needs handling with kid gloves, or we'll find all the doors slamming shut. Yes, I know. He glanced at me, his dark brows lowered against the bright light coming through the French window. I was surprised you hadn't heard of his son. So am I, but it depends when he joined up. By the end of the war, there were a far greater number of pilots, but very few at the outbreak in 1914. I had encountered many during those long years, but not all by any means. Luke Napier might have more details. He suddenly switched tack. I saw you dancing with Bebe Belvedere. Typical of him to have noticed that. Percy and Florence had gone to the powder room. She came and asked me to dance. He raised his eyebrows. She asked you? It's a modern world, Swift. I feigned nonchalance, but had found it unnerving. Bebe Belvedere was a sultry seductress when the mood took her. She'd strode across the floor at midnight, held her hand out, then pressed her body against mine, insisting on dancing cheek to cheek. I'd tried babbling an excuse, but she'd simply batted it away. You were dancing very closely, he continued, then laughed at my expression. It wasn't through choice, I said, through gritted teeth. We should have followed Dutton when he went out onto the roof terrace that last time. Swift's face clouded again. He went out with Bebe. It was clear they'd had words, and Belvedere's instructions were to keep an eye on the man, not stalk his every footstep, I reminded him. Agreed, and I don't think he intended stealing any jewels. Swift frowned. There's something else going on. He was a gambler. Maybe the ladies were too. All of them? Swift sounded dubious, including B.B. Belvedere. It's just a thought, Swift. You could write it down. He pulled out his notebook and duly did so, then wrote what Belvedere had related. He should have told us about paying off Dutton before the ball, I remarked. Would it have made any difference? Swift carried on writing. I thought about it with eyes closed and almost dozed off. Lennox, thinking, I said. And no, I suppose not. Any other ideas? I sat up and considered it. The maid said the pool of blood was spreading when she saw him. Was it still flowing when we reached him? At a slow rate, yes, he replied. It can take between 30 minutes to an hour for blood to coagulate. That doesn't help. I know, he said. He didn't dance with anyone other than Bebe all night, did he? He danced with Davinia Ryland while you were entwined with Bebe. Swift had obviously kept a closer eye on Dutton than I had. I was not entwined, Swift. The grin flashed across his face again. Why are you writing on only one side of the page? I asked. Because I'm making initial notes in pencil, which is what I prefer to use in the field. I will copy them onto the facing page with pen and ink when I return to the incident room. I swear his pedantry was getting worse. Dutton was seen kissing a woman. Is it relevant, do you think? If Bebe found out, yes, it could be. Actually, the maid said lady rather than woman, so it was probably a guest rather than a member of staff. There are plenty of female guests visiting this house. He mused, then made a note. Fawcett returned alone. Sirs? He was slightly out of breath. Lots of people are driving off in motor cars. I saw them out front. Are they allowed to go? The suspects are remaining here, but we can't stop the rest from leaving, Swift replied glumly. What if it's someone we don't know about and they've already gone? Fawcett fretted. Hathaway will have their addresses, I assured him. Righto, sir. He didn't sound particularly reassured. Are we going to have an incident room here, like before? No, I said. We can't be sure it will be secure. Oh, his face fell further. What did you learn from Maud Fawcett? Swift asked. I took her downstairs and had a look at where the body was, then came all the way back up here with her. She's gone to the kitchens now, but she was really slow. 12 minutes to climb the stairs, even when I tried to hurry her along, and a few minutes more to run to the front hall. I'd say 15 minutes in all. Right, Swift turned to a fresh page. Let's establish times, shall we? Fawcett took his helmet off. It's hot out there already, and it's not even noon yet. He ran a hand over his dark hair, smoothing it down. I bumped into the butler. He said he'd send up refreshments. Very considerate of him, I said. Swift was still fixated on details, muttering under his breath as he wrote. It took the maid 15 minutes. Dutton and his killer would need at least 5 minutes to walk to the edge of the east wing. So Dutton was pushed off the roof sometime between 25 minutes past 1 and just before 2. But Bebby was with him until 1:40, I said. Yes, but she may be the killer, he replied. Does that help narrow down the suspect, sir? Fawcett asked. Swift sighed. Not really. Hathaway appeared, followed by a footman with a tray. Refreshments, sirs, he announced. The footman arranged a pot of coffee, cream, sugar, and all the usual whatnots, alongside 3 plates of petit fours. There was also a silver dish, set in a larger dish of crushed ice. Hathaway whipped off the lid with a flourish. Vanilla ice cream, he announced, with a tone verging on the theatrical. This is a new concoction which Chef refers to as affogato. It is becoming quite a favourite in the house, he smiled. Chef is Italian. Affogato is Italian for drowned, and in this case it refers to the drowning of the ice cream in coffee. We raised our brows at the idea and the butler's sudden loquacity. I'll try it, I volunteered. So will I? Swift agreed. Fawcett looked dubious. Could I just have a cup of coffee and a separate bowl of ice cream, please? We were duly served by Hathaway himself. I sipped the concoction from a large cup and decided it was delicious, just the thing for warm summer weather. Have any of the suspects appeared yet? Swift asked. Hathaway looked pained at the word suspects. I believe 1 or 2 may be up and about, sir. They are to be invited to dinner tonight. Good, I said. That should hold them for a while. His lordship wasn't entirely confident it would, sir, Hathaway said. Well, they can't leave, Swift instantly replied. The detective inspector from Oxford has informed his lordship that nobody has the power to detain anyone, sir. Swift frowned. Which detective inspector? Inspector Mackay, sir. He is currently in discussion with his lordship in the library. That was enough to spur Swift to action. I'll go and join them. He set off as I reached for a petit four. Fine, Swift. We'll wait for you here. Hathaway went with him, the footman on his heels. Foggy sat up, ears pricked, then sniffed the air. Sugar, sir? Fawcett reached for the silver tongs. I mumbled through a meringue filled with thick cream and finely chopped strawberries. Should I go through the suspect's statements before we start the interviews? He asked. Inspector Swift gave me all the papers this morning. Yes, and make yourself a list of the names. Swift's very fond of lists. He helped himself to a small macaroon. How do they make these itty-bitty cakes, sir? Carefully, I should think. We ate the goodies in companionable silence. Right. Fawcett wiped his hands on his trousers. Let's have a look. He pulled out his notebook and the statements from the satchel and read them closely. They're not much use, he announced. None of them give the time when they were on the roof terrace. This one says that Jack Dutton was a no-good devil and deserved it, and most of them think it served him right. I know, I've read them. I emptied the ice cream dish into my cup and poured more coffee over it. This is like the last bloke who was killed at Ashton Steeple, isn't it, sir? No one liked him either. That's because he was a scoundrel, a cheat, and a liar. He made himself rich at everyone else's expense. Scoundrels are far more likely to fall foul of someone seeking revenge or wanting to take their money. The lad didn't seem happy with the explanation, but it makes them as bad as him, doesn't it? I mean, murder is worse than cheating or stealing. I think the people who wrote those statements were jealous. Mr. Dutton sounded like an old-fashioned pirate, and everyone thinks pirates are exciting. Only from afar, I replied, though perhaps he had a point. Swift stomped up the staircase. That damned inspector is an excessively punctilious Scotsman. I told him we have been given authority over the case, and he could speak to Scotland Yard if he has any objections. Is he trying to take the case away from us, Sir? Fawcett asked. Of course he is, though he has no experience of dealing with this type of thing. He waved a hand at our surroundings. I knew he meant the house, or rather, the inhabitants. DCI Billings had said in the past that we were useful when blue blood was spilled. Detectives to the toffs, he'd termed it. Perhaps we'd best get a move on then, sir, Fawcett said. Swift gulped down his affogato. You can start with another search of Dutton's room. I doubt the local coppers made a thorough job of it. Find one of the footmen to show you where it is. Righto, Fawcett grinned. Would you like to keep the statements, sir? He held out the sheaf of papers. Yes, thank you. Swift folded the bundle and slipped it in his inside pocket. Fawcett put on his helmet and set off with a spring in his step. Foggy decided to go with him. He was excellent at sniffing out lost biscuits or mice, but his record for hunting down clues was patchy at best. Swift, I said. What? He stood up, ready for action. We should talk to Belvedere, I said. It's after 11. I just asked Hathaway and he said she was too upset by Dutton's death to see us. She's the most likely suspect. He glanced at me. She was going to marry him, Lennox. Her grief might be genuine, perhaps. I frowned, unconvinced. Come on, we'll start the interviews in the salon. Chapter 6. Hey there, Luke Napier called to us from halfway down the stairs. I'm just taking a stroll around. This place is even bigger than it looks. Napier. Swift nodded to him as we drew close. Greetings, I offered a grin. We're conducting interviews today. Perhaps you'd like to join us. I'll do that, but maybe later if you don't object. His smile faltered. I guess you're still trying to figure out what happened to Jack. We are. Swift was strictly formal, and the interviews are compulsory. Fine, I'll call in. That's a promise. I was planning on walking the grounds, just to get the lie of the land, so to speak. He pushed blonde hair back from his face. He wore a dark grey suit, tailored to fit. He was almost as tall as I was and had the same build. The suit looked new, cut wide across his broad shoulders in the American style. Miss Belvedere's rather upset about Dutton's death. Perhaps you could find her some flowers, I suggested. The smile spread wider across his lips. Now, that's an idea. Yeah, I'll do just that. Thanks for the thought. We'll see you anon, I said. You sure will, he agreed, and continued downstairs as we headed for the salon. Playing Cupid, Lennox? Swift threw me a cynical eye. Why not? It might divert the lady's attention. She can't have been deeply involved with Dutton if she's so easily diverted, he replied. Exactly. There weren't any footmen about, so I opened the door to the salon myself. Swift settled at the baize-covered table we'd used last night while I went to tug the bell pull. The curtains had been drawn to let sunlight stream through the windows. I took a moment to gaze into the south-facing rear garden. The vista was breathtaking. Formal gardens laid out in sections, parterres, rose gardens, topiary, pools, fountains, statues, arbours, a stunning monument to man's creative ability. It must require a small army to maintain. The door opened. Dandy Merriman walked in. I bumped into your constable, he said. You would be talking to us today, I thought. Well, I wanted a chat, so I came to find you. Swift had opened his notebook on the table and laid 3 sharpened pencils in a row beside it, along with a rubber and a pencil sharpener. Chat about what? I asked Merriman. I'd like to take Tamara home when she wakes. You have our statements. There's nothing we can add. His nickname Dandy was well earned. He wore a pristine striped blazer, red silk bow tie, white shirt and immaculate cream trousers. You've been invited to dine here tonight, I reminded him. He gazed at me with brown eyes in a fine-boned face. His hair was set in a flowing wave, lightly oiled and perfectly combed. Florence had read about his wedding to the wealthy widow last year. According to the Society magazine, it was a love match despite her 12-year seniority. Naturally, we'd prefer to stay, but poor Tamara was unnerved by Dutton's death. She's barely slept. She's convinced there's a murderer on the loose. This is a police investigation, Swift declared. But you cannot detain us, Merriman spluttered. We might be next. Swift narrowed his eyes. Why would you be next? Well, it might be a madman. We merely want to ask a few questions, I said. Please sit down. He sank morosely onto a chair. I took a seat next to Swift. This is your signature. Swift had been shuffling through the statements and held out Merriman's. It is, he confirmed. Mrs. Merriman and I had stepped outside a number of times during the ball to cool down. Swift read. We did not speak to Dutton on any occasion, nor did we see him on the terrace before his death. Yes, Tamara has written the same, Merriman replied. Neither of us wanted to talk to him. He was a cad. Wasn't he at your wedding last year? That was a calculated guess on my part, because Belvedere had said Dutton was a keen socializer among the wealthy, a flush rose in his tanned cheeks. He was there as Tamara's guest, not mine, and she wouldn't have invited him had she known. Known what? Swift asked. Known how nasty he could be, Merriman answered. But she was friends with him before you married, I continued. Dutton didn't have friends. He had targets, Merriman shot back, then closed his eyes in apparent regret. Explain what you mean by targets? Swift was quick to pounce. I was acquainted with him a long time ago. He could be charming, but he'd look for weaknesses to exploit. Were you one of his targets? Swift demanded. No, I don't have vices. He looked suddenly shy. I have an eye for the better things in life. I know everyone thinks I married Tamara for her money, but it wasn't like that. We share similar tastes, fine food, wine, and surroundings like this. He indicated the surroundings with a raised hand. We travel, go on holidays and cruises. We call them our adventures. It's really rather lovely. He enunciated his words clearly. Dutton found out something about you, didn't he? Swift pressured him. Merriman's shoulders sagged. It's what he already knew right at the beginning of the war, at flight training school. You weren't a pilot, I interrupted. No, he glanced at me, brown eyes troubled. I am aware you were, Major Lennox, but you didn't attend number 1 school. I was familiar with everyone there. I could already fly. They sent me forward, I replied. Carry on, Swift told him. Dutton was one of the stars, young, handsome, and very rich, of course. In the first week he convinced the commander that he was related to royalty by the backstairs and declared Princess Charlotte was coming to visit. The commander ordered bunting to be put up and a red carpet laid out. On the day, a rolls arrived and the officers all lined up to meet the lady. It was Dutton's sister, Charlotte. She was very confused. No one was willing to spoil her day, so we pretended we always had flags flying and a brass band playing for visitors. The commander carpeted Dutton afterwards, but he was a good pilot and the service needed him. I nodded. It was amusing in a way. What did Dutton have on you? Swift pressed him again. I was the commander's Batman. He reddened at the admission. That's nothing to be ashamed of, Swift instantly remarked. Merriman straightened his shoulders. Of course not, but nobody knew until Dutton decided to make a big joke of it last Christmas. Now, there are times when I'm at a party and someone will say, "Make mine a brandy, would you, old man?" or snap their fingers at me and point to an empty glass. They call me the little bar steward behind my back. It sounded like typical schoolground stuff to me, puerile and unnecessarily nasty. Swift's frown deepened. You said Dutton exploited people? I assume he made this joke because you'd refused to be blackmailed by him. Merriman's lips quivered. He wanted the name of a man who supplied replica gemstones. I told him I couldn't help. Wouldn't, actually. You mean a shady jeweler? Swift's voice was sharp. One who wasn't too scrupulous? Yes, and after I refused, he took his revenge. That seemed strange. Why would he expect you to know someone who supplies replica gemstones? Because I'm a qualified jewelry designer. He seemed surprised by the question. A bomb went off at HQ within weeks of our arrival in France. My co was killed and I was badly injured. When I recovered, they put me to work in a munitions factory. I discovered I had a knack for delicate metalwork. He relaxed a little in the telling of the tale. After the war, I joined Asprey and trained as a jeweler specializing in design. That's how I met Tamara. She wanted her rubies reset and I was sent to discuss possibilities with her. He suddenly gave a timorous smile. It was the most wonderful day of my life. I couldn't help but grin at his obvious happiness. Swift's expression softened too. "How many people here called you Bar Steward?" I asked him. "Not many, actually. Sir Aubrey Finch and Dutton, of course. A few other snobs, but they've left now." He clasped his hands together. "Lord Belvedere has been an absolute gentleman." Tamara and I were astonished that we were invited here. She was always one of the Belvedere set and attended the ball every year with her late husband. Since we married, she hadn't expected to be asked again, and then the invitation came. Lord Belvedere's the right sort, an old-fashioned aristocrat and a man of honour. He smiled. "Did Dutton mention anything about Swift?" began, but was cut short by the sudden banging open of the door. "Dandy, it's Pootle. She's gone, kidnapped by that murderous fiend. We must find her. We simply must." Chapter 7. We stared at Tamara Merriman, her yellow hair curled in rollers under a black hairnet, plump cheeks crinkled and pallid. She wore a red satin dressing gown over a ruched nightie in pink and cream. "Oh, darling." Merriman leapt to his feet and rushed to her side. "Pootle can't have been kidnapped. Why would anyone want to take her?" "But they must have. I have searched and called. She is not anywhere to be found." Fear trembled on her lips. Swift stood up. "Mrs. Merriman, I assume you have lost a dog." "She is not just a dog, Inspector. She is a Shih Tzu." "A what?" I said. "A Shih Tzu. They are a rare breed, an imperial animal revered in China and owned only by emperors." Her voice rose an octave. "Barely any are permitted to leave the country, and then only in the hands of the most esteemed and trusted persons. Pootle was a wedding present from the ambassador himself." She sounded on the edge of hysteria. "She may have gone out when a maid came in," Swift said. "No, someone has taken her." She was emphatic. "The curtains were drawn. It was dark. I was sleepy and barely conscious. My sleeping mask had slipped, and I dreamed I saw a figure in the doorway, a dark shape with a bulbous head. Then I awoke suddenly with fear in my heart. I searched, I called, but Pootle wasn't on the bed or anywhere." She turned to Merriman. "Oh, Dandy, please hurry. You must find her." He took her hand. "Come, my love. We will gather the servants and make a sweep of the house. I know Lord Belvedere would not object." "Oh, you are always so masterful," she said, her voice quivering. They rushed off, hand in hand. "The bulbous head sounds like Fawcett in his helmet," Swift said, "and Foggy was probably with him." I stood up. "I'll go and call him." Fawcett marched in. "Sorry, sirs, I just saw them two folks on the stairs. It was me as went into her room. It was by accident. I've explained it to them now." He shook his head. I opened the door and their dog bounded out of the room. It went straight up to Mr. Fogg, and they ran off down the stairs together before I could stop them. I tried to catch up, but someone was coming in the front door and they shot through the gap. I've been outside, calling them, but they've vanished. "Why did you go into Mrs. Merriman's bedroom?" I asked. "I didn't know it was hers." His cheeks were pink. The footman said, "Take the next right, and it's the first door on the left." Then he cleared off. "I think I took a wrong turn, sir." "Why did the footman clear off?" I asked. "Lord Belvedere said all the footmen had to write statements, sir," he explained, "so they've been gathered together in the servants' hall." That explained why no one had answered the bell. I was already heading for the door. "I'll be back shortly." I made a dash to catch the Merrimans and found them downstairs in the hall in discussion with Hathaway, but they must be deployed. Dandy Merriman was pleading. "My wife is dreadfully distressed." "As I have explained, sir," Hathaway was trying to reason with him. "The footmen are occupied and then will require instruction from his lordship." "Come on, Merriman," I broke in. "Your dog will be with mine." I walked to the door as Hathaway moved to open it. "Thank you, dear Major Lennox." "Do you truly think so?" Tamara twittered. "Oh, what a relief, Dandy. I will return to my room and dress." She raised her hand in fond farewell. "Return with our little Pootle, my darling. Be careful now." "I will, my precious." He waved in response. You'd think we were setting off on a polar expedition. I trotted down the front steps, crossed the drive below the stately portico, and whistled loudly. Foggy appeared on the instant and gambolled across the lawn with an odd little dog running behind him. Actually, it didn't so much run as float on a raft of long white fur, a short-legged animal with brown and black spots on both ears. I'd never seen the type before. Pootle. "Oh, my dear lord, thank heavens you gave your mummy a dreadful fright." Merriman swept the dog off its feet. It wagged its little tail in delight and snuffled a couple of yaps. "Look how happy she is to see me." Dandy grinned, then peered more closely at her. "But her fur is tangled and she has burrs. I must carry her to Tamara instantly. She must be washed and brushed." He rushed up the steps to the house with the dog in his arms. I picked Foggy up, as he seemed intent on going with them, and strolled across the lawn, heading for the flowering shrubs in front of some towering trees. "Major Heathcliff Lennox," someone called out from somewhere. "I want to talk to you." I turned to stare up at the house. The steel-haired lady was leaning out of a window on the second floor. I was inclined to pretend I hadn't heard her, then thought better of it. She was the elderly lady who had stalked out of the salon last night. "Greetings," I called back, having no idea of her name. "You would like to interview me, I assume?" "We're conducting interviews, yes. You'll find Inspector Swift in the salon. I will meet you there shortly. Don't dawdle now." She slammed down the window. I hesitated, then bit back a sigh and headed for the house. "That was quick." Swift barely glanced up as I put Fogg on the floor. "You usually disappear for much longer." I didn't deign a response. "Ah, now isn't this interesting?" The steel-haired lady entered behind me, very upright in a starched white blouse, a necklace of fine pearls, and a pleated navy skirt. "And you have a proper hunting dog? Quite commendable." No one would describe Fogg as a proper hunting dog if they knew him. He wagged his tail in greeting. Fawcett stood up. Swift did the same. "Would you like to come and sit down, madam?" I offered in my most formal manner. I'd thought to escort her to the table, but she marched past me to sit in the only vacant chair. "Do you recall who I am?" she rapped. "No," I said, and dragged another chair from a nearby card table. Swift frowned at me. "You must be." He flicked through the statements in front of him and found the barely decipherable one, Miss Cicely Sissinghurst. "Precisely." She turned to me. "Major Lennox, your memory is abysmal and your manners require a polish. I encountered you in France in 1918. You were injured. I was in charge of the hospital administration and nursing, supplies, staff, that sort of thing. I walked the rounds with the doctors. I needed to know what was what. You were one of the flying officers' nasty wound. They thought they would lose you." She regarded me with glinting blue eyes. "Ah, right. I'd been caught by shrapnel and was out of action for weeks in the latter part of 18. I had very little recollection of it. Sorry, I don't recall meeting you. Why should you? Young men don't notice old ladies. We are merely shades of glories past. I am used to it." Swift cleared his throat. "I assume you would like to add to your statement, Miss Sissinghurst?" "No, I wouldn't," she replied tartly. "There's nothing to add." Swift flattened the paper on the table. I leaned over, trying to read the scrawl. "Cecily Sissinghurst of Honeycott House, Bath," Swift read. "I didn't kill him." The inference is preposterous. "Jack Dutton is my nephew." "You're Jack Dutton's aunt," I said, thinking it would have helped if someone had mentioned it. "Exactly. His mother was my sister. I would hardly be involved in the murder of my own nephew, would I?" Fawcett sat round-eyed. Fogg looked worried. Swift made a careful note. "Why do you think anyone would want to kill him?" I asked, as nobody seemed to want to question her. "Any number of reasons, I should think," she replied. I hid a grin. She was refreshingly blunt. At least we wouldn't have to worry about treading on eggshells with Miss Cicely Sissinghurst. There was something reductible about her. Upright, thin, 70-ish and unflinching. "Name some," I batted back. "Gambler, philanderer, misogynist, and charming and amusing, of course. Jack came into far too much money at far too young an age, and it ruined him." "Had he ever stolen anything, to your knowledge?" Swift asked. "No. Why should he?" What a ridiculous question. "Would you like a cup of tea, ma'am?" Fawcett asked. We turned to look at him. He blushed. "Well, I thought someone should offer, sirs, and there's no one around to bring it." "True," Swift agreed. "Assuming you would like tea, Miss Sissinghurst, naturally. Earl Grey, young man, no milk or sugar, 1 shot of whiskey." Fawcett blinked but didn't reply, just bowed and left. "You mentioned your nephew gambled," I attempted diplomacy. We'd been told Dutton had lost most of his fortune. Fiddlesticks. He had plenty left and he would have inherited my fortune when I go. Really, what sort of detectives are you? Swift stiffened at that, then wrote a note in his book and underlined it. Contents of Dutton's will. We were expressly told he was virtually bankrupt. I wasn't conceding. Then you were expressly misinformed, she retorted. I decided to switch tack. You were outside on the terrace at the time he died. It was far too warm in the ballroom. I sat on one of the benches against the ballroom wall. Jack and Bibi stalked out of the door nearest to me. I could sense there was tension between them. They went off in the darkness. Then I saw Jack again just after Bibi returned to the ballroom. What? Swift sat up. What time was that? I have no idea. Jack remained at a distance, sulking probably. I thought they'd had words. I'm not a meddler. I didn't seek him out. I stayed where I was. He slipped away, wouldn't want to talk to me anyway. I'd asked too many questions. That little man had just gone inside. Dandy Merriman, his name is. He was with that hysterical wife of his. Swift made notes on a fresh page. Merriman was with Tamara, I asked. Just to be clear, what time did they re-enter the ballroom? Really, Major Lennox? Her voice was clipped, her tone acerbic. How could I possibly know that? One doesn't wear a watch to a ball. Was it before or after Bibi had returned? Swift asked. After. Although they might have gone in and left again by another door for all I know. Did you see Lord Belvedere? I asked. Not outside, no. You were sitting on a bench. Which way were you facing? Swift asked. Towards the gardens. She nodded at the window. I was watching the moon, which was full and low in the sky. I had a very good view from the rooftop. The gardens are south-facing, I said. I know, Swift wrote it down. Did Baby and Dutton leave to your right or left? I asked, trying to orient the actions in my mind. They exited from the door to my right. Baby returned the same way. The Merrimans entered by the door to my left. She sounded quite certain of herself. I was still trying to keep up. Dutton had a sister, Charlotte. Her face fell at mention of the name. Yes, poor Charlotte. She was the reason I joined the war effort. I never married. Charlotte and Jack became my wards after their parents died. Charlotte was kindness itself, but Jack, her gaze drifted into the distance. He once brought me a butterfly cradled in his hands. I asked him to release it. When he thought I wasn't watching, he pulled off its wings. She directed a look at us. I told his tutor, and he thrashed him soundly, but Jack never changed. He just became more adept at hiding his nature, she sighed, whereas Charlotte was good through and through. She volunteered with the Red Cross as soon as we heard how bad it was. She went through training and was sent to nurse soldiers in France. You will know about the ambulance trains. She glared at us. We nodded in response. The country had train carriages refurbished as mobile hospitals, a great effort. They sent the carriages to France to carry the injured from the front, and Charlotte was asked to work on one of the ambulance trains. It was strafed by a German aeroplane, came off the rails, and Charlotte was killed along with many others. A common enough story, the corners of her mouth fell. Rather than sit about moping, I purchased Florence Nightingale's notes on nursing and set off to do my bit. She raised her chin. I proved to be a very good administrator, actually. Swift eyed her. You must have known Lord Belvedere's son, Harold. Harry, she corrected. Yes, and I am prepared to be blunt with you, gentlemen, providing you do not repeat a word of it. Do you agree? This is a murder inquiry, Swift replied. Very well, then I will not tell you. She made to stand. Sit down, please. Swift put down his pencil and closed his notebook. We won't repeat what you say. She nodded and settled back in her chair. Harry was weak, a nice boy but lacking fortitude. He adored Charlotte. They'd known each other most of their lives, and he followed her around like a puppy. He wrote to her from school and planned his entire future around her. A month after she died, he took off in his aeroplane and flew it into the ground. Lord Belvedere blamed Dutton. That statement wasn't actually true, but I wanted to see her reaction. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm quite aware of that. Augustus despised Jack. He always has. Jack was everything that Harry wasn't, yet Jack was bad where Harry was good, but her voice dropped again. Jack was affected by Charlotte's death, too. She was one of the few people he loved more than himself, possibly the only one. Jack had no sympathy for Harry, and when Harry broke down, Jack made his life harder. There was a war on, Jack told him, and everyone was suffering. I suppose you could interpret that as Jack contributing to Harry Belvedere's suicide, but the reality was quite different, and the inquiry supported it. Silence fell as we considered her words. She gazed unseeingly into the distance, her face lined and pensive. Swift spoke, breaking the quiet. Lord Belvedere stated Jack Dutton's funds had run out, yet you said he had money and would inherit your fortune one day. There's a contradiction there. So there is, she said dryly, arching her brows as though throwing a challenge. I doubt Lord Belvedere would think Jack was broke unless Dutton himself had informed him, I said. You'd better ask Augustus about it, hadn't you? She replied tartly, and stood up. Your constable is tardy. I shall ring for tea in my room. I stood too. Are you sorry Jack Dutton is dead? I wish I could say I was, but I cannot, she replied, and marched out. Chapter 8. What a palaver that was, sirs. Fawcett came in, struggling with a tray overflowing with teapot, cups, saucers, and the like, including biscuits. Downstairs is a right maze. I got lost twice among the storerooms. The corridors are all tiled white, doors going in every direction and no one around to ask. Anyway, eventually I found a kitchen boy and he helped me. He rambled on while pouring tea. I saw Miss Sissinghurst in the passage. She pinched the whiskey decanter from off the tray. He put our drinks in front of us. A lull settled while we sipped tea and made a start on the ginger snaps. Fawcett had found a couple of plain biscuits for Foggy and gave them to him, to the dog's delight. What did you make of her? I asked. Terrifying, Swift replied, but if she's telling the truth, we can take Belvedere off the suspects list. If she is, I muttered through another biscuit. He turned to Fawcett. Did you find anything in Dutton's bedroom? I'd forgotten that Fawcett had been sent to search it. Mr. Hathaway let me in. The coppers had left a note saying they didn't find anything suspicious and they hadn't moved anything. There was a carpet bag and a proper travelling trunk. It wasn't tidy. It was like he'd dropped the lid and walked out. Fawcett brushed crumbs from his jacket. He had stuff for warm weather and cold weather. Seems he really was going abroad, like he'd promised Lord Belvedere. Any tickets, leaflets or brochures for foreign parts? Swift held a teacup in one hand and ginger snap in the other. Nope. Fawcett shook his head. But there was a wad of money hidden behind the headboard. I don't think the coppers found it. It was all bound tight together with bands. Must have been over £300. I put it in the bottom of his carpet bag and Mr. Hathaway locked the door behind me. So Dutton had some money, I remarked. His lawyers should be able to discover how much he had, Swift said. They'll need to establish the extent of his estate to execute his will. Did you ask Miss Sissinghurst who his solicitor was? Fawcett asked. No, I answered. She rather commandeered the interview. She lives in Bath and Dutton spent his time in London, so I'd be surprised if she knew very much about his activities, Swift said. Belvedere's bound to know Dutton's man of law. I topped up my tea. Nobody liked Dutton, did they? Hardly surprising by the sound of it, and the jewel list implies some sort of scheme. Blackmail, perhaps, Swift deliberated, and Belvedere lied about Dutton not having any money. He might have lied about the whole thing. What makes you think that? I didn't agree. Belvedere has lawyers too. They would have known about Dutton's financial standing, Swift argued, and he tried to make us believe Dutton's death could be suicide. Was that why you think he mentioned his son's death? I said. I think he was explaining his own reasons for not liking Dutton, sir, Fawcett said. It didn't seem like he was trying to make accusations. He sounded genuine to me. Well, that was a fair assessment. A knock sounded at the door. Hathaway entered and walked across the room to where we were gathered about the table. I have received a request, sirs. Miss Beatrice Belvedere would like you to attend her in her rooms. That made us sit up. Now? I put my cup down. If you are so disposed, sirs, Hathaway replied gravely. He had another sheaf of papers under his arm. These are from the members of staff who were serving in the ballroom last night. Fawcett. Swift's reaction was instant. Stay here and sift through the papers. Pick out any that are pertinent. Fawcett's face fell, but he didn't argue. Aye, sir, and look after Fogg, I added. Will do, sir. He put a hand down to ruffle the dog's ears. Lead on, Hathaway, I told him. Certainly, sir. He made a nod of the head and set off. Baby's rooms were in the west wing, an area even more ornately decorated than the rest of the house. It was a trek to get there. The place was huge. We were shown into a private drawing room, smaller than the salon we'd been ensconced in, but twice the size of my drawing room at home. Bébé Belvedere lounged on a sumptuous yellow sofa with a novel in her hand, her blonde hair loose and brushed to gleaming. She wore silk pyjamas in vivid blue, yellow and pink under a matching dressing gown. The curtains were half drawn, allowing a slanting shaft of sunshine to spread across the elaborate rug on the floor. "Oh, it's you." She glanced up, then returned to her book. "I'm not inclined to receive guests." Hathaway didn't bat an eyelid. He merely indicated a matching yellow sofa, waited while we sat down, then left. Swift looked like thunder. I can't say I was very amused either. "Miss Belvedere," I said, "you asked to see us." She shot another glance from under thick lashes, then let go of the book. It dropped with a thud to the floor. "You're wasting your time here and your presence is an intrusion. There's nothing to investigate. I want you to leave us alone." Jack Dutton was murdered, Swift retaliated. "He was not," she snapped back. "He fell off the roof. There's no mystery to it." "People don't just fall off roofs," I retorted. There was nothing of the grief-stricken lover about her. She sounded petulant and spoilt. "Well, he did. I was with him. You were with him." I was incredulous. Swift leaned forward. "You had better explain yourself." She stared as though considering whether to go on. "It was just a stupid argument." He had been aloof, offhand. I wanted to talk, so we went onto the roof away from the others. He told me he was unable to go ahead with our marriage. Needless to say, I was incensed. "Then what happened?" Swift demanded. She looked away, her lips forming a moue. "I threw a glass of champagne in his face and left him standing there. I guessed. No." He stepped backwards against the parapet, and he fell. She shrugged, as though it were of little import. Neither of us said anything for a second. I recovered first. "You mean he fell over onto the roof or down to the ground?" "To the ground? It was his own fault." "You're lying," Swift cut in. "When the maid ran in, you were shocked. You were almost hysterical. How dare you accuse me of lying?" Her green eyes flashed. "Why didn't you tell anyone when he fell?" I demanded. "Why should I?" she snapped. "You intended to leave a corpse bleeding on the ground and not mention it to anyone." I couldn't believe what she was saying. Her face flushed. "Go away," she shouted. "I don't want you here. This is our house. You can't come and pry into our lives." She leapt off the sofa and ran to the door. "Go on, get out." She flung the door wide and pointed to the corridor. Swift stood up, as furious as she was. "It's us or Scotland Yard. Miss Sissinghurst said she saw Dutton alive after you returned to the ballroom," I told her. She glared at me. "She's old. It was dark." "You're only here because you want a reward. You're just like the rest, only after money." "Dutton was a jewel thief," I said, although I had no idea if it were true. Belvedere stared for a moment, then laughed. "Don't be absurd. Why on earth would he steal jewels?" We waited in silence, neither of us moving. Her laughter faded. "I will not tolerate this. Go away. Leave me alone." Her voice rose again. Luke Napier appeared in the open doorway holding a bunch of roses. "Hey, what's all this racket? Why the shouting?" Beeb's mouth opened and closed. "It's I! What are you doing here?" she stuttered, suddenly confused. "I thought you might be upset." "I brought these for you," he said, and raised the flowers. "I picked them myself." That's thoughtful. Won't you come in?" She stood back, apparently calm. Napier looked at us, brows raised in question. It was rather awkward, actually. That was an understatement. "They're leaving," Beeb said flatly. Swift stepped forward. "You're obstructing a murder inquiry, Miss Belvedere." "It wasn't murder," she hissed. Napier frowned. "Fine." I walked to the door, then stopped to look down at her. "But our investigation will continue and you will answer our questions." She glared at me. "I will not." Swift stalked out, his lips clamped in a tight line, dark eyes blazing with anger. Napier went in and she closed the door behind him. "Utterly bloody spoiled," he swore as we strode along the corridor. "She thinks she can feed us a blatant lie and dismiss us from the house. Wouldn't she be guilty of manslaughter if what she said were true?" He didn't answer for a moment. "Doubtful, but the police could start proceedings to determine it. Let's encourage them. She'll drop the lie quickly enough when the place is crawling with coppers." "What if it wasn't a lie?" "Miss Sissinghurst said she saw Dutton alive after Bibi had returned to the ballroom, and I believe her." We reached the marble staircase and headed for the salon. But why tell such a lie? He exclaimed. Is she trying to protect someone? Damn it, we haven't even begun to understand what's going on. We know some of it, Swift. Dutton was calling off their supposed engagement, and he'd brought excessive luggage with him, so he must have intended to clear out. With a promise of £10,000, Swift said dourly. Money, which, according to his aunt, he didn't actually need, unless he really was deeply in debt, I remarked. We have no idea of the true situation, Lennox. Well, that was certainly true. We entered the salon. Foggy rushed over to greet us, yipping with delight. Ah, sirs. Fawcett looked up from the statements scattered about the table. Dr. Fletcher telephoned with an initial report from the pathologist at Oxford. He said there wasn't any evidence of the dead bloke being attacked with anything, but he couldn't be absolutely sure given the state of the back of his head. He reached for his notebook and read out what he'd written. Tests are not yet complete. There are body fluids and blood to analyse. He grimaced. The post-mortem itself didn't show anything except he leaned over to peer at his words. Some food and drink in the stomach. Traces of alcohol were found in his eyebrows, ears and nasal passage. That's what Dr. Fletcher told me. Then he said he was heading over to the dig for lunch. Alcohol in his eyebrows. I was stunned. Swift slumped down on a chair. Damn and blast it. I sat down too, trying to think what the hell it meant. Fawcett frowned. What's wrong? Swift, grim-faced and simmering, related the encounter with baby Belvedere. Fawcett was as sceptical as we were. It sounds like she just made it up, thinking it would get rid of us. But if traces of alcohol were found in Dutton's eyebrows, someone must have thrown a drink in his face shortly before he died, I said. It doesn't mean he fell because of it, though, Swift replied. A knock sounded at the door. Hathaway stepped in. I hesitate to interrupt again. Sirs, but Lord Belvedere has requested you attend him in his library. Fawcett, gather the papers and meet us at the front, would you? And take Foggy, I ordered. What? Why, sir? Do as you're asked, I said. We left him stuffing the footmen's statements into his satchel. Swift was still fuming, but I saw anxiety in his eyes. Neither of us spoke as we traipsed after the butler. Belvedere didn't look any happier than Swift. I have been informed of the doctor's report, he said the moment we sat in front of his desk. My daughter has also spoken to me. A haunted look flitted across his face. Bibby told me she may have caused Dutton's death. It was an accident, of course. She had no intention. His voice tightened, and he paused to clear his throat. Hathaway is organising a telephone call with Chief Inspector Billings at Scotland Yard. I understand he has command over your activities. We will arrange matters between us. I wanted to thank you for your help. Naturally, I shall reimburse any expenses you may have incurred. Thank you, I said, and stood up. What? Swift was aghast. But there is the list of jewels that Dutton had, and Miss Sissinghurst saw him alive after Bibe returned to the ballroom. The matter is closed, gentlemen. Belvedere cut him off in a cold tone. None of the jewels are missing. I will talk to Miss Sissinghurst myself. She was no doubt mistaken. Your work here is complete. Come on, Swift, I said, and walked to the door. He hesitated, then followed, head down, shoulders stiff with anger. I drove home with Swift, objecting all the way. Actually, we weren't going home. We were heading for the dig. Lennox, Baby Belvedere lied. You heard Miss Sissinghurst. She saw Dutton, Swift said for the umpteenth time. Fawcett was quiet, sitting in troubled thought with Foggy on his knee. What if Baby threw champagne in Dutton's face, I said. But he didn't fall. She pushed him. Then Miss Sissinghurst had to be mistaken, and I don't believe she was. Swift had to shout over the noise of the engine. What if Miss Sissinghurst is covering up the truth? I slowed to a stop as a hay wagon trundled slowly across the road in front of us. A boy led 2 black shire horses by a worn rope, their coats glossy and slick with sweat in the warmth of the day. The rich scent of horses and hay mingled with the fumes from the Bentley's engine to protect Bebe. Swift sounded dubious. Then she should have checked with her first. So they told deliberate lies, sir, but they're proper aristocrats. Fawcett was shocked. Lying to the police is a serious offence. People frequently lie to the police, Fawcett, I said dryly. You must have noticed. I don't believe any of it, Swift said as we watched farm hands in blue dungarees follow the wagon down a rutted cart track. I reconsidered. Miss Sissinghurst would have to know what B.B. Belvedere was going to tell us, and I don't think she did. I shifted the car into gear. Which entirely contradicts what you just said about her protecting Bebby, Swift remarked. I grinned. Well, I can't be right all the time, Swift. He rolled his eyes. We entered the village of Ashton Steeple and coasted through the narrow lanes, then out towards the church and Percy's dig. Sir, Fawcett called as I pulled into the meadow. Will we be going back to Belvedere? Of course we will, I replied, just as soon as we've had lunch. Chapter 9. There wasn't as much activity at the dig as I'd expected. Someone had scythed the grass from the barrow, which was actually a long hillock in the shape of an upturned barge. Sticks had been placed along its length and breadth, with strings attached to form a grid across the contours. The scout tent, the one they use for jamborees, was visible at the far end of the meadow. People were milling around, and as I bumped the Bentley over the undulating ground, I could see others picnicking under the shade of sturdy oaks. Sirs, Tommy ran over. We've been working really hard, all of us putting up the tent together, and now we're having pies and sandwiches and cake, and there's even ice cream. It's spiffing. He was dressed in scout uniform, brown hair tousled, neckerchief skew-whiff, socks round his ankles as usual. Spiffing had recently returned to fashion, and Tommy now applied it to all things marvellous. Foggy leapt from the car the moment I switched off the engine. We climbed out behind him. Any butties left? Fawcett asked the lad. Tommy grinned. Mostly cucumber, and you'd best hurry, they're going fast. Tommy was my boot boy and lived with his aunt, my cook. They'd become my family of sorts, our family now that I was wed. We've been organised into teams and given instructions. Lady says that if we find something, we have to tell her. I think there'll be swords and gold. There might even be a chariot. That's what they did in the old days. They got buried with all their best stuff, like your car, sir. You think we should bury Major Lennox in his Bentley? Swift grinned at the boy. Best wait till he's dead, Fawcett said. Tommy giggled. I pretended to frown. Where's Lady Florence? Swift asked him. Inside the tent, sir. So's Angus. Percy must have heard the car because she came across the grass towards me. Hello, my love. She kissed me and smiled into my eyes. Isn't it wonderful? We have masses of volunteers. I thought you'd be digging. I took her hand and we walked toward the tent. Swift and Fawcett strode ahead with Tommy skipping alongside, full of questions about murder and whatever dark deeds were uncovered at Belvedere. We're not officially off yet. She looked radiant. We have to approach it professionally. I do want it to be fun, but this is genuine archaeology, and it's a burial site too. We mustn't forget that. We entered the tent to find it buzzing with activity. Members of the Women's Institute were in full bustle. A large tea urn alongside cups and saucers were arranged on one trestle table, another supported sandwiches, and a third was laden with freshly baked cakes of walnut, chocolate and strawberry. Greetings were called out as we made our way through the crowd to a quiet spot in a corner. I noticed a few speculative glances aimed my way. We're only providing food today as part of the grand opening, Percy said, slipping onto a bench. I sat beside her, my back against the canvas. And a jolly good thing too, I replied, being pretty sure I was footing the bill for the Beano. Foggy returned from wherever he'd dashed off to and sat panting at my feet. Greg's has been guarding some goodies for you. Percy looked about and spotted him amid an animated group of ladies. I wasn't sure you'd make it to lunch. We wouldn't have, but Bebby Belvedere attempted to throw a spanner in the works. We came away to let things calm down. Greg's finally noticed my arrival and excused himself from the women with a simpering grin and a raised bowler hat. Sir, I have saved lunch for you and Inspector Swift. He brought a covered basket and began to unpack apples, sandwiches, pork pies and sausage rolls wrapped in napkins. Thank you, old chap, I said, reaching for a slice of pie. Very prescient of you. Ahem, not at all, sir. He dissembled. I thought you would be certain to join m'lady. I aimed a hard stare at him. What made you think that? He brushed a non-existent crumb from his starched shirt front. I may have heard it mentioned that Miss Belvedere has confessed to the murder and is about to be taken in handcuffs to the cells in Oxford Police Station. It never ceased to amaze me how quickly gossip raced about the countryside. Utter nonsense. Swift's in charge of the case, and he's not about to arrest anyone. But Lord Belvedere has requested your and Inspector Swift's departure, sir. That would explain the curious glances as I entered the tent. Who's spreading these rumours? I could not say, sir. Yes, you could, Greggs. He crumbled at the tone of my voice. Mr. Trimble's great-niece works at Belvedere House, sir. She sent a message to him via the telephone operator, who mentioned it to the baker's wife, who is helping on the tea stall, and, word passed quite quickly around the tent. I finished the pork pie and regarded him. Who is Mr. Trimble's great-niece? Maisie Trimble, sir? She is the tweeny maid, he replied, then attempted to wriggle off. Should I bring tea and scones? Please, Greggs, Percy said as Swift and Florence arrived. We shall need enough for 4. Greggs went off, no doubt intending to stir the rumour mill still further. I remembered my manners and stood up. Florence smiled prettily, and Swift helped her take her seat. I was just telling Jonathan that there's all sorts of talk flying around, she said. I heard, I replied. Apparently Mr. Trimble has a great niece working at Belvedere House. We'll interview her when we return, Swift said, and reached for a sausage roll. So it isn't true about Bebe, Percy asked. She's not about to be arrested, Swift replied, but she has made a confession of sorts. He explained the morning's events as we ate lunch. We think it's a fabrication. It doesn't make sense, Percy picked up an apple. Why would she walk all the way across the roof and up the steps to the east wing holding a glass of champagne? Perhaps she thought they were going to toast their engagement, Florence offered. But there was an atmosphere between them, Percy responded. Did anyone test the sleeve of Jack Dutton's jacket or his handkerchief? Good thinking. I grinned with pride at my clever wife. Florence stared at Percy, then realised her meaning. Oh, so if he'd fallen over the parapet straight after she threw champagne in his face, he wouldn't have time to wipe away the alcohol. Exactly. Percy smiled. But if he had time to wipe it away with his sleeve or handkerchief, Bebe couldn't have caused his death. Or at least not in the way she described. He didn't have a handkerchief when we examined him, and his sleeves were dry, Swift told her, and there was no report of alcohol on his clothes. Oh, Percy sighed. I suppose that undermines my theory. Why would Bebe Belvedere admit that she was the cause of him falling? Florence said, looking puzzled. She thought we'd accept her explanation and leave. I finished the goodies and looked around for Greggs and the tea. I really don't believe she is so naive. Florence sounded dubious. She isn't naive, I replied, but she's certainly used to having her own way. She made it up on the spot without even thinking about the consequences. Swift was sarcastic. But there was some truth in it, Percy said. She must have thrown her drink at him, or it wouldn't have been found during the post-mortem. Greggs arrived bearing a tray. Tea and scones, sirs, m'ladies, he announced, and proceeded to serve each of us. Fawcett came with him and sat down next to Florence. It's all free, he grinned. Everyone's filling paper bags to take leftovers home. I frowned. Tommy ran over, holding Angus's hand. Sir, we had 2 helpings of cake each. The little boy was giggling with delight and had chocolate icing smeared all round his face. Florence immediately pulled a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe his mouth. Fawcett gazed for a moment. Inspector Swift, sir, one of the footmen wrote in their statements that they'd found a lady's handkerchief when they were cleaning up in the ballroom. Did he? Swift sat up, his expression sharpening. What did he say exactly? Fawcett opened his satchel and rummaged. Sorry, sir. I meant to tell you, but with all that was going on, I forgot. He held out a piece of paper. It's this one. Why is it so important? Percy and Florence explained to him as I leaned over Swift's shoulder. We scanned the brief account, which said that the footman had dutifully remained by the French windows and hadn't noticed the handkerchief until after the ball had ended so abruptly. He'd helped to clear up around the seating area and found the item under a chair. A white handkerchief of linen and lace, embroidered with the initials DR in lilac thread, Swift read out. There was a trace of lipstick on the hem. I passed it to Mrs. Gladstone. Who's Mrs. Gladstone? Florence asked. The housekeeper, I replied. DR could be Davinia Ryland. Swift was still staring at the statement. So it can't be Jack Dutton's, Percy said, or Bebe's. Swift suddenly grinned. No, but it might mean something. You mean it's a clue, sir? Fawcett said. Yes. You see, Lennox, police procedure, that's what counts in the end. He turned to Fawcett. Well done, the constable beamed. Although you should have mentioned it earlier, but it's been non-stop all morning, sir. Fawcett replied, his smile fading. It might not mean anything swift, I said, thinking he was getting carried away. Dr. Cyril Fletcher came into the tent, paused to look about, raised his trilby to the ladies and made a beeline for us. A gathering of sleuths and pursuers of the past, he chortled. I hope your morning was better spent than mine. I particularly dislike post-mortems. He gave a grim smile. Young Fawcett passed on the report, I trust. Fawcett nodded. I did, Dr. Fletcher, and it caused all sorts of trouble. How so? Fletcher sat down on the bench next to Percy. The alcohol on Dutton's face, I said. Ah, yes. There wasn't much, just traces on the hairs of his eyebrows and ears, and nose, he added. Extraordinary what these new scientific methods can uncover nowadays. I can't keep up with it. Cyril Fletcher had dressed as nattily as usual, with a kingfisher blue cravat adding a dash of colour to blazer, waistcoat and beige slacks. Did they test his clothes? Swift asked. They did, but it's rather more difficult on fabric. Skin and hair are far easier. Fletcher turned to the trestle tables, where the food was rapidly disappearing. Tommy, fetch a plate of sandwiches for Dr. Fletcher, would you? I told him. Oh, sir. He obviously wanted to listen. Now, I ordered. He went off, dragging his feet. There were spots of liquid on the lapels of his jacket, Fletcher continued. But apart from the blood seeping from the back of his head, nothing else of note. They've sent blood samples and the like for laboratory testing. You'll have to wait for those. Oh, and I have these. He pulled an envelope from his inside pocket. Jack Dutton's fingerprints. I was told you wanted them. He handed the envelope to Fawcett, who slipped it into his satchel. Tommy returned more quickly than expected. Dr. Fletcher, Miss Bliss says she's saved you a plate of the pickings, if you want to go and join her. We all looked over to where a mature lady of ample proportions was waving gaily, a smile lighting up her face. Ah! Dr. Fletcher stood up. Best go then. Can't disappoint the dear lady. Look, Tommy called. The vicar's arrived and he's got a shovel with him. Percy jumped up. Oh good, he's here to turn the first turf so we can officially open the excavation. Mr. Wright said we can dig too, Tommy began, but only when there's a grown-up with us. Frank Wright was the scoutmaster and very adept at keeping order among the youngsters. I think we should start at the pointy end. There might be a door into the inside. It stands to reason, Tommy continued in excitement. You as scouts can just dig right at the front end. We could reach it by tea time and open the door before it's even dark. Percy brushed down her slacks. Tommy, we are digging into the centre, and I have already tried to explain they didn't usually build chambers, so there won't be a door even if there was a chamber. It would have collapsed long before now. Wanna dig, Mama? Wanna go dig? Angus started pleading with Florence. Very well, come on then. She picked up the little boy, kissing his rosy cheek. Are you coming to watch, Lennox? Percy asked. Yes. I finished my tea, then took her hand. Foggy followed, trotting jauntily at our heels. The tent was emptying as people made their way into the sunshine. We followed the procession to join our elderly vicar, who was poised in front of the long barrow. Dearly beloved, he quavered, we are gathered here today to celebrate this unveiling. He peered vaguely at the crowd forming a semicircle in front of him, and with this spade, I.V.R., Lady Clementine from Ashton Hall stepped forward. Shall we dig together? Always colourfully dressed and smiling, she had recently settled in the village and quickly become a central part of local life. There had been a couple of murders at her house to begin with, but none of it had been her fault. I shall place the spade into the ground, and you can put your foot on it. She instructed and duly positioned the shovel at the designated spot. The vicar raised a shoe, wobbled precariously, and with a little guidance from Lady Clementine, managed to lean on the spade. May God bless this enterprise. Amen, he said, then beamed with delight. Everyone clapped. The scout team surged forward with spades at the ready, quickly followed by locals clad in dungarees and wielding picks. Well done, my love, I told Percy and gave her a squeeze. It's quite exciting, isn't it? She smiled joyfully. I kissed her on the cheek, and puts you back in your element. Yes, and I had better slow them down a little, or the soil sifters won't be able to keep up. Soil sifters, the Women's Institute. They're going to sieve the displaced soil to pick out anything of interest. She waved a hand towards a line of ladies trooping over, each holding a garden riddle. Lennox, Swift came over. Fawcett's waiting by your car. I'm right behind you, I told him, then paused to give my lovely wife another kiss before following him. I'd rather have stayed to watch what happened, but Swift had baby Belvedere in his sights, and I was still smarting at being so peremptorily dismissed. Fawcett was already in the back seat. "Foggy's helping with the digging, sir," he explained when I looked for my dog. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was sorry not to take him, although I was beginning to feel that there was something dark at Belvedere House. Perhaps it was better to leave him among the happy delvers after all. Chapter 10. Hathaway wavered for a moment when we presented ourselves at the front door. "I was under the impression that you were not expected to return, sirs." "Why?" I said. His lordship had inferred that this was the case, sir." "Let's hear what he has to say, then." I stepped into the hall. Swift and Fawcett entered with me, causing Hathaway to retreat in the face of our advance. "I'd like the handkerchief," Swift said. "Pardon, sir." Hathaway took another step backwards, one eyebrow twitching slightly. It was quite disconcerting, actually. "You see, Hathaway," I said amiably, "there are questions to be answered and evidence to uncover. We cannot close the case until we have all the facts. But this is a private residence, sir. His lordship is entirely within his bounds to refuse you entry." Hathaway stopped and stood his ground. "It's only a few questions. Nobody wants to obstruct the law. Now, do they?" Fawcett declared, sounding just like a proper policeman. The butler twitched again, then bowed. "Very well, sirs. If you would remain here, please, I will inform his lordship of your presence." He strode towards the rear of the house and out of view. A moment later, 5 footmen arrived to form a guard across our front, their livery of red and gold resplendent in the gleaming marbled hall. We maintained a determined line, but were clearly outnumbered. "Fawcett," I said, sotto voce, "go outside and round to the kitchen. Find Maisie Trimble and ask if she'll help. We need to get hold of the handkerchief before it's washed. She's really bossy, you know," he whispered back. "She won't do it just because I ask her to." "Remind her that you are the law," Swift muttered. "I'll try, sir," he replied glumly, "but she's never taken any notice of me before." He made a dash for the front door before anyone could stop him. Hathaway returned, his face deadpan. "His lordship will see you. Would you follow me, please?" He frowned as he realized Fawcett was no longer with us. "The constable, urgent police business," I replied. "Lead on, old chap." The footman parted, then fell in behind us. Hathaway continued through more passageways, and we emerged onto a broad terrace at the rear of the house, overlooking the spectacular gardens. The scent of roses wafted over us, a fountain tinkled nearby, birds sang from finely trimmed topiary. It was a perfect setting for a perfect day. Belvedere stood up at our entrance, as did the handsome young man beside him. The woman with them did not. She barely lifted her amber eyes. I recognized them as Lord Griffin and Lady Davinia Ryland. "Greetings," I said as we did the honours. "I had not anticipated your return, gentlemen." Belvedere resumed his seat opposite Lady Davinia. "Have you spoken to DCI Billings at Scotland Yard?" "I have not yet had the opportunity," Swift replied coolly, and sat down on a white wicker chair. "It was my intention to discuss matters with him, but he has proved elusive," Belvedere remarked, a frown creasing his high forehead. Both of us remained impassive, knowing that if Billings was elusive, it was because he had chosen to be. "He's probably occupied on a case," Swift said blandly. "Lady Ryland, I believe you have lost your handkerchief," I said. She moved her gaze to me. "Have I? Last night, at the ball." She looked rather glazed, as though not quite awake. "How do you know it belongs to my wife?" Lord Griffin Ryland challenged. "It has the initials D.R. "Stitched in lilac," Swift said, leaning forward in his chair. "Oh, was it mine?" Davinia murmured. "I do admire lilac, such a profuse colour, that made us look twice." "There would almost certainly be other guests with those initials, Inspector," Ryland replied, his eyes dark under black brows. "Would there?" Swift countered. Ryland turned to Belvedere. "Augustus Davinia is terribly tired. I don't think she should be troubled with anything so trivial." My focus remained on Davinia Ryland. I hadn't danced with her. She'd spent much of the evening whirling in someone or other's arms, apparently having a wonderful time. She was even more beautiful close up. Thick auburn hair swept away from her face, flawless skin, amber eyes almost gold in the light, and softly curving lips in an oval face. Her simple russet-coloured dress fitted her slender figure like a glove. She wore strap shoes the exact same shade. Her clutch bag was an exquisite jewel in its own right, made of gold silk, with gold sequins, beads and ribbons forming swirls and flowers. Swift turned to Lord Belvedere. "We have further interviews to conduct. New information has come to light, and we would like to formally request your continued cooperation." But my daughter Belvedere began, his voice hardening. Griffin Ryland rose and held a hand out to his wife in an elegant gesture. "Please excuse us. We were kept up unnecessarily late, and my wife took a powder to help her sleep. She hasn't quite recovered yet. Come along, Davinia." His voice was as polished as his person, immaculate grey suit tailored to perfection, black hair perfectly cut, skin smooth, tanned and gleaming with good health. Fawcett came striding towards us. "I've got it, sirs." Everyone stilled as he arrived at the table. "Has it been washed?" Swift asked, as Fawcett showed us the folded white fabric. "No, sir." He carefully unfolded the handkerchief, a ridiculously small, dainty square of linen and lace. "See the initials." He held it out. "Oh, there it is. I must have dropped it." Davinia reached out a slender hand. Fawcett backed away. "Sorry, milady, it's evidence. We'll have to keep it for now." Ryland frowned. "What are you talking about?" I ignored him and turned to Davinia. "Where did you drop the handkerchief, Lady Ryland?" "I gave it to Jack," she smiled wanly. "When?" Swift asked. Bibby was terribly angry and threw her drink in his face. "He didn't have a handkerchief." She giggled, then covered her mouth with a hand. "So you gave him yours," Swift continued. "Yes, he was wet. He didn't like it," she said. "Davinia." Ryland put a hand firmly under his wife's arm and helped her from her seat. "You must rest. This has been too much for you." Belvedere's face turned stony. He held a hand up. "One moment. Davinia, where was Bibby when she threw her drink in Dutton's face?" "On the terrace. It was dark. Beebe left him there. He was frightfully mad." She leaned on her husband's arm. "I was dancing, wasn't I, darling?" "Under the stars." "Davinia, you don't have to answer," Ryland tried to assure her, but was cut off by Belvedere. "You gave your handkerchief to Dutton," Belvedere demanded. "Then what did he do?" "Oh, he just wiped his face." Her voice had dropped to a whisper. "I tried to help." "Beebe was so silly. Please excuse us." Ryland put his arm around his wife's waist and almost dragged her away. We watched in silent vexation as they entered the house. "Sit down, Constable," Belvedere ordered sternly. "You need to explain yourselves. The handkerchief didn't take much explaining, nor the obvious implications. Beebe lied about Dutton's death to obstruct the investigation," Swift said bluntly. "And her so-called confession could have led to accusations of manslaughter or even murder," Fawcett added in serious tone. "And she wasted police time. It's not right, and she needs telling, your lordship." "Yes, thank you, Constable," Belvedere replied. "I apologize, gentlemen. I acted with unseemly haste. Please explain to me how you intend to proceed. We will complete our interviews with the suspects." Swift immediately launched into a litany of procedures and processes. I let my gaze drift across the gardens, then narrowed my eyes to focus on movement just beyond the elaborate parterre. Babe Belvedere and the tall American, Luke Napier, were walking together. She wore a straw hat and a floral summer frock. He wore the stiff new suit of this morning. She was laughing, so was he. They turned a corner and disappeared behind a hedge. Grief didn't appear to have stricken either of them. "What do you think may have happened last night?" Belvedere was saying. Hathaway came running up, his face deathly pale. Mim lord, something terrible. One of the maids, a plump lady in a navy Victorian-style housekeeper's uniform, was behind him, her cheeks pink from exertion. "A tragedy, lord, a tragedy," she gasped upstairs, quite dreadful. Swift sprang to his feet. "What is it?" "A body," Hathaway said. Lord, there's been another murder." Fawcett instantly pulled his whistle from his top pocket and blew hard on it, then stopped and let it drop on its chain. "Sorry, sir," he whispered. "Who is it?" Belvedere demanded, his face draining of colour. "Oh, dearie me," the housekeeper panted, barely able to catch her breath. "It's one of the laundry maids. Poor, poor soul. "Show us," I demanded. Hathaway set off at a run, tailcoat flapping, a most unlikely sight considering the normally imperturbable nature of the man. "Where is the body?" Swift demanded as we raced upstairs behind the butler. "The bathroom." He was trying to catch his breath. "The one Lady Finch uses." He turned into a corridor. "This way, Mr. Hathaway." The housekeeper stood at the bottom of the stairs, holding the banister. I cannot keep up. A number of staff had appeared and formed a huddle behind her. A fair-faced girl with red hair stepped forward and took her arm. "Bobby Fawcett, you come back down here and help me with Mrs. Gladstone up these stairs," she shouted. She had a determined look about her.
"Maisie, this is police work," Fawcett called back. "You'll have to manage best you can, and you'll be needin' Mrs. Gladstone, won't you? So you come right now, Bobby, or I'll be ringing your mam." Fawcett raced back down the stairs, his face scarlet, and grabbed the housekeeper's other arm. I took the maid to be Maisie Trimble, grandniece of Mr. Trimble, the beekeeper of Ashton Steeple. Hathaway reached a door at the end of a long corridor and flung it open. "In here, m'lord." We crowded into the room. It was a bathroom, white tiled with mahogany woodwork, a shelf holding soaps, a perfume bottle in green glass, an empty jar of bath salts, and a large enamel bath. A young woman lay in it, fully dressed in a brown and white uniform, the water lifting the cotton cloth to float about her stockinged legs. She wore brown shoes. It seemed incongruous, the laces neatly tied in bows. Roses were floating around her body. More lay on her chest, surrounding the handle of a knife, stuck just below the breastbone. Blood still seeped from the wound, although there was less than expected, the fine blade having all but sealed the wound. Her hands were either side of the knife, not as though trying to remove it, but simply resting around the handle. "What's her name?" Swift went to the tub. He was already in full detecting mode, while everyone else stood in shocked silence. "Sally Ann Sutton," Sir Hathaway replied, trying to steady his voice. "She works in the laundry room." "How was she found?" Belvedere asked, his eyes fixed on the girl's face, which was serene as though asleep, a plain face, lips parted, brown hair untidily pinned under a white cap, which had half slipped into the water behind her. "Lady Finch discovered her, milord." Hathaway was recovering his composure. She had intended to take a bath. When she saw the poor girl, she rang the bell. Mrs. Gladstone answered and found this. He gestured at the bath. "Where is Lady Finch now?" Swift had raised the maid's hand to feel for a pulse, an act of extreme optimism given the circumstances, returned to her room. Mrs. Gladstone was still puffing for breath. She rang her bell and said someone must go to the bathroom. I thought I should go myself in case it was a delicate matter. Fawcett manoeuvred around the small crowd to reach Swift's side. He rooted out a magnifying glass from his satchel and held it out to Swift. "Dead," Swift muttered, "but she's still warm. This probably only happened an hour or two ago." Fawcett put his hand in the bathwater. "The water's cool, sir. It might have hastened the drop in her temperature. Hathaway, call the police." Belvedere looked to the ladies. "And would the female staff please leave?" "We will retire to my parlour, Mr. Hathaway," Mrs. Gladstone said quietly, her face sagging in heavy creases. "Come along, Maisie." "I'm right with you, Mrs. Gladstone," Maisie replied, then glanced again at the dead maid. Poor Sally Ann. I hope it didn't hurt. She suddenly looked sad. She wasn't the nicest person, but that's a dreadful thing to happen to her. They left, the pretty red-headed girl helping the tottering housekeeper, who had pulled a handkerchief from the folds of her navy uniform and begun dabbing her eyes with it. Hathaway went out behind them. Swift looked up from his careful search of the dead girl's pockets, finding nothing but a few coins. "Lord Belvedere, it would be easier if we were allowed to examine the crime scene undisturbed. Yes, and I should speak to the staff." Lord Belvedere stared again at the body. The full import of the murder seemed to have hit home. "Someone here has perpetrated this atrocity in my house. You must find out who is behind this." His face hardened. "You must put a stop to it." "We need to find out when she was last seen alive and her movements today," I told him. "Then you need Hathaway," he said. "I shall go and discuss this with him." He walked out muttering to himself, his equilibrium entirely thrown. "What do you make of it, Swift?" I moved closer to the bath where he was wielding the magnifying glass.
She must have been killed in here, Swift replied, shifting his weight as he focused on the fingernails of the hand nearest him. It doesn't look as if she fought back. The killer probably stabbed her and pushed her backwards so that she landed in the bath. He leaned over to pick up her other hand. Little blood has been lost. The blade has plugged the wound. There are faint marks around her nose and mouth. I could just make out bruising in the pale flesh. I also realized she was wearing face powder and a trace of lipstick. That was a surprise. Such fripperies were usually forbidden to servants. Swift sat back on his heels. What do you think, Constable? Fawcett appeared surprised to be asked for his opinion, but stepped forward to gaze at the maid's face. Looks like someone put their hand over her mouth while she died, trying to stifle any noise, I suppose. Her face powder is smudged, so's her lipstick. He leaned further over, though she wasn't wearing much. But why run the bath, I said. That would certainly make a noise, Fawcett thought. Maybe it was to cover up their voices. She must have been meeting someone. But this is a very quiet area of the house, Swift replied. There would be no need. And there's no water on the floor, I said, because there wasn't. They both turned to me. Oh yes, Fawcett said, his eyes widening. And there would be if she'd been pushed in there so the bath was filled after she was stabbed. Exactly, I said. Swift thought it through, either with cold water to cool the body or very hot water to keep it warm longer. So we don't know what time she was murdered, Fawcett said, then looked at us. That's dastardly, sir. Swift put his hand to his chin. Well deduced, Constable. Thank you, sir. Fawcett grinned, then turned serious again. The roses are from the garden, I remarked. Luke Napier was holding a bunch just like them this morning. I picked up a pink bloom floating in the water by the maid's legs. There are flowers like that in vases all over the house, sir, Fawcett reminded me. I thought about the actions of murderer and victim. He must have contacted her somehow, asked her to meet him here. I scanned the room again. It wasn't particularly spacious. He probably locked the door. He wouldn't want anyone else to enter. She knocked. He was behind the door. She entered, and he attacked her. Possibly, Swift replied. If she'd had time to see the knife, she'd have reacted, called out, and tried to defend herself. I frowned. Why the roses? It might have been a woman, sir, Fawcett said. You can't be sure it was a man. She'd have to quite strong or capable anyway, I remarked. What was in her pockets? A half-crown and a couple of pennies. We should search her room. Swift stood up. Fawcett, dust in here for fingerprints. But I thought you said we couldn't. There are fewer people in the house now, Swift cut in, and Belvedere is fully on side. Right, sir. Fawcett rummaged in his satchel and pulled out a jam jar and soft brush, both lightly smeared with grey dust. I'll get to work before the doctor and ambulance turn up. He unscrewed the lid of the jar. Sir, if we don't have a camera, how am I supposed to record any fingerprints we find? Once the medics arrive, they'll mess everything up. You'll have to draw them, I said. That's not very good, sir, and it's not proper evidence either. He was brushing powder on the side of the enamel bath as he spoke. I'm not convinced about using a camera. Swift was kneeling behind the door, gazing at the floor through the magnifying glass, looking for footprints. It takes a long time to develop negatives, and if the photograph is blurred, we'll lose vital evidence. What about a sticking plaster? I suggested. You could place it over the powdered print and see if it will pick up an impression. They both looked at me. Interesting idea. Swift turned to Fawcett. Do you have any sticking plasters? Aye, sir, in my satchel. I always carry them just in case. He dug about and produced a red and white tin with Sentinel Junior Ace First Aid Kit imprinted on it. Now, what we need to do, he found a beige plaster, is to make a print. He carefully pressed his forefinger onto the lip of the bathtub, then brushed powder over it. Dust it, blow off the excess, then stick the plaster over it. He duly did so, then lifted the plaster to gaze at the residue. We leaned over his shoulder to look. The powder had stuck, but it was more of a blob. Even if it worked, we can't transfer it to paper. Swift was unimpressed. I still think we need a camera, Fawcett said. A light knock sounded on the door. Sirs, Hathaway called. The police are pulling up at the front door. Chapter 11. I went into the corridor. Swift followed, closing the door behind him. The police will have to wait until Constable Fawcett has finished, he said. Hathaway had paled and was obviously perturbed. Should I arrange refreshments, sirs? Yes, tea and biscuits all round, I replied. Create a delay. Hathaway nodded. Very well, sir. Where is Lord Belvedere? Swift asked, addressing the staff in the servants' hall, sir. He is attempting to reassure them that everything possible is being done to protect them. And the guests, naturally, nobody is allowed to leave the house or grounds, Swift said, predictably. This is being made quite clear, sir, Hathaway replied. Was Sally Ann Sutton a popular girl? I asked, partly to steer the conversation away from procedure. The butler's eyes slipped to the closed door where the maid still lay in the bath. Not particularly, sir. She had only joined us a few months ago and was rather disparaging about being in service. Then why did she take the job? Swift asked. When she was interviewed, she seemed keen. I do not know why she changed her mind, sir. Hathaway was obviously troubled. I suppose he was ultimately responsible for appointing staff, and the awful death must be affecting him too. I'll go and join Lord Belvedere below stairs, Swift decided. Someone must have seen or heard something. Where's Lady Finch's room? I asked. I could show you if you wish, sir, Hathaway offered. Please do, I agreed. Swift, I'll see you later. Swift opened the bathroom door, rapped out more orders to Fawcett, then marched towards the stairs. I followed Hathaway. The Finch's rooms were some considerable distance from the bathroom, though on the same floor. Hathaway paused at a door. Should I knock, sir, please? I agreed. How he remembered which door was, which was beyond me. Then I saw a small brass plate, 34, high up on the door jamb. He rapped on the centre panel. Nothing happened, so I turned the handle and walked in. A snort, then a snore greeted me. Lady Finch was lying on a sofa, sound asleep in a garment-strewn bedroom. There was no sign of Sir Aubrey Finch. Hathaway took a hasty step back. Ahem, sir. I shall return to Lord Belvedere now, he said, then beat a retreat before I could reply. I hesitated, wondering how to deal with Sleeping Beauty. Actually, she wasn't beautiful, or at least not any more, square-built, fleshy, with white hair curling round a nightcap tied below a double chin. She wore a thick dressing gown in pink chenille and a peach cotton nightgown below. You'd think she'd have dressed by now, but I suppose she'd been waiting for her bath. Somehow I'd expected her to be awake and rather agitated, given the dead girl she'd just found. It did give me a chance to prowl, though. Her dressing table was a jumble of cosmetics, brushes and jars. A jewellery box sat among the mess, the key left next to it. It only took a minute to open it and rifle through the precious gewgaws. I extracted the sapphire necklace I'd seen her wearing last night. She snuffled in her sleep as I dropped it into my jacket pocket. "Arg!" she shrieked, suddenly very much awake. "What are you doing? She yanked her dressing gown together and stood up. "How dare you, Lady Finch? I apologise," I stuttered. "I wanted to ask you, commiserate on the shock you have had, the death of the poor maid." I was distinctly on the back foot, and she was advancing towards me with ire in her eyes. "Who are you?" she demanded. "What?" "Wait, where are my glasses?" "Breast pocket," I said, and tried not to point. "Aha!" She pulled them out and stuck them on her nose. "So, Major Lennox, the sleuth, where's the other one? He's had to, go, I babbled, then pulled myself together. "It's the maid. You found her." "I did, yes, terrible. What was she doing there?" Surely it wasn't self-inflicted. No, it was not. She seemed to be talking to herself, too quick, a knife to the heart. And why a cold bath? "How do you know it was cold?" "What?" She peered up at me again. I put my hand in. "But why was the bath full? I have been considering the matter. I lay on the sofa. It helps, you know, does it?" I wondered if she'd been drinking. "Don't you do that? What?" "Lie down and cogitate." She squinted up at me through the glasses. "I'm a writer, you know, mystery novels. I specialise in complicated murders, and this is a ticklish one. Very ticklish." She came even closer. "Handsome chap, aren't you?" I got a grip of myself. "Lady Patricia. This is important. It's murder, and we are running an investigation." "I should hope you are. Never going to catch the blighter by lurking in people's bedrooms, are you?" "May I ask you a few questions?" I said firmly. "About Jack Dutton and the dead maid. Would you prefer to sit down?" I indicated the blue sofa she'd been snoozing on. "If you sit next to me," she said archly, then chortled when she saw my horrified expression. Oh, you youngsters of today, you think we Victorians were staid old biddies. Balderdash, we were nothing of the sort. She trailed over to the sofa and plonked herself down. I pulled up a chair upholstered in the same colour. I recalled her statement from last night. It was even more succinct than the others. She had scribbled nothing to add. "Were you wearing your glasses yesterday evening at the ball?" I began. "No, don't be preposterous." She raised white brows. Specs would look hideous with a ball gown. I hid a smile. She was actually quite funny. "Why did you decide to use a bathroom so far from your room? Aren't you going to take notes?" she demanded. That was something I disliked. Swift was the one for writing everything down. I preferred to watch and listen. Besides, my handwriting was atrocious. Fine. I dug inside my tweed jacket for a notebook and pulled it out, along with a stub of pencil. "Don't happen to know the date, do you? July 14th, 1923. Patricia Finch, lady, 18 Manor Gardens, London SW1. Mystery writer extraordinaire. Ever murdered anyone?" I asked as I wrote frequently, but only in my overactive imagination. She laughed, then sighed. "Oh, this is wrong of me. That girl has had her life taken from her. It's no matter for levity." I could only agree with her. "You haven't answered your question." I know. The fine lines around her eyes deepened. "We usually stay in that part of the house. Augustus knows I am a creature of habit, but for some reason we were assigned these rooms. It was only for one night, so I didn't quibble, but as we've been ordered to remain, I decided to freshen up. Naturally, I went to my usual bathroom. She looked at me from behind the thick lenses of her gold-rimmed spectacles. I didn't hear or see anything. I merely marched in with my towel, bath cap and wash bag, and there she was, I wrote. "Someone changed the Finch's usual rooms. Why? Had you met the maid Sally Ann before?" "She was assigned to me. We are all assigned maids when we come. It is hardly worth bringing one's own maid for a single night, and besides there's such a crush Augustus prefers we don't. Shooting weekends are different, of course." "Didn't you ring for Sally Ann when you decided to take a bath?" "No, she was quite hopeless. She had no idea, and was even less interested. Look at my room." She waved a hand about the mess. "She should have tidied up before I woke, but I don't believe she set foot in here today." "Did she help you dress last evening?" After a fashion, she was more interested in the contents of my jewellery box than anything else. That was interesting. "Sally Ann, keen on sparklers," I wrote, then remembered the necklace in my pocket. Probably best not to mention it. "Did Jack Dutton ever take an interest in your jewellery?" She stared at me. "Good heavens, no. Why on earth would he?" I bit back a sigh. Why didn't people just answer questions, instead of my having to drag it out of them? "You obviously knew him well." "Of course, Cicely took him over when his parents died." She saw my expression and chortled again. "It's rather fun to be interrogated by such a gallant young man. Nobody takes any notice of us old bats, you know." She sat up. "Well, I suppose I should stop teasing you. Cicely Sissinghurst is my sister, which you must realise I hadn't realised because they looked quite different, but it made sense now that she said it. I wrote, PFO, also aunt to Dutton. Jack and Charlotte Dutton's parents died when they were children. They stayed with Cicely when not away at school. Jack inherited the fortune. He was only 10 and already an arrogant little monkey." "How did their parents die?" I asked. "I'm coming to that," she replied tartly. "You just write." "Fine," I muttered, and scribbled, "Dutton, monkey, inherited loot, 10. It was a car accident. There were barely any of the contraptions on the roads, but Bertie Dutton had to have one. Anyway, he drove far too fast, the brakes failed, and he ran into a brick wall. Our sister was with him, their mother, you realise, of course. Terrible mess. More money than sense. Jack was the same." "Right," I said in encouragement. I put pencil again to paper and broke the lead. "Blast. Oh, never mind. You'll just have to remember it now. The children were educated at the best schools, and I think you know that poor Charlotte died during the war." "Yes, Jack suffered. He loved her, but he bounced back and came out of it with even more bravado than before. He treated everything and everyone as a plaything. He'd chase the ladies and drop them on a whim. I wasn't close to him, you understand?" She waved a hand. "This is all hearsay. Well, gossip, actually. Lately he had taken aim at Belvedere. She had recently divorced. Who from? I leaned back in the overstuffed chair and tried to stretch out my legs. From whom? She corrected. Really, Major Lennox, Charles Cranmer, he's Davinia Ryland's older brother. So silly of Bebe. The Cranmer family are top-notch. You can't get better outside of royalty. And she leaned forward to hold up a finger. Charles Cranmer was besotted with her. The divorce caused such a stink, you must have heard about it. It was all over those dreadful society rags. I attempted to say I never read them, but she bulldozed on. Jack was involved. Not that Bebe's blameless. She's utterly self-centered and is as likely to have manipulated him as he would her. Who was the co-respondent in the divorce? Divorces were difficult and horribly contentious. Usually they could only be obtained through proof of adultery. Jack, of course. I told you he was involved. Bebe asked him and he was more than willing. So she petitioned for it? I asked, just to be clear. Yes, really, you should keep up with the world, Major Lennox, she chided. Despite his confession to the divorce court, they were supposedly just friends, and the romance grew later. But who knows? She gave an elaborate shrug. And now he's lying in the morgue, barely cold, and she's swanning about with that tall American. How long had Dutton been having an affair with Bebe? I rooted about for another pencil, because I really should take this down. Wait, she fetched a voluminous handbag and found one for me. Here, and make proper notes, not the barely legible scribbles you've written. Right, I bit back my exasperation. Fire away. Well, they've been friends forever, as you must know from my sister Cecily. Their lives are quite typical of the young scene nowadays, skipping from one fashionable venue to the next, expensive cars, extravagant baubles, outlandish clothes, music, dancing, all the usual debauchery. She sighed. At least we were discreet about it, whereas they insist on flaunting themselves before the world, and I'll tell you, the world doesn't appreciate it. There's suffering and hardship. We were told Dutton had run through his fortune. I cut in before she rambled on. She laughed. What rot! He accumulated more, if anything. He was rather keen on money. It glossed the path of life, he used to say, and gilded the mundane. A knock at the door caused us to look round. Hathaway slipped in. Sir, Inspector Swift requests that you join him and Lord Belvedere. I stood up, rather keen to escape. Right with you, I bowed. Thank you, Lady Patricia. She raised a pudgy hand. I duly gave it a peck. I will pen my own report, Major Lennox, she said. I'm sure your inspector will appreciate it. I'm sure he will, I agreed with a grin, and followed Hathaway out. The body is being removed, sir, he told me, as we walked in the direction of the bathroom. The inspector is with the doctor and the ambulance personnel. And the police? They have been observing, sir, nothing more. Inspector Swift appears to have captured the high ground, as it were. They were trooping out when we reached them. The body was on a stretcher under a blanket, with a line of uniformed policemen following. Water dripped in their wake. I didn't like to mention it. Heathcliff, there you are, Cyril Fletcher greeted me, dropping like flies, too, in less than 24 hours. That must be a record. I grinned. Not that it was amusing, but Dr. Cyril Fletcher was always a bright spot. Swift was still in police mode. Would you like to repeat your initial findings to Major Lennox, Doctor? Ah, yes. Fletcher smoothed his blue cravat and stood to attention. Quick, brutal and fast, the knife was thrust into her heart. The power of the blow pushed her backwards into the bathtub. The murderer probably held a hand or glove over her mouth to stop any noise. It was well planned and well executed. This isn't the same sort of death as last night. Dutton was merely shoved over the parapet. This was deliberate and with malice aforethought. And rather frightening for the members of my household. Lord Belvedere had been watching the procession make its way towards the stairs. Whoever is behind it must be caught, gentlemen. We could do nothing other than agree. He excused himself and went to follow the sad cortege. Hathaway trailed a few steps behind, his head respectfully bowed. A footman armed with a mop appeared and followed at a distance, mopping up the drips of water. By the by, Fletcher said, I had a message from the pathologist before I was called to return here. The blood tests have thrown up a curious find. What was that? Swift was all ears. Opium. Dutton had a great deal of it in his system, and he'd obviously been taking it for quite some time. Chapter 12. Opium. I was astonished to hear that. Swift's dark brows gathered. How was he ingesting it? Smoking, we believe. There were no sign he was injecting, Fletcher replied, his lips in a tight line. Perhaps it was for pain relief, I said. Did you find any evidence of serious injuries? Apart from those acquired falling off the roof, you mean, Fletcher said wryly. Nothing showed up, but I'll put in a request to the War Office, assuming they're still functioning. They should have kept a record if he was damaged in the line of duty. His aunt, Cicely Sissinghurst, might know, I suggested. She was in charge of administration at a field hospital in France. Was she now? A light gleamed in Cyril Fletcher's eyes, and with knowledge of medical matters. She sounds just the sort of lady I should speak to. I grinned. Cyril Fletcher was on a par with my butler where it came to the fairer sex. Neither had ever married, but both retained a roving eye. Perhaps you could talk to her and see what she knows of Dutton's medical history. A good thought, my boy. I'll see if I can find a footman to show me the way, Toodle Pip. He raised a hand and made for the stairs. If Dutton was smoking opium, he was probably an addict, Swift said. I know, but some soldiers used to take it in low doses to fend off the pain. Not everyone becomes dependent on it. He glanced at me, skepticism in his lean face. As Lord Belvedere said, things were never as they appeared with Jack Dutton. There wasn't any smoking paraphernalia in his room, or Fawcett would have found it. Smoking opium requires a pipe. Yes, Lennox, I'm well aware of that. I walked the beat in London when I first joined the force. Where's the maid's room? There had to be a connection between the deaths. I sent Fawcett up there. He's finished in the bathroom. He glanced along the corridor. Come on, we can see how the search is going. He set off without waiting for a reply. I put my hands in pockets and strolled along at my own pace. Swift stopped to wait for me at the main staircase, frowning. Did the servants have anything to say, I asked. When I caught up, he'd been gathering information or some such while I'd been talking to Lady Patricia Finch. Sally Ann hadn't taken to life here, apparently. She didn't make any effort to fit in and was often absent. There was a tremendous amount of work in the laundry this morning after the ball, but she didn't turn up. Nobody was particularly surprised. She had a habit of disappearing. They looked in her room, but she wasn't there, and they were far too busy to go searching for her. Mrs. Gladstone intended to fire her when things calmed down. Apparently Sally Ann was aware of this. We had to divert along a passage to find the back stairs to the servants' quarters. She was assigned as lady's maid to Patricia Finch, I said, but she hadn't gone there either. Dr. Fletcher thought she could have been killed around lunchtime, but I explained the theory of the bathwater, so we can't be sure. I nodded. Any thoughts why she was killed? Perhaps she saw something. He stopped marching and slowed to a normal pace, his eyes on the thin carpet running along the drab corridor. But I doubt it. She'd been working with the other staff all evening. They had to clear the tables and linen after the buffet finished around midnight, and then they were supposed to help their assigned guests to undress if required, the red-haired girl. Maisie Trimble, yes, he smiled. She has Fawcett running in circles, anyway. Maisie said Sally Ann was with the rest of the staff in the servants' hall as they waited for the ball to finish. Several of them can attest to her being there until Dutton's body was found, so she wasn't involved in that. He pushed open the door at the end of the corridor. Up here, we trotted up a steep flight of wooden stairs. Swift must have done some exploring because he seemed to be finding his way around more easily. Lady Patricia is a novelist and the sister of Cicely Sissinghurst, I told him, which means both ladies were his aunts, and both were adamant Dutton had plenty of money. I doubt either lady would know of his opium habit. I pulled the sapphire necklace from my pocket. I picked this up from Lady Patricia's room. Well done, he grinned, then stopped at a half-open door and knocked. Fawcett? In here, sir? The constable called back. We entered a small, dingy room, ill-lit from a north-facing window set high in the wall. Found anything? Swift asked. Lots of things, sir, Fawcett grinned. Fancy-dancy clobber, a suitcase packed ready to go, and a weird pipe with a tin of stinky brown paste. He'd opened the suitcase on the narrow brass bed and removed most of the contents to make small piles around it. There was a vanity case full of cosmetics and various bottles of perfume, brightly coloured frocks in cheap rayon, silk stockings and 5 pairs of shoes. Only one pair were the sensible country type. The rest were in gaudy colours, with high heels and thin straps, dancing shoes, Swift muttered, and turned one over. The sole and heel were badly worn down. Yes, and look at this. Fawcett held out a card, his dark eyes gleaming with excitement. It was pamphlet-sized, and on it, printed in black and red lettering, Club Gerard, Gerrard Street, W1, Special Entertainment Night, attractions girls, 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 handsome prizes for foxtrot, beauty competition and spot dancing. Is Gerrard Street in London, sir? Yes, in Chinatown. Swift's face turned grim. And this... He picked up a long wooden pipe with a silver bowl attached a third of the way along. Is for smoking opium? Oh, Fawcett's eyes widened. I've heard of opium. That's a really bad drug. Swift untwisted the silver bowl and sniffed the contents. It is, and it's a strong mix by the smell of it. Bit rum, isn't it? Fawcett said. This is one of the poshest houses in the country, and there's evil narcotics in it. I doubt Belvedere knows anything about it, I said, hoping that was the case. There'll be a terrible scandal if it comes out in the papers, Fawcett added. Any fingerprints? Swift asked. Dust was apparent on all the hard surfaces. Nothing in the bathroom she was killed in. I think that must have been wiped clean, but there were prints all over in here. I've got drawings of them. Most were Sally Ann's. I took her prints myself while I was in with her. There aren't any of Mr. Dutton's prints in here, but there's some on the pipe and tin, and hers are on them too. His were mostly smudged. It looked like her prints were on top of his. Swift nodded. So there's a clear connection. That came as no surprise to either of us. There's a letter half written, sir. I'm pretty sure it's by Sally Ann. There's a couple of other notes with it, and it's all the same handwriting. He flicked through his notebook and pulled out a folded piece of thin paper. Hey Betty, I'll be back at the weekend. Been stuck in a Ponzi place by order of his nibs all this time, well past bearing it. Bunch of blue noses, not so much as a giggle between them. Can't wait to get my glad rags on and back in the swing. That's as far as she wrote. His face fell. She must have been frightened when Mr. Dutton died. She could have come to us, but chose not to, I remarked. She was working for Dutton and was sent here for some reason, Swift surmised. A spy, possibly, or a thief, or a supplier. I picked up the tin canister. I was familiar with morphine from the war, but had rarely encountered illicit drugs. The lid was tightly fastened, and I had to prise it up with my nails. Do you think he gave her the opium paraphernalia, or she took it from his room when she heard he'd died? I'd guess she took it from his room before it was searched, Fawcett said. Damn, Swift muttered. I told you we should have gone over it last night. She would still have beaten us to it, Swift, I replied. The paste stank of musty earth and something rotten. The fumes made my head spin. I closed the lid firmly and passed it to Fawcett. Did she have any paste of her own? Couldn't find any, Fawcett said. I've had a good look around. Swift looked at Sally Ann's belongings. This is all evidence. We need to secure it. I know, sir. Should we take it away with us? Yes, put it in the car, hide it under the blanket. Swift decided. Fawcett began repacking the suitcase, carefully laying the drug paraphernalia among the clothes. Come on, Lennox. Swift made for the door. We should talk to the housekeeper. Fine, I muttered as he marched off. The housekeeper's parlour was all the way downstairs, as such parlours always are. We tried to collect our thoughts as we descended. I related what I'd learned from Lady Patricia. I was surprised to hear they were sisters, Swift said. If you look beyond Lady Patricia's generous contours, there is a resemblance. Where was Sir Aubrey? No idea, I said. We spotted a maid and asked her to point us in the right direction. You'd best follow me, sirs. She hastened off, her quick steps causing the skirts of her brown and white uniform to flap stiffly. Did you know Sally Ann? Swift began, always keen on fact-finding. She sniffed. Kept away from her, sir. She was no good, always on the scrounge for money. She didn't fit in here. She stopped at a door set beyond the staircase, in a quiet area of the house. I must be going. It's bedlam today, she muttered, and promptly left. Swift knocked, and we went in. The parlour was empty of life. He hesitated. I took a casual glance about. The upper echelons of staff often had furniture and fabrics passed down from the house. While outdated or worn, it was usually of the finest quality, as indeed it was in this case. A jumble of styles, a china cabinet in rosewood, an oak table, a plethora of rugs, knick-knacks crowding a windowsill and wing-back chairs with plumped chintz cushions set before an unlit fire. "Did you make notes?" Swift took a seat at the circular table, a window let in sunshine, lighting a vase of Michaelmas daisies in the centre. I took the chair opposite and pulled out my notebook. "Of course," I said, although they didn't make much sense. The day had been frenetic, and a further violent murder had added a confusing haze to events. My mind was still heavy with lack of sleep, and I realized that names and faces were beginning to muddle in my mind. We should exchange notes while we're waiting for Mrs. Gladstone. Fine. An inkstand with pen and small blotter was next to the vase of flowers. I picked up the pen, unscrewed the lid and checked it for ink. Right. I pressed on the nib, causing a blot to form on the page. Sally Ann Sutton, dead. I dabbed the blotter over the ink. What time? Impossible to say. Swift leaned back in his chair. "We don't know if she was killed a few hours ago and left in cold water, or many hours ago and left in hot water." I wrote a large question mark against that one. "Stabbed to death," I said, half to myself. "What about the knife? Steak knife from somewhere in the house, according to the chef." He confirmed it when I questioned the servants. He saw the body? That surprised me. No, Hathaway recognized the handle and had them count the cutlery. A knife was missing. I wrote it down. Does that make it more or less likely to be a servant or a guest? "The knives were used by the guests last night and again at breakfast this morning," Swift replied. "There were more knives in the dining room. It could have come from any of those areas. They hadn't counted the cutlery since the ball." He'd obviously thought of all this already. "Who? What? When? Where?" I muttered. "Actually, it's motive, means, and opportunity," Swift corrected. I ignored him. "Who was in the house when she was killed?" He folded his arms. "Lord Belvedere, B.B., Luke Napier, Sir Aubrey Finch and his wife, Lady Patricia." "Wait, I can't write that fast." He grinned. "Really? I've no idea why he thought that was amusing." I scrawled the names. "Right, carry on." Lady Patricia's sister, Cicely Sissinghurst. "She took care of Jack Dutton and Charlotte," he reminded me. "I know," I muttered through gritted teeth. "I'm not in my dotage yet." "Dandy Merriman and his wife, Tamara, and Pootle," I added. "What?" "Shih Tzu. Carry on." He frowned. "Lady Davinia and Lord Griffin Ryland. Davinia is the sister of Bebe Belvedere's ex-husband, Charles Cranmer." I wrote that down, then stopped and counted the names of the potential suspects. Lord Belvedere, Bebe Belvedere, Luke Napier, American, Sir Aubrey and Lady Patricia Finch, Cicely Sissinghurst, Dandy and Tamara Merriman, Lord Griffin and Lady Davinia Ryland. That made 10. Given the interrelations between them, should I draw some sort of chart and link them with arrows? I decided against, as it was too complicated. "Then there's Hathaway," Swift said, "and the staff, although when I questioned them, the 4 footmen guarding the ballroom doors swore no member of staff passed them in the night. What about the other door opening onto the roof, the one for the gardeners to clean the gutters and whatnots?" "Supposedly locked," he replied, but Lord Belvedere appeared from the roof as the maid raised the alarm. None of the footmen said they can recall him going past them. That's pretty damning. I wrote the information down and underlined it. "I know he was in the ballroom at midnight because I saw him myself," Swift said. "He may have left by the marble stairs and returned the back way." I made a note and added 2 question marks. "Where was everyone when Sally Ann was murdered?" He let out a sigh. "Much more complicated. We don't know when she was killed, so we can't pinpoint anybody. We don't even know if it was one of the guests who has left." That gave me pause. Should we recall them? "No, I will inform Billings and ask Hathaway to pass on their names and addresses. Meanwhile, we should focus on investigating those who are still here." I mulled that over for a moment, then realized there was nothing else we could do. Fawcett didn't find any prints in the bathroom, I noted, and the footmen wear gloves, I sighed. Damn it. Is this helping, Swift? "It's good practice, Lennox. We've found a connection between Sally Ann and Jack Dutton. We should be able to prove their murders are linked. It would be extraordinary if they weren't," I remarked. "Maud Binns, the maid who found Dutton's body, said he'd been seen kissing someone. We can ask the housekeeper when she turns up." I wrote a note to remind me. And Lady Patricia Finch said she hadn't been lodged in her usual rooms. We shouldn't forget that either. I jotted this down too. You know, there are good reasons why I make notes, Lennox. Swift put his elbows on the table to give a lecture. If we ever have to go to court and give evidence, we can quote directly from the observations we took at the time. It's far more persuasive than relying on memory. I'm sure it is, but I'm hardly likely to be dragged into court. We don't know that, and all our work would be for nothing if the culprit gets off because we weren't sufficiently diligent. Understood, Swift, I muttered. I knew he was right, but he didn't have to be so damned sanctimonious about it. I returned to my questions of who, what, and where, and more to the point, why, motive, gems, opium, and money. Jack Dutton was taking opium. He'd made a list of gems belonging to women visiting this house, and Belvedere's diamond, he reminded me. I have forgotten, I replied. And Dutton had agreed to drop his pursuit of her for £10,000, although he wouldn't receive that until he'd actually gone abroad, which gives Belvedere a good motive. It's probably small change for him, Swift was dismissive. I don't believe he'd risk the hangman to save money. Beebe would have been the primary suspect if Davinia Ryland hadn't given Dutton the handkerchief. Davinia's hardly a credible witness, but Cicely Sissinghurst saw him too. I mused for a moment. People's movements during Dutton's last minutes of life were still shrouded in mystery. I thought of something else. Did you give the handkerchief to Cyril Fletcher? For testing? No. I gave it to one of the ambulance men in an envelope. I told him to pass it to the pathologist who'd examined Dutton's body. They'll have them made by now too. A shadow passed over his face. I understood the sentiment. The girl was only young. Whatever she'd involved herself in shouldn't have cost her life. I returned to my notes. Davinia Ryland was dopey when she was on the terrace. What if Dutton was passing opium to her? I thought the same, and we haven't interviewed either her or her husband. A knock at the door interrupted us. Chapter 13. Major Lennox, Maisie Trimble, came in, her cheeks almost as red as her hair. I've come to tell you that Mrs. Gladstone is taken poorly. Well, that's what I'm supposed to say, but she's actually had a fit of the vapours and we've put her to bed upstairs. I gave her a stiff drink because she'll be crying fit to bust if she isn't calmed down. Ah, that's unfortunate, I said. Would you like to join us? Swift indicated a chair. Perhaps you can help us in her stead. Suppose I could. Maisie slid onto the seat, tucking her skirt under her legs. Terrible things going on. You'd best be putting a stop to it. I gather Sally Ann didn't fit in here, I began. We don't know why she even came. I said to Mrs. Gladstone that she was up to no good. Maisie frowned, her dark red brows drawing together. Clear-skinned, with hazel eyes, freckles across her nose, and a smile never far from her lips, despite her quick temper. I didn't recall much of her family. Mr. Trimble was the old beekeeper in my village. He had relatives who'd moved away to work in a woolen mill some years ago. Maisie must have been one of the children. We caught her on the guests' landing a few times when she shouldn't have been there, she continued. She said she was just looking around, but she didn't have no right to do that. She'd been shown round when she joined, then she was told to stick to the servants' quarters and the laundry rooms. One of the other maids said Sally Ann was always on the scrounge, I said. She was. Irritation crossed Maisie's face, never had any money, and when she did she spent it on makeup and cheap bangles and beads. She would ask us if we had any spare pennies. I don't know why she thought we should give her money just for her to throw it away on rubbish. She had coins in her pocket, I recalled, and wondered if she'd stolen them from one of the guests. You're acquainted with Constable Fawcett? Swift was making notes. From when we were little, yes. Then we moved to Banbury, but I never liked it there. She fidgeted in her seat. I like it here much better. There's proper countryside and everyone's nice like a real family. Lord Belvedere makes sure we're properly looked after, and Mrs. Gladstone is lovely. So's Mr. Hathaway. Swift looked up in surprise. Is he? Yes, he's funny when he's not at work. Laughs a lot. We all do, specially in the servants' hall. We have board games, and some nights the lads play instruments. Robbie Smith's great on the piano. We have sing-songs and even dances sometimes. She smiled. Did you know Mr. Hathaway's got 7 children? 7? I was incredulous. The butler looked as though he never took his trousers off. Yes, his lordship gave him the old coach house and had it done up. There's lots of marrieds here, and they're offered cottages in the grounds or the village over the hill. They've got bicycles, and when the weather's really bad, there's a covered wagon picks them up so they get to work on time. My mind was still trying to grasp the idea of 7 children. What about Miss Beebe? Is she well liked? Swift asked, his focus on the case. Maisie's smile vanished. She's totally spoilt. She does whatever she wants and doesn't care about anyone but herself. I probably shouldn't be talking out of turn, but it makes my blood boil to hear the way she speaks to his lordship and to everyone else. And she let Mr. Dutton sneak into her rooms and stay the night more than once, and he stayed over in the Mayfair house with her too. Was this while she was still married? Swift was writing quickly, her brow knitted. Not as far as I know, that would have been really sinful. But Mr. Dutton started coming here regular, at least once a month, sometimes more. One of the footmen heard his lordship arguing with Miss Beebe about it, but she just said that if he wasn't allowed here, she'd move to a place of her own. She scowled, and I reckon she would have too. She was yelling at her pa that her jewels were worth a fortune and she'd inherited them from her ma, so she could do what she liked with them. I flicked through my own notes, which were a bit of a mess. Maud Binns said there were rumours about Mr. Dutton kissing someone. Other than Miss Beebe, I mean. That was rubbish. You know who started it? She folded her arms. Sally Ann Sutton, that's who. And you know why? Because she was stuck on him herself. She thought he would look after her, which was really stupid. Whatever he was doing with her, it was never going to be anything more than a quick tumble in the hay. She was certainly plain-spoken. Do you know where Sally Ann was from? I asked. London, and I think Dutton was behind her coming here. They pretended they didn't know each other, but they were seen chatting a couple of times, and it was friendly, not like him giving orders. She stood up abruptly. Now it's getting on for high tea. I'd best go and see what needs doing. With that, she whisked out, closing the door behind her. Swift slipped his notebook into his pocket and leaned back in his chair. 7 children, you'd never think it to look at him. I was still astounded. Belvedere's a good man to look after his staff in that way, and he was at risk of losing it to Jack Dutton. How? I said. By marrying Bebby, Swift replied. He was going to disinherit her, I reminded him, and if a child came along, do you think he'd continue with that? He remarked wryly. True, I conceded, but he didn't need to kill him. He was non-committal. Fawcett came in without knocking. Been looking everywhere for you, sirs. Maisie told me you were in here. Dr. Fletcher said to tell you he's going back to Oxford. He remained in the doorway, his helmet under his arm. Did he see Miss Sissinghurst? I asked, thinking that Fletcher must have spent a good hour with the lady if he had. Yes, but I don't think she's his type, sir. He grinned. No flim-flam about her. He did ask if Mr. Dutton had any old war injuries needing medication, and she said no, so I suppose that answers if he was taking opium for the pain. Well done, Fawcett, I said. The coppers said they'd be making a report, sir. They know about the opium now, too. If there's any trace of it in Sally Ann's body, then they might have to raid this place, 'cause it's a really serious crime. If she was taking it, she might have given it to some of the other servants. It's like a disease spreading. That Scottish inspector wanted to question the staff, but Mr. Hathaway said, no, 'cause you were doing it. He was really upset that you've got the case. Swift stood up. I'm going to telephone the Yard, Lennox. Dutton's London flat should be searched and they'll have to track down Sally Ann's family and friends. The Oxford police will instigate that, I said, probably, but I need to talk to Billings anyway, Swift replied and went out, followed by Fawcett. I remained seated in the sunny parlour. Lady Patricia's sapphire necklace was heavy in my pocket. I knew I had to return it soon because she'd raise the devil of a commotion if she discovered it missing. Before I did that, though, I wanted to show it to the man who might be able to answer a particular question. Dandy Merriman's bedroom would be on the 2nd floor, probably not too far distant from the other guests. I ambled along in no particular rush, my mind still on the maid's murder. There was a tension growing in the house, a feeling that hadn't been prevalent earlier, despite Dutton's death. He'd been an outsider, but Sally Ann, for all her faults, had been on the inside. Her death hit a lot closer to home. I whistled, not too loudly, just enough for a small dog to hear me. There was no response, so I continued strolling along the corridor. I whistled again, this time at a higher pitch. A woof came in response, then an outburst of yapping. I strode to the appropriate door and walked in. Major Lennox, oh, I must thank you. I had meant to come and find you. I've never seen her so happy. Mrs. Tamara Merriman was standing in the middle of the bedroom with the funny little white dog in her arms. I am very grateful to you, dear boy. What? That stopped me in my tracks. Pootle, she just adores your doggy. Did you bring him along? No. He's digging with my wife. Ah, well do, please fetch him next time you come. She had changed out of her night gear into a frilled frock of puce satin with a gold-coloured belt. Her yellow hair was tightly curled about her round face. She had a kindly smile and dimples in her cheeks. I was looking for Mr. Merriman, actually. He went to see what the commotion was all about. We saw the police from the window. Why are they here? I decided not to break the news about Sally Ann, or at least not yet. I'd like to discuss gemstones, your gemstones, actually. She almost dropped the dog. Oh dear, you have found out. Oh, I knew it. I knew you would. You are fearless detectives hunting out the truth. You were bound to uncover our secret. We didn't mean it, really. It was only done from necessity. She tottered towards a small sofa at the end of the mahogany sleigh bed. Please don't tell anyone. Well, that wasn't quite the reaction I'd expected. I decided to play the tough detective. Was it you or Dandy? I was at fault. It is my silliness. I have never learned. She sank onto the sofa, the colour of her clothes a terrible clash against the pink brocade. Learned what? I took a step closer to her. Pootle wiggled free and came to greet me, hopping about my feet. She wouldn't stop until I picked her up for a cuddle. Playing the tough detective was rather difficult in the circumstances. Parsimony I spend. I can't help it. A light went on in my head. You sold your jewels. Yes, I had to. Dandy had them replaced with crystal. He said they were first-rate replicas. Only an expert could tell. She began fanning herself with a fashion magazine that had been lying on the sofa. Does he do this for other people? She glanced at me, tears in her eyes. It was his job when he worked for Asprey. That's how we met. I ran into trouble after my late husband died. I didn't understand about money. The door opened. Dandy Merriman dashed in Tamara. I've just heard something quite appalling. He stopped when he spotted me, his mouth moving wordlessly. Dandy, I have confessed. I'm sorry. I had to. I couldn't tell a lie. Tears began to trickle down her cheeks. You don't mean you, Tamara? You couldn't do such a thing. Dandy's face dropped, horror-stricken. It wasn't truly wrong, but that wretched man knew, and he threatened us. What would our lives be without money? Dull and drab, we would not be able to go anywhere. She was whipping herself into hysteria. This is our last chance to live a life of wealth and splendour. Dutton was a despicable blackmailer. I hated him. But surely you didn't do it, did you, darling? Merriman went over to her, his hands held out. And not the maid, I can't believe. What maid? The dead one? Arg! There's been another murder, she cried out. Yes, I knew it. I told you there was a monster in the house. Her hands flew to her cheeks, her chins trembled, mouth agape. So it wasn't, he gave a strangled laugh. No, I mean, yes, there is a monster, but I shall protect you, my dear plum pudding. The little dog wriggled, so I put her down and she went to jump up at her mistress. And Pootle wants to comfort you too. Merriman picked up the dog and sat down beside his distraught wife, trying to gather her in his arms. Not an easy task, given the size of the lady. I decided I should probably step in. You lied, Merriman, I said in a hardened tone. Lennox, his voice trembled. I didn't. Well, I did, and I'm sorry for it, but Dutton was dead and it didn't seem relevant. Tamara told me you fitted replica gems so the owners could sell the real stones. He hung his head, one hand gripping Tamara's. Yes, it was my area of expertise. I signed a contract swearing discretion. Clients frequently wear replicas and leave the originals in safe deposit boxes. There have been examples of jewellery snatches and even attacks by masked robbers, but other people were facing financial constraints and didn't want to admit they had sold their gems. And Dutton knew this, I asked. It was always known among the top set, but he didn't know of my involvement. Sir Aubrey Finch brought that to his attention. You'd better explain, I said. He coughed to clear his throat. Finch asked me to reset Lady Patricia's necklace. This one? I pulled the sapphire necklace from my pocket and held it out. Yes. He took the necklace from me, rubbing the sparkling blue gems between thumb and fingers. It seemed to bring him comfort. 7 of the stones have been replaced. He foraged in the inside pocket of his blazer and pulled out a small loop device. Nothing has changed since I last observed the piece. You can tell if the stone is real by blowing on it. He did so. The mist formed by one's breath will take some time to clear on a glass replica, whereas a real stone will barely support the moisture. He lifted the necklace to show me. 4 of the stones were already clear, while the other 7 remained misty for a few seconds more. It was fascinating, and I wondered if I could try it on some of the other ladies' jewellery, then thought it would be difficult if they were wearing them at the time. There's a matching bracelet, I said. That is entirely replica, he replied, and handed the necklace back. Does Lady Patricia know her gems aren't real? I doubt it. The set was a gift to Lady Patricia from Sir Aubrey. He seemed calmer. He inherited it from his mother. I think it's appalling that Patricia is being deceived like this, Dandy, Tamara said. She had straightened up and was stroking the little dog's head as it snoozed on her lap. I have explained, darling, Dandy spoke kindly. We cannot interfere. I have taken an oath of secrecy, and it is Sir Aubrey's personal property. He is free to dispose of it as he chooses. How did Dutton become involved? I raised a more pertinent point. Finch used the sapphires to pay gambling debts, Dandy said. He is a fool, Tamara interjected sharply, a stuffed shirt who is well on the road to ruin. He has the cheek to look down his nose at you, darling, and call you a little bar steward behind your back when he himself is maintaining an utter deceit. Dutton pushed him into it. Finch has been dancing to Jack's tune for the past year, Dandy said sadly. Did Dutton encourage him to gamble? I asked, feeling some of the fog beginning to lift. More than that. Sir Aubrey is a member of Club Gerard. There's an illegal casino at the rear. The entry is hidden behind a panel. Was Dutton a member too? I asked. He wasn't a member, he owned the club. Ah, now things were adding up. Why the devil didn't anyone say so? So when Finch paid Dutton in sapphires, it gave Dutton the idea to use your skills to replace real gems with fakes. Dandy nodded miserably. Oh, Dandy, you have been so brave, Tamara quavered. But 2 murders over such trifles is not worth any amount of pretense. You must tell all. I waited as they hugged again. Merriman, which other gemstones have you replaced? None at all. It wasn't me. His voice shook. You gave Dutton the name of the dodgy jeweller, didn't you? I demanded. He blanched. Yes, in the end. Dutton kept pressuring me. He said there were other stones to reset. I told him I wouldn't do it without their consent. Then he realized that Tamara must have had some of her gems replaced. We tried to bluff our way out, but we weren't brazen enough. He threatened us, saying he'd spread that around too. The only way he would leave us alone was if I gave him the name. Who is it? A man called Spike Hawkins. He has a workshop above the Green Jade pawn shop in Soho, and that information was just what I needed. Chapter 14. I was rather pleased with myself, actually. I lectured Merriman that the maid's life might have been saved if he'd told the truth to begin with, which caused Tamara's hysterics to return. I beat a retreat as Dandy tried to comfort her. Lady Patricia's room was some distance away. I headed there to return the necklace. No one answered my knock, so I went in. The place was empty. Perhaps she'd finally found a vacant bathroom. I crossed to the messy dressing table, dropped the necklace into the jewellery box, and cleared off. Percy was on my mind, plus it was approaching drinks time, and I'd had enough of chasing about Swift. I spotted him climbing the stairs from the first floor. Lennox, I spoke to Billings at the yard. He trotted up to me. They're going to send men round to Club Gerard. It's been raided a couple of times. They've always thought drugs might be dealt there, but have never been able to prove it. He was buoyant. There's a gambling room at the back, Swift. It's through a door hidden in the panelling. What? He stopped, mid-step. How do you know that? Dandy Merriman told me, and he said Dutton owned the club. Come on, I went past him heading downstairs. I'll tell you on the way home. No, Lennox, I want to ring. I didn't stop to argue, just made my way to the front door in long strides. Fawcett was guarding the car and presumably Sally Ann's suitcase. Jump in, Fawcett, I told him. Lennox, I must inform the yard about the panel, Swift called out. I'm sure they are quite capable of finding it, Swift, if they make a proper search. I went to crank the engine. He said something else, but I couldn't hear him above the noise of the motor. He grew rather red in the face, then climbed into the passenger seat and sat with arms folded. It was a thoroughly enjoyable ride back in the evening sunshine, roaring along hedge-lined lanes with not a care in the world, or not too many anyway. I told them about Finch's gambling debt and Spike Hawkins, who worked above the Green Jade pawn shop in Soho. They were suitably impressed, although Swift maundered on about withholding vital information until we turned into the meadow to find the dig in full swing. "Sir, sir," Tommy came running towards the car. "We found a door." I said we would if we were allowed to do some digging. It's magic. There could be tons of treasure in there. He was beaming, his brown eyes glowing with excitement. Gosh, can I help? Fawcett was already climbing out of the car. I never thought anything was in there. It was just leftover soil from digging out graves and ditches. Everyone thought that, but now I think it was a clever trick to stop people digging it up. Tommy was fidgeting to be off. "You'd best leave your helmet and jacket. It's hot work and dirty too." "Aye, I'll do that." Fawcett stripped to his shirt sleeves, tossing his togs into the car, and went off with Tommy trotting at his side. "Lennox, we really should prioritize the case. Oh, give it up, Swift." I gave him a grin. "Come on, this should be interesting." He tried to sulk, but was as eager as I was to see what they'd uncovered. We strode towards the crowd at the foot of the mound. A few were digging, quite a lot more were leaning on spades watching the work. A trestle table had been set up to one side where ladies busily riddled soil, picking over bits and pieces. Children ran about, having a tremendous time. Greggs was avidly observing proceedings with Foggy at his side. The grown-ups looked overly warm, particularly the chaps in heavy dungarees, boots and thick shirts. "Oh, hello, darling," Percy greeted me as we approached her and Florence. They were both pink in the face and rather frazzled. Percy had a smear of dirt on her cheek. "They've made marvellous progress." She smiled and kissed me. "You've uncovered a door," Swift said, smiling at his wife. Florence laughed. "It's an old stone slab. We think it was left leaning against the mound and grass grew over it." "Oh, we thought you'd uncovered a marvellous old tomb." I was quite disappointed. Percy gave me a wry look. "Archaeology is rarely so simple. Lennox, where's Angus?" Swift asked Florence, in bed having a much-needed nap, she replied. "Cook's listening out for him. He's had the most wonderful day playing with the other children and digging wherever he wanted." He excavated a molehill with Foggy's help. We watched as the group of men and boys shoveled soil from the edges of the stone door. They dumped the dark earth into wheelbarrows, which were wheeled to the ladies at the trestle table. I nodded in their direction. "Have they found anything?" "Yes, come and have a look." Percy led me over. Mrs. Brickhouse was brushing dirt from a small object. She held it out to Percy as we approached. "A piece of old pottery, not much to look at," she said. "I'm not surprised they threw it away. It was a piece of tile, and I had to agree it was dull stuff. Medieval," Percy muttered as she turned it over. "Do have the coins, hidden in my apron pocket." Mrs. Brickhouse reached into her green apron and gave Percy a small wooden box. "They're as clean as I can make them, come out well, apart from being all worn down." Percy opened the lid to reveal 2 tiny coins glinting in the sunshine. Swift and I leaned in for a better look. "This one is from King Henry VIII's time." Percy indicated a worn coin punched from a thin slice of gold. She touched the other. "And this is from Edward II. She flipped it over. "You can see how much thicker this coin is." King Henry was running out of money and cutting back on precious metal. "Are they rare?" Swift asked. "Fairly." Percy gave the box to Florence. "It's difficult to say why they're here. We think this site truly has been used as a dump for excess soil. The coins may have been lost elsewhere and carted here without anyone realizing. So the barrow really could be just an old mound of earth." I said, my heart sinking. "No, I do think there's something underneath it all," she smiled. "And we've found arrowheads and musket balls." We went to another table where 3 ladies were working. A range of artifacts was spread on a board at one end. "Everyone's helping. There's so much enthusiasm," Florence said. "These arrowheads are from when the villagers practiced the longbow. They date from 1250 or so." She passed an arrowhead to Swift, who examined it closely. It was badly rusted but clearly identifiable. "Bodkin?" he said. "It isn't barbed." I turned one over. I knew from my school days that Edward III had decreed every man and boy in the land had to practice the longbow. It was one of the reasons we won at Agincourt. Florence glanced at Swift. They would have been made by the local blacksmith. The style hasn't changed over hundreds of years. Henry I proclaimed that an archer would be absolved of murder if he killed a man during practice. Swift frowned at that. Percy hid a grin. "This is from the Civil War in the 1650s. Percy picked up a misshapen ball of lead from a small pile of metal fragments. Weaponry had moved on, but they still practiced here. There are lots of bullets. They would have retrieved what they could find to melt down and recast." She rolled it in the palm of her hand to show me the flattened side. "We're travelling back in time." Florence smiled. "It's utterly fascinating to unpick the past like this." I recalled that Brabourne Castle had its own extraordinary past, although it only went back around 1,000 years. If this mound was indeed Iron Age, it was much older. "There are signs that someone has dug into the barrow," Percy said solemnly. "An area has been filled in with stones and debris. We might find it's been robbed." "I suppose that's inevitable," Swift said, gazing at the men digging around the dark stone slab they'd uncovered. Florence took Swift's hand. "How did your day go?" "Another murder." "What?" they both said. "Dear Lord, no." Florence looked aghast. "Who was it?" Percy asked. "A laundry maid," I replied. "We'll tell you when we reach home. Greggs came over with Fogg, sir." Foggy seemed to have only just realised I'd returned and raced round my feet, yipping with delight. He was filthy, his paws and muzzle black with mud and bits of grass stuck to his golden fur. "I'm afraid Mr. Fogg has involved himself with various excavations." "Well, you're in charge of his bath," I told him. His smile faded. "Very well, sir, or Tommy can do it," I added, realising I'd probably end up doing it myself. "I must inform you, sir, that the press have been at the gates." He was almost bursting with the news. "What sort of press?" I frowned. "From Oxford, sir, 2 reporters. They said they have come to inquire about the dig, but they particularly wanted to talk to you, sir." "Why?" "They said it was because the village and land are part of your estate, sir, but they were asking people about the murders at Belvedere." He drew himself up. "I believe they came under false pretenses." "Right, under no circumstances must anyone say a word, Greggs. I am relying on you to stop so much as a whisper escaping," I told him firmly. "Indeed, sir, I have already taken measures to do so. I have discussed the matter with the ladies of the Women's Institute. Flossie Craddock of the Post Office and Telegraph has also been made aware. I will instruct other parties as soon as possible, sir." Very good," I nodded. "And I have installed guards at the gate, sir." He beamed and indicated 2 Boy Scouts standing by the hedge. Both were holding pitchforks. I hadn't noticed them on their way in. "Greggs, no pitchforks. This isn't the Middle Ages." "But, sir, no," I was firm. "Did Frank Wright agree to this?" "I have not yet had chance." "Well, he'll have you guts for garters if he finds out, so go and take the pitchforks from those boys before he does." He sighed as though I were being unreasonable. "Very well, sir." He plodded off in the direction of the gate. "Steady there, Frank Wright, the scoutmaster," called out as he supervised the moving of the stone. "It needs to be laid on good sturdy planking." He turned to a group of youths. "You lads, when we lift, slide those slats underneath the stone." Percy went over and the throng crowded closer in anticipation. It took longer than it should, with much shouted advice. The stone was almost 5 feet in height and a yard wide, the width ranging from 2 to 4 inches. The top was a roughly hewn arc. Swift and I moved in to help maneuver the dirt-encrusted slab onto the planks. We dragged it clear with brute strength and ropes, but a groan went up when everyone realized that behind the door was more soil. Percy's attention was focused on the stone. "There's something on the other side," she called out. "Could you find a way to turn it over without damaging it?" That rallied them. The volunteers lined up with Frank Wright still in charge. We went for the simple option of heaving it up and over, though those on the catching side had to use thick staves and more ropes to prevent the heavy stone from falling and breaking. Greggs wanted to get involved, but I told him to hold Fogg lest the dog dashed underfoot. We crowded round to stare at the slab as it lay on the long green grass. "Look at that, sir!" Tommy knelt beside it, his knees filthy. All these little men, who are they? He pointed to the crudely executed figures. They had rounded heads and stick arms holding swords, and were massed in ships with single square sails under a blazing sun. Vikings, Swift said, with awe in his voice. This is an old Norse stone. It's a picture stone, Percy said. There aren't any runic inscriptions. She was kneeling next to Tommy. It's probably from around the turn of the last millennium. They would have erected it when they took control of this valley. And it was pulled down when they were defeated, I asked. I imagine so. Percy took a paintbrush from her pocket and began brushing layered dirt and fibrous roots from the surface. Although there were many years of fighting between the Anglo-Saxons and Danes, the raiders burned Oxford a number of times. This area was almost the front line of the Viking influx. It's extraordinary. The mound is a microcosm of history, Swift said, as he tried to pick green mulch from the stone. Fawcett came to help, his shirt already grubby, and I could see dirt streak down his uniform trousers. Is it black magic? One of the villagers asked. No, nothing like that, Percy sought to reassure him. It was their way of claiming territory and invoking their gods. Can you see this? She pointed to a figure with a long spear at the head of the stone. That is Odin, their god of war and death. He was a shapeshifter. The raven flying above the ships could be him in the guise of a bird. Do you think they might have buried treasure here too, then? Another villager asked. 'Cause I've heard that's what they did. Buried troves were a favourite topic in pubs and taverns. I've tried to explain that it's very unlikely we'll find treasure, Percy said, pausing to gaze at the weathered depictions. Well, it's almost like treasure, isn't it? Tommy said. We dug it up, and I bet busloads of people are going to want to come and look at it. It will go into a museum, Swift said. It's part of our national heritage. Oh no, sir, that's not fair, Tommy objected. It's ours, we found it. It belongs to us. Tommy, I said firmly, it's time for your tea. It was time for my drink too. Percy, can this wait until tomorrow? But we've barely cleaned any of it. She wasn't keen to leave. There are plenty of volunteers to do that. You can start again in the morning. No, Heathcliff, I can't desert the field. We've had hardly any sleep, I countered. I could see the shadows under her eyes. This is a precious relic, my love. It's a momentous find, which will still be here in the morning. I put out my hand. She hesitated, then allowed me to help her to her feet. Oh, very well, but you must tell me about this new murder, over a drink and dinner, I said. Come on, all of you, squeeze into the car. I'm taking you home. Chapter 15, Fawcett decided to stay with the crowd. Frank Wright directed the scouts to clean the site just as the Women's Institute moved towards the Viking stone with bowls of water and scrubbing brushes. Everywhere would be tidy and ready for work long before morning. The day had been eventful. Swift had telephoned Billings on arrival home while the rest of us went to wash and dress for dinner. We were subdued and weary, and it wasn't until we finished our meal and relaxed in the warm comfort of the drawing room that the conversation returned to murder. Why kill the poor maid in such a brutal manner? Florence was horrified. I was about to point out that at least it had been quick, then decided that might not be the right thing to say. They put roses in the bathtub with her. That brought frowns all round, so apparently that wasn't right either. Do you think she was carrying them with her? Percy asked. Unlikely. None of the flowers were blood-stained, including those close to the wound, Swift replied. So did the culprit take the roses with them or fetch them after killing the girl. Florence stirred her tea. I settled in my favourite wingback chair, sipping brandy. Tubbs had settled on my lap, purring contently with eyes closed. Foggy was snoring at my feet, still damp from the bath I'd given him earlier. Perhaps 2 people were involved? Percy held her sherry glass between long fingers. One carried out the murder, and the other brought the roses as some form of atonement. The best way to atone would be by telling us who did it, Swift said dryly. He held a glass of Braeburn malt and was sitting next to Florence on the sofa. It could have been to protect someone, and it was that person who left the roses, Percy suggested, in acknowledgement of the deed done on their behalf. Florence asked. Davinia Ryland, I stated. I agree. Swift nodded, which would make her husband the murderer. Yes? Florence wrapped her hands around the teacup, assuming Jack Dutton had actually supplied opium to Davinia. Griffin Ryland's family are hugely wealthy, Percy reminded us. He could have threatened Dutton through lawyers or hired private detectives to find incriminating evidence, or they could have simply reported him to the police. Ryland wouldn't have to kill Dutton. I rubbed Tubbs behind his ears, and he rumbled like a little engine. And it doesn't account for Sally Ann's murder, does it? Florence said softly. She was probably supplying the opium when Dutton wasn't around, Swift replied. You're assuming this is about drugs. Percy finished her sherry, and Greggs moved to add another tot of the pale liquor to her glass. But someone said Sir Aubrey Finch was a gambler. Dandy Merriman did, and Dutton owned Club Gerard, which has an unlicensed casino, I reminded her. He offered all the vices, drugs, gambling, good-time girls, Percy replied, with a twist of the lips. We'd told them about our findings, including the pamphlet in Sally Ann's room. Girls, girls, girls had implied more than simply dancing, and Billings had confirmed the full scope of Club Gerard's attractions to Swift when he'd spoken to him. Do you think Dandy and Tamara Merriman should be removed from your suspects list? Florence asked. Apart from loathing Dutton, they had no particular reason to kill him or the laundry maid. I glanced at Swift, who sat up. There might be more than meets the eye there, he said. We only have Merriman's word for what happened. I could see that neither of the girls agreed with that. Billings will find out when he tracks down the purveyor of fake jewels in Soho, I said firmly. Lady Patricia told me she was a novelist specializing in murder and mystery. Percy switched tack with a mischievous smile. She's writing a report for Swift, I said. Florence smiled too. I can't imagine her killing anyone, nor her sister Cicely Sissinghurst, Percy added. Even if they discovered Dutton's vices and decided to rid the world of him, they have no reason to murder the maid. Absolutely, Florence said in support. Lord Belvedere had reason, I put forward. His only daughter was becoming drawn into Dutton's degraded life. He may have given her drugs, and if anyone was likely to know what the maid was up to, it was Belvedere. Because one of his staff would have told him, you mean, Percy said thoughtfully. But you don't truly know what she had been doing. She went to Dutton's room to fetch his pipe and opium supplies, Swift said. Finding it in her room doesn't mean she put it there, Percy countered. Her prints overlaid his, Swift stated. Which could have been done after she died, Percy replied, quite cleverly, I thought. You mean after she was dead? Florence was appalled. What sort of evil person is this? That caused another lull in the conversation as we pondered what we knew of the suspects. Greggs replenished my brandy, then added another log to the fire. Foggy snuffled in his sleep. He seemed as weary as the rest of us. Miss Baby has a poor reputation, sir, Greggs offered. I raised my brows. Really? Among whom? Those in service, sir. I happened to be speaking to Mr. Trimble at the dig today. Miss Baby is known to have a fearsome temper, and she can be quite vindictive. He stood to attention between sofa and chair, his gaze fixed on a point somewhere above my head, a sure sign he felt uncomfortable spilling the beans. One of the villagers knows a footman at Belvedere, and he often said the same, sir, even going back to when she was a child. Luke Napier took a bunch of roses to her earlier that morning, Swift said. I assumed he was making the connection with the flowers in the bath. I thought about it. What about Napier? We barely know anything about him. The Yard are looking into it, Swift replied. We should have some answers tomorrow. Fine, I said, but none of this explains Dutton's motives. Florence returned to the crux of the matter. He lied to Lord Belvedere about being short of money. He secured a bribe of £10,000 to leave the country, and he seemed ready to go. What was he attempting to do, to which none of us had the remotest idea? Tubbs excelled himself the next morning with a dormouse. He dropped it on Percy's pillow, where she had been sleeping until that moment. The dormouse looked mildly surprised, then curled itself into a ball. Fogg pricked up his ears and climbed over me for a closer look, nose twitching. Percy scooped up the mouse. You are a bad kitty, she frowned at Tubbs, who batted a sooty black paw at her fingers. I'll take it into the garden. I rolled out of bed and pulled on my dressing gown, feeling a great deal more alert than I had the previous morning. Here. Be gentle, it's awfully small. Percy passed the dormouse to me, making sure to keep its furry tail wrapped around its body. I'll be down shortly, she muttered, then smiled when I bent to kiss her. Or I could wait here for you to come back to bed. I kissed her again. Stay right there, I whispered, closing the door behind me to keep the little duo from following. I made for the garden. A few strides took me across the damp lawn to the flowering shrubs. The dormouse didn't seem at all perturbed by its adventure. It sat up when I placed it on the black earth, gave its whiskers a clean with tiny paws, then meandered in mouse fashion to hide under a leafy bush. Gossamer mist had shrouded the garden in skeins of translucent white. The sun was rising, its long rays catching tiny water droplets drifting in the warming air. Even as I watched, the haze was dissipating to unveil the glowing colours of an English summer. I would have remained outside, listening to birdsong and the soothing sounds of the awakening countryside, but I was keen to return to bed and my lovely wife. Lennox Swift called as I entered the hallway, busy. I aimed for the staircase. I called Billings. He was already dressed, hair brushed, shoes polished. He could be utterly irritating at times. "It's about." He turned round. Greggs was passing between kitchen and breakfast room at a funereal pace. "Ahem, good morning, sir. I have just placed tea on the table. Breakfast will be served shortly. Thank you, Greggs." I stuck my hands in my dressing-gown pockets and waited for him to go. He realised what I was doing, puffed out his paunch and made stately progress to the kitchen. "Come on, Lennox, I'll tell you in the breakfast room." Swift headed off. He assumed I'd follow, but I decided he could wait. Percy was still in bed. I'd just placed a foot on the stairs when Florence arrived from the parlour, holding Angus's hand. "Good morning, Lennox," she smiled. "Angus has drawn a picture of a Viking warrior, and he wants to give it to Percy. Isn't it marvellous for such a little boy?" She held up a sheet of paper covered in colourful squiggles. "We're going up so he can show it to her himself." I sighed. Yes, absolutely marvellous. I'm sure she'll be delighted." I agreed then, went to join Swift in the breakfast room, cursing under my breath. "Well?" I sat down. He had poured 2 cups of Earl Grey. "The Yard raided Club Gerard last night and found the hidden panel you talked about. It led to a building behind the club which housed a casino. Below that was an opium den." He took a sip of tea, then beamed. "Billings is elated. They've arrested the manager. He's trying to wriggle out of it, blaming it on Dutton, but Billings will nail him. They've held him in custody overnight, and they're questioning him again today." "Why didn't they raid the place earlier?" I demanded, angry that these filthy dens were able to proliferate unhindered. "They did, but they didn't know about the gambling and drugs, and there are laws, Lennox. Search warrants can't be authorized unless there's evidence of wrongdoing, and we've given them that information." I had to be satisfied with that. Who was supplying the opium? "It sounds as though there were various suppliers, all from Chinatown." His smile faded. "Billings thinks Dutton bought large quantities of the drug, split it into smaller packages and sold it to his customers through the girls who worked in the club. They don't know where he kept his money. The flat he was renting is empty. Apparently he hadn't paid his rent." It felt as though a shadow had fallen across the house. Drugs had been around since earliest times, but the number of people using them had always been fairly small. Nowadays, there were strict laws and illicit narcotics were expensive and hard to find, unless you were in a big city and knew all the wrong people. So Dutton set up a wasp trap, I mused. The club was a venue to draw people with more money than sense and hook them, without doubt, and I think he was planning to expand his opium dealing. The angles of Swift's face sharpened as anger tightened his jaw. "That's why he was extorting funds from everyone around him, including jewels," I said. "Did you mention the dodgy jeweller to Billings?" "Yes, when I telephoned yesterday evening. Spike Hawkins is known to them, but they had no idea he was connected to Dutton. They'll interview him today. Dutton was moving out of London. Perhaps he was setting up somewhere new." I finished my tea. I'd been looking forward to breakfast, but suddenly my appetite had waned. He would need a reliable source to do that. India and China are the main opium-growing countries. He may have been heading to one of those to establish a supply line. China, probably, I guessed. He obviously had contacts with Chinamen in London. They would have connections in their own country. Where would he set up to sell? Swift thought about it. America. It would make sense. There's an established smuggling route for illicit alcohol. Why not use it for drugs, too? "Napier's from Boston and has shipping lines," I said. "It might not be a coincidence that Dutton invited him here." Things are changing in America. The government has been clamping down on the narcotics trade since 1914. Swift's voice had hardened. Earlier this year they made all such sales illegal, including from doctors and pharmacies. Any addict is now forced to buy from an illegal dealer. Some would see that as a lucrative business opportunity. I nodded. Dutton was obviously adept at business and entirely lacking in morals, Swift added. Did Luke Napier really arrive in England when he said he did? I asked. Swift had raised the question with Billings yesterday. Yes, and it appears to be his first visit to this country, Swift replied. He seems to be what he says. We shut up as we heard Angus giggling, accompanied by Tommy's excited chatter. Florence and Percy must be with them, as I could make out their voices too. Don't tell them about this, I warned. I have no intention of doing so, Swift replied, then stood up as they crowded into the room. We conversed as usual, easing back into the comfort of home life surrounded by our loved ones. Talk turned to the Viking stone and their plans for today's dig. When they all left to collect eggs from the hen house in the orchard, I hurried off to change into my tweeds, pausing only to pick up a small pocket pistol. As soon as Fawcett arrived, we left for Belvedere with grim faces and heavy hearts. Chapter 16. Fawcett was stunned when Swift told him what we'd learned about Dutton, and sobered by it. Feels like the devil himself has crept in and spread evil about the place, he said as we motored along the drive to Belvedere House. Storm clouds had gathered behind the house. It seemed appropriate somehow. At least someone put a stop to it, I remarked, as we pulled up under the huge portico. They didn't have to murder anyone, Swift countered. They could have reported it to the police. There was enough evidence against Dutton to put him in jail. Was there? I hopped out of the car. I hadn't brought Foggy. It felt as if the place had become contaminated, and I didn't want my dog anywhere near it. Sir, Fawcett called, isn't this your cat? Tubbs appeared from under the seat and jumped onto Fawcett's lap. Oh, hell, yes, it's Tubbs. I took the little rascal. He blinked at me, then began purring. We'll have to find somewhere safe for him. Come on. Good morning, sirs. Hathaway was standing in his customary spot in the centre of the hall. Lord Belvedere, his voice trailed off as he saw the cat under my arm. His lordship would like you to attend him in his library. His eyes hadn't left the Tubbs, but he was too much the professional to ask why I'd brought him. Police cat, I said with a straight face. Of course, sir. Would you care to follow me? The butler recovered his equilibrium, but appeared to be trying not to sneeze. Anything happened? Fawcett removed his helmet and smoothed his hair. Dinner was rather subdued, but all the guests were present. Hathaway sniffled. No more bodies in the night, I said. Not to my knowledge, sir, Hathaway replied. He opened the door to the library, stepped back to allow us entry, then quickly closed the door on himself. We all heard him let out an almighty sneeze. Belvedere looked up in surprise, then noticed the cat under my arm. His patrician face had been sombre, even sorrowful, thin lips drawn in a tight line, but he leaned forward with puzzlement in his eyes. He stowed away. I'm afraid. I thought I'd better confess. Would you keep him with you until we can return him home? I put the little miscreant on the desk. Tubbs gave a little mew because he'd probably missed breakfast, then sat on Lord Belvedere's blotter to get the measure of the man. And he'll need feeding, I added. Belvedere appeared nonplussed. Very well, it will be arranged. He raised a tentative hand to stroke the cat's head. Tubbs purred, then hopped onto his lap and curled up. Clouds suddenly rolled across the sun, stripping colour from books and shelves, leaving pools of shadow in corners and the high ceiling above. There's a storm coming, Fawcett said. Evidently, Belvedere said, then straightened up while still stroking Tubbs. The inspector at Oxford telephoned. He has received a report from Scotland Yard. There was a raid overnight on a club which I am informed was owned by Dutton. We know, I said dryly. Dutton took opium and he supplied the drug through the club. What made you think he had lost his fortune when everyone else, including both his aunts, believed the opposite? His aunts were unlikely to be aware of his activities or his true financial situation. Belvedere remained calm despite the shocking news. When Dutton was growing closer to Abbey, I asked my lawyers to make discreet inquiries of Dutton's legal man, a Mr. Blenkinsop. He informed us that Dutton had dissipated his funds through gambling and ill-advised enterprises. Presumably, Blenkinsop knew that Dutton owned the club, I stated. That's doubtful. He was the Dutton family's lawyer this morning. I spoke again to my legal team, who informed me that Dutton employed a different firm for his business dealings. They have only just become aware of this and are endeavouring to contact these people. He stopped and just stared into space, apparently in shock. I suppose he had trusted his lawyer's initial report. Swift broke the silence. The maid, Sally Ann, may have worked for Dutton. Was she supplying drugs? Belvedere's voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. We don't know, I replied. Probably, Swift said. Such evil brought into my house. Belvedere said slowly. My daughter, I have not discussed this with her yet, but I fear she may have been drawn into corruption. There are people who can help her if she needs it, sir, Fawcett spoke up. I know men who came back from the war and couldn't cope. Some turned to drink and drugs. There's doctors in Oxford who are specialists. Dr. Fletcher knows them. The young man was a constant surprise. I'd no idea he had any inkling of the underworld creeping around society's fringes. Thank you, Constable, Belvedere replied. I pray I will not require such advice. The American Napier appears to have befriended Bebby. I observed that she responded well to him, and he was very attentive toward her at dinner yesterday evening. He has extensive business interests in the United States and controls his family's shipping line. He paused, his hand resting on Tubbs' head. Napier was a friend of Dutton's. Given the information I have been privy to this morning, I am now very troubled. I do not know how deeply he was connected to Dutton, or how closely they may have worked together. Napier informed us he had been invited to England by Dutton only 2 weeks ago, Swift answered. Dutton had visited Napier in Boston last year. Napier stated that it was only the second time they'd seen each other since fighting together in France. Can we believe that? Belvedere asked. It would be a foolish lie to tell, Swift replied. The Yard have begun checking shipping lines. Their passenger lists will confirm when either man travelled, assuming they left port in England. Belvedere responded, showing he still had his wits about him. I really cannot understand why Dutton invited Napier here. And why now? He was invited to meet your daughter, Dutton's bride-to-be, I replied. Dutton had asked him to be best man. Belvedere stared at me, but Dutton had no intention of going through with the wedding. His plan is quite clear now. He seduced my daughter with the intention of manipulating me into paying him to leave her alone. I agree with you, Swift said. He'd packed his belongings ready to go. We don't know where he was heading, but we believe he was leaving the country. This troubled Belvedere even further. Napier may simply have lied to you and killed Dutton himself. Then why kill the maid, I asked. He didn't have an answer to that. Maybe she saw something and tried to blackmail him. Fawcett chimed in. That earned him a frown from Swift. We should avoid speculation, he said, then addressed Belvedere. We're carrying out more interviews today, sir, and we'll be taking fingerprints. Very well, Belvedere nodded slowly. I confess I am confounded. This is a dreadful shock, and the jewels that list found in Dutton's shoe. What does it mean? Swift told him what Merriman had confessed to us, and that Dutton had been the buyer of Sir Aubrey Finch's gems. We also warned him that Lady Patricia was unaware of this. Why? Belvedere asked, anger rising in his voice. What did he want with gemstones? I'd been puzzling over this, and a possible answer just occurred to me, perhaps to use as currency. If Dutton wanted to buy drugs abroad, directly from China for instance, he wouldn't be able to use sterling. He'd need gold or gems. Swift glanced at me. Well done, Lennox. Actually, this was a situation we'd encountered before, where thieves had used valuables for foreign exchange. Had he acquired Baby's diamond? Belvedere's voice was hoarse again. We don't know, Swift said, but we will find out. He pushed back his chair. We shall report to you later. Belvedere seemed stricken to discover drug dealing in his house, and that his daughter could be embroiled in it must have been a terrible blow. Thank you, gentlemen, he whispered. We left him sitting with Tubbs for comfort and went in search of B.B. Belvedere. She had actually risen and was already dressed. I'd expected a repeat of yesterday's petulance, but she seemed almost friendly. It has been appalling, but I'm sure you'll corner the stinker. Her jodhpurs, silk shirt, brown waistcoat, and gleaming leather boots fitted her like a beautifully cut glove. I mean, that's what you're here for, isn't it? She was in her sumptuous drawing-room, obviously preparing to go riding, her long blonde hair in a tight bun at the nape of her neck. Would you sit down, please, Miss Belvedere? We'd like to ask you some questions. Swift sat in the same spot on the sofa as he had the day before. I have an engagement, and I had nothing to do with Jack's death. You've already established that. She remained standing, challenging us with the unshakable confidence that only the rich and beautiful can attain. And Jack deserved it, although I suppose one should not say so. You were about to become engaged to him, I retorted. Her green eyes flashed. He thought so too, but he was wrong. I really don't want to repeat myself, Miss Belvedere. Swift glanced at Fawcett, who went to stand in front of the door, hands behind his back in formal policeman stance. She glared at Fawcett, then Swift, and dropped a perch on the arm of the chair in irritated manner. Just be quick, will you? I leaned back against a cushion and crossed my legs in leisurely fashion. The maid, Sally Ann Sutton, was murdered because she was supplying opium. How much did she give you? What? She gasped as though I'd thrown iced water in her face. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do, Swift snapped back. Fawcett, go and search her bedroom. No, she shouted. Don't you dare. I had no idea Jack had anything to do with that stupid girl, so you knew who she was, I stated. She pursed her lips in an angry pout. I caught her in my room a while ago. I hadn't seen her before. She was new. Naturally, I made a fuss. I'm used to certain servants. I don't want strangers in here. She said she was checking linen. I told her to get out. Mrs. Gladstone was informed and reassured me that the girl wouldn't come near me again. Had you seen her at Jack's club? I asked, another flash of anger. No, she snapped. What was she? A waitress or one of the professional dancers? She almost spat the words out. Why don't you tell us? I snapped back. Did Jack Dutton give you opium? Swift threw the question again. How dare you? She tried to stare him out, but her gaze faltered and dropped. Yes, all right. Everyone takes it. Why shouldn't I? It's no worse than cigarettes. You're not that stupid, I told her. What the hell difference does it make? I didn't murder anyone, and I'm not answerable to you. You thought he wanted to marry you, I said softly. You believed his lies. If she'd had a gun, she would probably have shot me. He wanted to marry me, of course he did. I refused. Why should I marry? I've been married. I see no reason to let another man shackle me again. Your ex-husband is Davinia Ryland's brother. Swift was watching her like a hawk. The interview was ricocheting like a stray bullet, unbalancing her, trying to catch her unawares. You say that everyone takes it. Who is everyone? Jack, of course. And Charles, my husband. Ex-husband, she corrected. Davinia's brother, I stated. Does she take it too? Sometimes, as I said, we all do, or did, rather. And Jack Dutton supplied it, I continued. Why do you say supplying? He had some, and we took it whenever we wanted. She changed her tune as fast as a gypsy violinist. Who else was Jack offering opium to? Swift asked with more circumspection. Others? She waved a hand vaguely. They live in London. Were they at the ball? He asked, while writing. No, they're our friends. My friends. The crowd I go out with when I'm in town. Daddy doesn't like them. They come here sometimes, mostly when he's away. She was tapping her fingers on her knee. Was Sally Ann known to them? Swift rapped out. She was a menial, of course. She wasn't known to them, she retorted witheringly. Did Dutton ask for payment for these drugs? I took over the questioning. Her lip curled. Don't be crass. The club was open to us whenever we felt like going. We'd drink and dance, whatever we liked. It was fun. We had a good time. You gambled? I guessed. She laughed. What do you think? God, you're such a provincial. I was inclined to snap, but clenched my jaw. A knock sounded at the door. BB? It was Luke Napier's voice. They're saddling up. Are you ready? Fawcett glanced at Swift, who nodded. If you'd like to come in, sir. Fawcett opened the door and stood back. Napier filled the aperture. His thick hair brushed, a tailored brown jacket over cream shirt and stone-coloured trousers. He was dressed to squire a fair maiden. You wouldn't think there had been 2 murders in the house. He eyed us warily as he walked in. There haven't been any more deaths, have there? Were you expecting any? I didn't stand up, neither did Swift. Whatever's going on here is an abomination, he said calmly, and sat in the chair next to Bebby. Her eyes were fixed on him. I sincerely hope there aren't any more. He reached for her hand and she gave it, her slender fingers in his strong grip. Dutton was taking opium and supplying it. Swift focused on Napier. Did you know? I smelled it on him. He said he had a friend with a bad habit. Napier's American drawl was clipped. There was anger in his voice. I'd come a couple of 1,000 miles to see him and to congratulate him and his bride-to-be. I wanted to believe what he told me. And did you? I asked. Napier clenched his jaw. I did not. You didn't mention this yesterday. I was angry too. There had been no reason for him to lie. He's dead. I'm a stranger in this country. I'm not going to start throwing around accusations of drug-taking. Baby takes drugs, I said. I thought she'd retaliate, but she lowered her gaze. She won't take any more. He glanced at her, his tone softened. Will you, Princess? I promise I won't, Luke. Not as long as I'm with you. Baby sounded sincere, almost docile. We stared at her, waiting for a flounce or empty laughter. She was the sort to play the coquette or the siren, but her look and tone suggested something genuine, even loving. Swift cleared his throat. Who else was Dutton giving drugs to? A mullish look crossed Baby's face, but she replied evenly. As you've already guessed, Davinia Ryland. Lots of others who went to the club, including my ex-husband. He became overly attached to them and had to be weaned off. It was awfully tedious, actually. She gazed again at Napier, who still had her hand in his, a large presence and obviously protective of her. I'm sorry for what happened with my ex-husband, but our differences were more than simply our lifestyles. We were utterly incompatible. Napier turned to her. Like I told you already, Princess, I won't live a dissolute lifestyle. That kind of sordid behavior disgusts me. She leaned closer to him. It was just an amusement, Luke. It looks awful now, but it was a diversion, a bit of fun after hard times. She saw him stiffen and sought to reassure him. But I understand your dislike of it, and I don't need it, any of it. I've given it up, I promise, and you'll see that I have. I've barely begun to know you, baby, but I hope time proves we can make a good life for ourselves, he said softly. It was as though they were the only people in the room. Fawcett was gazing dumbstruck. Swift was frowning, but I knew him for a Galahad. He'd be wishing them well. I have a few more questions, and then we'll leave you alone. Swift sounded subdued. Where were you both yesterday? I slept till late, around 8, Napier said, had a bite of breakfast, then looked around the place. I saw you on the stairs, then again here when I gave Bebby the roses. He nodded towards the vase of flowers on a side table. We passed a few guys working in the gardens. They can testify we were out there. I was showing Luke the grounds, Bibi said with a smile. We talked and talked. It's as though we've known each other forever, but have been apart, and we need to catch up. Napier smiled softly, gazing into her eyes. We stayed up until the early hours, too. He looked across to us. I'd like to take Bibi out riding now. Excuse me, sir, Fawcett said. There's 2 people been killed in this house. Mr. Dutton was your friend, and he was Miss Bibi's lover. The way you're going on is peculiar, and it's going to raise suspicions. Napier frowned at that. I guess it seems peculiar to other people, but we just want to spend our time getting to know each other. Fawcett opened his mouth, then shut it again in confusion. We shall need your fingerprints, Swift said. Certainly not, snapped Bibi. We have nothing to hide, Napier said. We'll cooperate. Bibi's lips formed a pout, but she nodded. Thank you, Swift said. Fawcett? Fawcett rummaged in his satchel for paper and the tin holding the ink-soaked sponge. It won't take a minute. They did as asked and wiped the ink away with a damp cloth from Bibi's washstand. Can we leave now? You may, Swift agreed, but don't leave the grounds, he warned predictably. They went out hand in hand, smiling. We watched them go, hoping they weren't involved in the darkness enveloping the house. Chapter 17. We'll spend the day questioning the suspects and taking fingerprints, Swift said. We were still in Beeb's sumptuous drawing room. Leave the inking tin with me, Fawcett. You can go and question the staff, including the outdoor staff. All of them, sir? His eyes rounded. On my own. Start with Hathaway. He'll give the order, I suggested. Those that have information will come forward, and you could ask Maisie Trimble to help. The staff are more likely to cooperate with someone they know exactly, and everyone gossips, Swift, I said. There will be talk. Righto, sir. Fawcett grinned, enthusiasm rising in his voice. I could make a map, and try to work out where the suspects were up until Sally Ann was found. I can put an X in the location along with their names. It'll give us a broader picture. Will it? I asked. Well, it might, sir. Fawcett's grin wavered. Process and procedure, Lennox, Swift said. It's good practice. Off you go, Constable. Aye, sir. See you later. He hurried off, eager to set to work. Come on, Lennox. Swift was ready to go too. The Rylands? Exactly. Bebe and her ex-husband were taking opium, and we know they weren't the only ones. It was a trek across the house to the east wing. Needless to say, we had no idea where they were, but we found a footman to escort us. Moments later, we were sitting on a different sofa facing Lord Griffin Ryland. Davinia was apparently still asleep, or that was the story anyway. We took his fingerprints before we started the interview. That didn't set things off well, and they very quickly deteriorated. Your wife is an opium addict, I said, as Swift slipped Ryland's prints between the pages of his notebook. How dare you? Davinia would never touch drugs. Ryland's response was predictable. We have a witness who states otherwise, Swift spoke blandly. They're lying. Shadows ringed his eyes. His handsome face grew taut with tension. No amount of false outrage will change the facts, Ryland, I replied. Lady Ryland's brother was addicted too, wasn't he? Davinia is not an addict. His mood escalated to genuine fury. Bebe's behind this, isn't she? God, she's as stupid as Charles. That's enough. Swift raised his voice. Dutton probably died because of his activities. You should have told us. It's nothing to do with us, Ryland growled. We were in a comfortable, albeit impersonal sitting room in shades of pale blue, an unlit fire in the grate, 2 sofas facing each other, a writing table by the window, hunting pictures on the walls, and 2 doors leading off, probably to separate bedrooms. The maid who died was probably acting for Dutton, Swift stated. Was she supplying your wife? Davinia doesn't take drugs. Ryland's fury was writ in the lines on his face. Then he suddenly deflated, his misery overwhelming his anger. But she has done, though, hasn't she? I said. He nodded, closing his eyes. This is a murder inquiry, Ryland, I said softly. It will all come out. You can't hide it. He raked fingers through his dark hair. I didn't know, truly I didn't. He sounded anguished. When did you find out? Swift asked, making a discreet note in his book. Not until Davina's brother was admitted to a clinic. I had no inkling before that. You didn't go to Dutton's club, Club Gerard? Swift demanded. No, it didn't interest me. I prefer my own clubs, gentlemen's clubs, you know the sort. Ryland leaned back. Charles loved the high life, and Bebe and Davinia went there with him. Charles isn't clever. He's brainless, actually, easily led, loves being flattered and fawned over, and he's rich beyond Croesus. Baby's hardly the intellectual either. She's capricious, and he searched for the right word. Brittle. She developed a hard shell after her mother died and decided that life would be a glittering bacchanal, having it all because none of it means anything. That's how she described it. It's a philosophy that's quite prevalent at the moment. He was right about that. And they all took drugs at Dutton's club, I asked. Yes, but I didn't realize. The haunted look returned. Once Charles was admitted to the clinic, it was clear what had been going on. I spoke to Bebe, but she didn't care. She said smoking opium was harmless. It just slowed the world down and made it a happier place. He grimaced. I had it out with Davinia too, or as much as I could. She's not worldly, you must have noticed. She told me she had a puff now and then to hold back her anxiety. Utterly ludicrous. She's never had a day's anxiety in her life. He sounded almost bitter. Anyway, I forbade her from going to the club again or staying with Bebe in London. Davinia accepted it. She wasn't addicted, unlike her brother, and she's easily diverted. She just stopped taking opium. I was surprised, given what we'd just heard. Yes, why not? She never took very much. How can you be sure she's given up? I demanded. You can smell the stuff. I'd know if she'd had any, Ryland replied. It stinks. He was right, and Napier had mentioned the same. But you continued to come here knowing that you'd probably encounter Dutton. Swift stopped writing to fix on Ryland. I tried to avoid being here at the same time as Dutton. Look, you have to understand that Davinia and Bebe were very close. They always have been, particularly since Lady Belvedere died. They wanted to keep their friendship going, and of course Belvedere asked us here. It would have felt as if we were abandoning him if we didn't attend occasionally. He slumped against the sofa. Did he know about Bibi or her husband's addiction? Swift leaned forward as he asked the question. God, no. Ryland looked horrified. He has his own burdens to bear, and Davinia's family kept a close lid on Charles's treatment. But Bibi's his daughter, I retorted. Belvedere has a right to know, particularly as Dutton was growing closer to her. Ryland focused on mine. Bibi's and her father's relationship is strained enough. If I ran to him with the story, it may have caused more damage. When his son Harry formed an attachment to Jack's sister, Belvedere tried to divert him. It didn't work. If anything, it backfired because Harry and Charlotte allied themselves against him. So did Bebby. Jack manipulated it, spreading lies and deepening the rift. He pushed thick black hair back from his high forehead. When Charlotte was killed, Harry just lost it. There's no proof he killed himself, but everyone believes he did. It's haunted this house ever since. His aunt, Cicely Sissinghurst, stated that Harry flew his plane into the ground. I said, yes, but she can't actually know that. Ryland dismissed it anyway. As it was, I believe things sorted themselves out. Bibi stopped taking the drug after Charles was shunted into the clinic. I haven't smelled it on her since, so it was no longer a problem, and I was certain Belvedere would eventually find a solution to Dutton. Like killing him? Swift retorted. His dark eyes flashed. No, don't twist things. I wasn't, Swift replied. Ryland's gaze dropped. Has Belvedere learned of this? About the opium, yes, Swift said quietly. I threw in a question. How did Davinia pay for it? Ryland gazed at me. Suddenly confounded, he probably never thought about how anything was paid for. Invoices were presented to his residence, and the butler would send them to the director of his private bank, who authorized payment from the vast family fortune. I suppose the club billed it. Really? A bill for drugs? I asked. Ryland's brow furrowed. They wouldn't have written that, would they? I often found it extraordinary how many rich people knew absolutely nothing about where their wealth arose unless they'd actually made their money themselves. Have you seen any of the bills? Swift asked. Surely someone would have shown them to you, considering they'd been sent by a seedy nightclub. He stuttered, his uncertainty betraying him. Davinia has an allowance. I suppose she may have paid for it out of that. How does she access this allowance? Swift continued. Our butler goes to the bank each month and asks for £30, and they give him an envelope. He leaves it on my wife's escritoire, he explained in some confusion. It's for tips and incidentals, fripperies, that sort of thing. I doubt it would cover a drug habit, I said. Would you ask her to come in here, please? Swift insisted. We need to talk to her. She can't. He pushed his hair back again. She's sedated, if you must know. She's been acting strangely sad, then laughing, almost hysterically. He dropped his gaze again. Jack's death had frightened her, and the maids she took a few sedatives last night, crushed them into her hot milk. She's always taken sedatives. It helps her sleep. He raised his eyes to ours. Is it hereditary, do you think? This weakness in character? I'm not sure if he expected an answer. He seemed dazed by it all. Swift broke into the man's reverie. We'd like to examine your wife's emeralds, please. What? He tried to focus. Just fetch them, I told him. He walked to the furthest door, slipped through it, and returned moments later. Here, you can keep the damned thing for all I care. He almost threw the necklace at us. Thank you. Swift laid the length of the necklace in his hand and gently breathed on the sparkling green stones. They misted over and remained misted, every one of them. Only the small diamonds circling each emerald cleared quickly. Swift handed the necklace back without a word. Please go away, Ryland spoke gruffly, his voice cracking. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Ryland, Swift said. He didn't reply, just slumped back on the sofa. We left him where he was and headed for the marbled hall. A white-haired chap in an elegant Victorian bath chair was being carried up the stairs by 4 panting footmen, followed by a diminutive fellow with bandy legs. Both wore old-fashioned tailcoats, high-collared shirts, black waistcoats, bow ties, trews, and button-up boots. The chap in the bath chair held a furled black umbrella aloft. Not far, he said in a voice resonating through a long, hooked nose. onward and upward. Then he started singing Onward Christian Soldiers in warbling tones. Never been to the famous Belvedere ballroom. The short, bandy-legged man spoke in wheezing tones. These excellent gentlemen kindly offered their help. He was being helped by two large men, obviously from the garden by their dress. They had an arm under each of his, and his feet were barely touching the marble treads. We stepped aside to let the procession pass. Hathaway was forming the rear guard. I raised my brows as he drew level. Mr. Blenkinsop is the Dutton family lawyer. He is accompanied by his clerk, Mr. Trinder. They have brought Mr. Dutton's will. Really, I said. Why here? Swift asked. Hathaway shook his head in bewilderment. I cannot say, sir. We followed the cortege, one step at a time. Ah, what magnificence! Blenkinsop opened his arms wide as his bath chair was placed on the polished floor of the ballroom. And the view, Mr. Trinder, observe the view. He waved his umbrella in the direction of the nearest French windows, all of which were open, letting a cool breeze waft through the place. The horizon was heavy with purple and blue storm clouds, a dramatic backdrop to the tree-trimmed hills, but it didn't appear to diminish their enjoyment. Blenkinsop was adept at manoeuvring the bath chair. It was of the last century, as was the occupant, a leather-upholstered chair formed within a black lacquered box in the style of an old hackney carriage or sedan chair. Large wheels were fitted either side, with a smaller one fixed to the upswept front. A long handle was fixed to this for steering while someone pushed from behind. Here are the detectives investigating Mr. Dutton's demise, Mr. Blenkinsop, Hathaway informed the venerable gentleman. He peered at the butler with faded eyes made large by pince nez perched on his hooked nose. Aha, is there a legal objection to their presence, Mr. Trinder? Blenkinsop called out. What say you, my man? The bandy-legged chap tottered over, his gardening escort having placed him on his feet and cleared off. I believe it would be commensurate, Mr. Blenkinsop, Trinder replied, his voice thin and croaky with age. Should I ask his lordship to join you? Hathaway asked. Blenkinsop raised bristled brows at Trinder. Well, would this too be commensurate? No, his lordship is not a party. He is our host, but we cannot invite him to the reading, Mr. Blenkinsop, not even with due deference to the niceties. There you have your answer, gentlemen. There you have it. Blenkinsop raised the brolly again. Hathaway was momentarily lost for words. He opened his mouth, closed it again, then nodded. Very well, sir. I will inform his lordship of the situation. May I ask if there is anyone else you would like to attend your discussion? The beneficiary, of course. Our foray into this fair county is to communicate the contents of the will to the beneficiary. Blenkinsop proclaimed, all the way from London by steam train, a most enjoyable excursion. Trinder beamed, his wrinkled face alight with enthusiasm. Very keen on trains, are you not, Mr. Trinder? Blenkinsop addressed him. Indeed I am, Mr. Blenkinsop. Indeed I am. Trinder nodded gleefully. I have 3 volumes on the subject. Swift had a smile on his lips, seemingly amused by the performance. He straightened his face and approached the elderly pair. Good morning, gentlemen. I am ex-Detective Inspector Swift of Scotland Yard. I will be attending the reading of the will along with my colleague, Major Heathcliff Lennox. He waved a hand in my direction. Could you please tell us who is heir to Mr. Dutton's will? He gave a polite bow in deference to their years. Good heavens, no. Blenkinsop looked aghast. That would be most improper. Swift held back a sigh. Then who would you like to attend the reading?
Mr. Trinder, the name, Blenkinsop said. I have it here.
Trinder rooted in the interior of a leather pouch, then passed him a thick cream envelope, neatly inscribed in black ink, beneficiary to the estate of Mr. Jacob, Jack, Benjamin Grayson Dutton, Esquire. Blenkinsop passed the furled umbrella to his clerk in exchange for the envelope. He struggled to break the seal of red wax, which had set hard. His gloves didn't help. We watched with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Now, I may not read the name aloud, but I may permit you to observe, Inspector Swift. Blenkinsop held out the watermarked page, upon which was written a single name in perfect copper plate. I leaned over, as did Hathaway, albeit with more discretion, and read the name. Chapter 18, Napier, I exclaimed. Arg, Trinder spluttered. Not to be spoken, not to be spoken. Major Lennox, Blenkinsop glowered behind bristled brows. You have transgressed. Lennox, Swift rasped. Well, everyone will know soon enough, I countered. Hathaway, you'd best go and track him down. Very well, sir. He gave a bow and went off, a suppressed grin on his phiz, clearly intrigued by the fresh drama added to the day. Now, Mr. Trinder, does the venue suffice? Blenkinsop turned the wheel of the bath chair to peer round the sparsely furnished ballroom. I will inspect the seating area, Trinder declared, and beetled off towards it. He paused to make a cursory perusal of the marble-topped tables and blue velvet chairs clustered about them, then beetled back to his companion. Frivolous but sufficient, Mr. Blenkinsop, he declared, then took the handles of the bath chair to push the venerable lawyer across the ballroom floor. Onward we go. Blenkinsop steered adroitly to the seating area, then yanked up a handbrake attached to one of the wheels. Arrived, Mr. Trinder, now to prepare? They busied themselves with papers, silver inkstand, pens, blotters, and the usual whatnots beloved of men of letters. Swift and I watched, bemused by the incongruity of the Dickensian pair in the baroque splendour of the ballroom. Hathaway reappeared and approached the lawyer and clerk. His lordship would like to discuss matters once the reading has taken place, sirs. Delighted. Tell him we would be delighted, Blenkinsop replied. Always correct about the niceties, aren't we, Mr. Trinder? We are, Mr. Blenkinsop, indeed we are, he chortled. His lordship would like to offer refreshments, sir. Do you have any preferences? Hathaway continued. What is the hour? Blenkinsop inquired. Approaching noon, sir, the butler replied. Ah, then tea with brandy, I believe, and we usually have biscuits and a light snack. He looked keenly at Hathaway, the pince-nez on his nose almost twitching. Certainly, sir, Hathaway replied. We are rather fond of sandwiches, Trinder added, and pork pie, cheese, fruit, and cake. His eyes began to gleam with anticipation. The refreshments will be served in his lordship's private dining room, sirs. You will be escorted once your business here is settled. Hathaway bowed. I'm afraid we have not yet located the beneficiary. Someone said I was wanted. Napier broke in. He'd just come up the stairs and now strode over. He was wearing the same gear as earlier. What's it about? Blenkinsop raised his head to address him. You are Mr. Luke Napier? I am. Napier's tone turned to puzzlement when he saw the two elderly men. You must prove it, Mr. Trinder stated. Napier grinned. I don't think I do. We cannot read the will unless you are formally identified, Blenkinsop lectured. Now come on, guys, what is this? He looked to me and Swift. Do you have any form of identification? Swift turned policeman. Napier dug in his pocket and drew out a wallet. Here, he slid a photograph from it. It's me and Jack and a couple of other men in 1918. We all signed it, see? He held it out. We peered at the faded photograph. He and Dutton were easily recognizable, and their names were written underneath each of them. The two other men were Tom Bracken and Brian Stedman. May I examine the evidence? Blenkinsop held out an arthritic hand. Napier gave him the photo. It suffices, Mr. Trinder, it suffices, Blenkinsop declared. Please be seated, gentlemen. We all sat apart from Hathaway, whose practised demeanour almost abandoned him. He was obviously agog to hear what happened next. Mr. Trinder turned to him. Still here? Ahem, my apologies, sir. The butler went off with a look of chagrin. Blenkinsop cleared his throat loudly. I have called this convocation to present the last will and testament of one Jacob, Jack Benjamin Grayson Dutton, late of Dutton Hall, Dutton in the county of Cheshire. Blenkinsop paused to adjust his pince-nez. Mr. Trinder, the document. Trinder reached into his leather pouch and produced a brown binder tied with red ribbon. The binder consisted of 2 pieces of leather-covered card and a frayed strip of linen affixed to form a hinge. The whole was battered and worn, but perfectly functional. Trinder passed it to the lawyer, who untied the threadbare ribbon. Mr. Dutton is the last of his line, Blenkinsop explained. No other family members are extant, apart, that is, from his maternal aunts, namely Miss Cicely Sissinghurst and Lady Patricia Finch. Dutton Hall was sold in 1919, and Mr. Dutton retained the proceeds. We understand he purchased a property in Gerrard Street, London, although he did not reside there. He turned to his clerk. Not a salubrious area, Mr. Trinder. Indeed not, Mr. Blenkinsop, Trinder replied. Quite the contrary. It was then leased at a peppercorn rent to an opaque nominee and held under the aegis of a disreputable legal firm. Blenkinsop raised his voice in irritation. A foolish contract entered into by Mr. Dutton, and it left him virtually penniless. As we so informed Lord Belvedere's man of law when he made inquiry of us, Trinder added, and we have to state that Mr. Dutton was said to have gambled away the remains of his fortune. His Majesty's Tax Inspectorate made inquiries of us, but we were unable to elucidate further. This, I realized, was why Belvedere had believed Dutton to be broke. It was evidently a tax evasion and a means of hiding his true wealth. Blenkinsop took a breath before continuing in stern fashion. The police informed us that Mr. Dutton was relieved of his life on this premises at the hands of person or persons unknown. Blenkinsop leaned forward across the table and frowned at Napier. The will may be read, but cannot be acted upon until the person or persons unknown have been apprehended and charged. Napier folded his arms, less than amused by the inference. I didn't murder him, if that's what you're saying. It is for the police to make such accusations. We are merely stating the legal position. Trinder hastened to reply. We will continue the process. Blenkinsop resumed. He had removed a tattered and grimy piece of paper from the binder. I swear this is my last will and testament and have 2 witnesses who attest to that. Everything I own goes to Luke Napier of Boston, America, signed Jack Dutton. This day, 2nd February 1918, Vaucouleurs, France. The 2 gentlemen with you in your photograph signed this document as witnesses. Blenkinsop took another document from the binder. This photograph accompanied the will. It was the same photograph Napier had. His eyes widened in astonishment. God damn, he kept it. Did you all make the same will? I asked. It seemed strange now in this calm and peaceful spot, but back in the midst of war everyone wrote and signed such documents. We were actually advised to do so by our commanding officers. Most of us had families to leave our worldly goods to, but there were a number of young men who were alone in the world. The wills tended to change frequently as friends died in battle. On return from war, when young men married or formed new friendships, such documents were usually destroyed. Dutton obviously hadn't done so. He'd actually kept it and lodged it with his lawyer. Napier didn't reply. He seemed stunned. Did you make a similar will? Swift repeated my question. Yes, we all did. Napier spoke slowly, his eyes on the paper and photograph. Someone took the photo, and Jack said he'd get a copy for everyone. Then he made us sign each of them and put them with our wills. He said we had to do things properly. Do you still have your will? Swift asked. No, sir. Napier shook his head. I've no idea where it went. It is here. Blenkinsop pulled yet another tattered slip of paper from the binder. It is remarkably similar to Mr. Dutton's. The lawyer placed it on the table in front of him. Napier was confounded. What? Do you attest to this being your handwriting, Mr. Napier? Trinder asked in formal tone. Yeah, it's mine. What the hell is this? He couldn't take his eyes from the document. The wills of your 2 witnesses were also included, together with yours and Mr. Dutton's, Blenkinsop said. Alas, neither of the other 2 gentlemen survived the war. Both were killed in different incidents toward the end of 1918. Did Dutton inherit from either? I asked the question that must have sprung to all our minds. He benefited from both, Trinder replied gravely. Although neither estate was generous, death duties had considerably depreciated their assets. That's not right, Napier suddenly growled. Those 2 were pals. They left their stuff to each other. Me and Jack did the same. I believe when the first man was killed, the second then made a new will in Mr. Dutton's favour, Blenkinsop replied. They were all in the same squadron at the time. My God, Napier exclaimed loudly. He brought me here to kill me. That resulted in stunned silence. What makes you think that? Swift was the first to ask the question. Fury showed in Napier's eyes and face, his equanimity entirely gone. When he wrote inviting me here, he said to bring that photograph so we can show it to his new bride. He said he'd lost his. Napier was almost growling. Do you have the letter he wrote to you? I asked. Or the invitation? There wasn't an invitation. I brought the letter with me. It had his address on, but I haven't been able to find it since we left London, I asked Jack, when I unpacked my gear here. He just shrugged it off, said I must have lost it somehow and it didn't matter anyway. He shook his head again. Is this for real? He pointed to Jack's signed will. It is, Blenkinsop affirmed. Napier regained command of himself. So what did I inherit? Nothing at all until the perpetrator of Mr. Dutton's murder is charged and convicted, Blenkinsop answered dryly. And once that's happened, Napier persisted. Unfortunately, that is obscured by the contract Mr. Dutton entered into with his other legal advisers. However, we have made enquiry among our acquaintances in Lincoln's Inn. We believe these legal advisers are no more than a sham constructed by Mr. Dutton himself. Once the edifice is disassembled, you will find a great fortune awaits you, although I must warn you the revenue may demand a slice. Well, you can keep it, Napier stood up. I ain't keeping one damn penny from Jack Dutton. I'm a church-going man, and that's where it's going, all of it. He turned on his heel and stalked down the stairs. We all looked after him. Well, I suppose we can cross him off the suspects list, I remarked. Nobody is being crossed off the list, Lennox, Swift said decisively. Hathaway arrived as if by magic with 6 large footmen. It seemed the escort had arrived to take the venerable gentleman to lunch with Lord Belvedere. We waited as they were suitably prepared for the descent. Then 4 footmen hoisted the bath chair and proceeded very slowly down the stairs. Trinder was guided down behind him. Dutton may have been a killer, I said, once we were alone. Swift pulled his notebook out and jotted quick sentences. That's mere conjecture, Lennox. He could simply have been an opportunist. Then, why did he invite Napier here, asking him to come all the way from America to meet Bebby, who hadn't even agreed to the marriage? It was fatuous, and please don't tell me he was an ardent lover, keen to wed as quickly as possible, because the facts belie the scenario. Fine, but that doesn't mean I cut him off. And Scotland Yard have confirmed Napier really did arrive only last week, so he had no reason to kill the maid. Yes, but... And he doesn't even want Dutton's money, I argued. Lennox. What? I'm trying to write? Fine, tell me when you've finished. I folded my arms and watched the storm clouds chase across the hills. They were being whipped up by a southerly wind, blowing them towards Oxford. He carried laboriously on, filling 2 more pages. Bibby said there were others of her set taking opium from Dutton. And that's probably why Sally Ann was here, I mooted, to distribute it when Dutton couldn't. He wrote some more, then glanced up, an intent look on his phiz, obviously about to make some pronouncement. I'd been doing some thinking of my own, going over events and trying to unravel who had done what and when. Right, I stood up. We need a reenactment. What? That diverted him, of the night of the ball? Yes, well, not a full enactment, obviously, just the suspects and where they were during the last hour. Swift considered it. Actually, Lennox, that's one of your better ideas. Chapter 19. Right, we'll need the 4 footmen and any other staff who are in here. I don't think there's any reason to bring the orchestra back. Swift turned to a fresh page and started writing a new list. I'll go and find Hathaway. No, Fawcett will be more help, but you must inform Lord Belvedere, and then we should list the... Yes, thank you, Swift, I know. We'll call it for 2 o'clock, I declared and walked towards the stairs. There was nothing like an excess of policing and procedure to drive Swift into a frenzy. Lennox, don't forget, he shouted after me, but was too late. Fawcett was supposedly questioning the staff, and I was keen for some fresh air. Bright sunshine had followed the remnants of the storm clouds. The garden was astonishing, a work of art in bush and bloom, and I wandered about with hands in pockets enjoying the fragrant delights. Rounding a towering piece of topiary, I spotted the rigidly upright figure of Miss Cicely Sissinghurst inspecting a cluster of pink and white hydrangeas. They need water, she declared as I drew near. The storm passed without delivering a drop. There'll be another, I said. I'm pleased you think so. She sounded as though it was my fault. Well, are there any more bodies about the place, or have you caught the fiend yet? She aimed a piercing glare at me. No, we're having a reenactment. Humph, the ball, I assume. Well, I'm not getting dressed up. There's no need, it's at 2 o'clock. She continued to glare with steel in her eyes, but then her shoulders dropped. Major Lennox. Nobody has had the grace to discuss the investigation with me, and I am not used to being kept in the dark. Or rather, I am, but I don't like it. What of the maid? Why was she killed? I decided honesty was called for. She was a dancer or some such from Dutton's club. We think she was here on his behalf, possibly supplying opium to guests visiting the house. She barely blinked. Was she now? She let out a sigh. All that sacrifice, so many dead. I thought the war would make people more appreciative of the simpler things. Family, children, one's own hearth and home. How naive of me. People will always be what they are. She looked up, her steel-grey hair swept back from her face, deep lines etched around eyes and lips. I will see you in the ballroom at 2 o'clock, Major Lennox. Goodbye. She headed for the house. I spotted Fawcett in the distance. He and Maisie were chatting to a gardener. I strolled in their direction. Major Lennox, Sir Fawcett called when he saw me, then nodded to the tweed-clad chap before making a beeline for me with Maisie in tow. Mr. Hathaway said we should start out here. We've got quite a lot of sightings of Miss Beebe and Mr. Napier, but there's a half-hour gap at 1:15 where no one saw them at all. Maisie held papers in her hands with line drawings and jotted notes. We haven't seen much of anyone else, though. I reckon they're keeping out of Bobby's way. Must be the uniform, he grinned. Ha, that's what you think, she grinned back. There's another task for you, Fawcett. I told them about the reenactment. He was as keen as Swift, and Maisie thought it exciting. That's a clever idea, she said. It'll be like a game. Policing isn't a game. Fawcett began a lecture, sounding very like Swift. I was beginning to think that policemen really were born to it. Bobby, don't be so stuffy. Maisie was having none of it. Well, I'd best go up then. The inspector will be needing me. He took the papers from Maisie. We're going to need more time to do this interviewing properly, he said, and almost ran towards the house. Perhaps you could arrange for some lunch to be sent up to the ballroom, I asked Maisie. Could do, Major. She walked beside me, not in the least concerned by our differing status, or the fact she barely reached my elbow. Is Mrs. Gladstone feeling better today? I asked. Mostly. It was a terrible shock for her, the girl replied. Is she in her parlour? Should be, sir. She'll be having her own lunch in a quarter of an hour. That should be long enough, I said. She looked up at me, her red hair glossy under the white cap. You're much smarter than you pretend. I'm not pretending, she giggled, then turned down the path towards the rear of the house. A footman swung the front door open, and 5 minutes later I was sitting opposite Mrs. Gladstone in her pleasant parlour. Sally Ann was a lazy minx and sly with it. Not that I like speaking ill of the dead, but it was no more than the truth. She wore her uniform of dark blue, freshly cleaned and pressed. She didn't fit in here. No, me and Mr. Hathaway couldn't understand why she applied for the post. She started off all right, but then began complaining about every little thing. It's hard to find anyone who wants to work in service nowadays. Folk like bright lights and movie houses and dance halls. They think we're living in the past, but it's a good place here, like a village all under one roof. She sighed, her face more careworn today. Maisie said, It's like a family, I said. A smile lit her eyes and her skin crinkled over rosy cheeks. She wore a white cap covering all but a few grey curls above her forehead. She'd tied it in a neat bow under her sagging chin. We try to keep it like a family, me and Mr. Hathaway, and his lordship only has Miss Beebe, and she's not easy. He doesn't want a disrupted household on top of all his responsibilities. We're asking if anyone saw Sally Ann yesterday morning. I brought the topic back around. Maisie asked the same, but no one did. She'd slept in her bed and made it up, though not properly. I was going to hand her her cards last week, but his lordship had said to wait until the ball was over as we'd need the help. I was surprised. I hadn't thought Belvedere would even be aware of a lowly laundry maid. Did he know she was troublesome? There were rumours running round. Mrs. Gladstone's chin trembled. It was about Mr. Dutton saying he was seen kissing a lady. Didn't take long for me to find she was the one who started it. The girls all come to me, and I've seen and heard it all. Her smile had faded, but her lips curved gently again. I care about them, and when there's nasty gossip, I try to put an end to it as soon as I'm able. Well, I had to tell his lordship what was being said, as it concerned Mr. Dutton, and we all knew he was paying court to Miss Beebe. Not that he was any good, but it wasn't for me to say so. She looked down at her hands in her lap. It wasn't just the gossiping. Sally Ann had been found in places she'd no right to be, up in the guest quarters, even in Miss Beebe's private suite. I'd have been sending her on her way today if she hadn't. She sniffed and pulled a folded handkerchief from her pocket. Well, someone put a stop to her doings and she brought it on herself. That's all I can say. She may have been passing drugs to guests, I told her. She nodded. Mr. Hathaway had a quiet word this morning. The rest of the staff don't know, and I'd rather it wasn't spoken of. She raised her eyes in appeal. I thought that particular horse had bolted, but I didn't want to upset her further by saying so, and changed tack. Why was Lady Patricia given a different room than usual? That was down to Sally Ann. She was making up the bed in the suite where Lady Patricia likes to stay and spilt water over the mattress, told me she'd knocked over the jug on the bedside table, said it was an accident, but how she did that I'll never understand. Anyway, we couldn't let anyone sleep in it after that. The bathroom's in a quiet part of the house, I remarked. It is, and close to the back stairs leading up by her bedroom. Mrs. Gladstone's lips turned down. I've been thinking on it since she died. Maybe she'd met Mr. Dutton there before and she'd got in the habit of using it. That was interesting, and possibly more than just Mr. Dutton if she was handing opium out. Aye, well, be that as it may, she muttered, though I've not smelled anything bad, and Mr. Hathaway said you'd be able to smell it. A knock sounded at the door, and Maisie came in. Inspector Swift's asking where you are, Major Lennox, she said, and there's lunch served up in the ballroom. That sweetened the request. Right. I gave a polite nod to the lady. Thank you for your help, Mrs. Gladstone. She gave a sweet smile. Always nice to help a gentleman. I went off, leaving the two ladies behind, and was about to cross the hall when the lawyers were wheeled in, accompanied by Lord Belvedere. Excellent repast, your lordship. An entertaining excursion this day, Trinder, was it not? Blenkinsop remarked. His bath chair was wheeled by Hathaway himself. A treat without doubt, Mr. Blenkinsop, and another train ride to follow. Trinder beamed. Always our pleasure, Belvedere said graciously. However, before our departure, I must relinquish my guest, Blenkinsop said, and lifted Tubbs from his lap, where he'd been snoozing in virtual camouflage amongst the lawyer's black robes. A noble little soul, and a prodigious appetite, despite his small size. Belvedere took Tubbs and held him to his chest. We have quite taken to him, haven't we, Hathaway? Indeed, m'lord, Hathaway agreed, then took a breath to hold back a sneeze. The cat closed his eyes. I could hear him purring from where I stood. I could barely believe it. The little reprobate had them wound around his paws. The procession continued to the front door. I shook my head and made for the stairs. I got as far as the first floor. Major Lennox, Major Lennox. Lady Patricia called out. Lady Patricia, I murmured. She grabbed my arm when I drew level. You can help me. I have written an account of events. I wish to present it to Inspector Swift, and I am led to believe he is in the ballroom. She waved papers at me. Would you like me to take it to him? No. I will read it to him, and he must then ask questions. It is the procedure. I was inclined to ask why she had called to me in that case, but didn't. We're arranging a reenactment at 2 o'clock. Perhaps that would be a better time. No, it would not. She suddenly sounded like Cicely Sissinghurst. The inspector should know that I have spent years studying murders of the most awful kind and devising solutions to each scenario. I have examined the human condition and the vicarious motives of murder. You should consider me an expert in the matter. She halted. Now I am prepared to give my talents to this case. We shall solve it in no time. You just wait. Where is Sir Aubrey? I tried to encourage her up the steps. Oh, he's in one of his moods. She glowered behind the lenses of her thick glasses, pacing up and down his room, very agitated. He wants to go home, actually. He wants to go to the races, I said. He cannot, and that's that. Is he keen on horses? We managed a few more steps. She seemed more interested in talking than walking. Not the horses, the gambling. He'll end up broke. Well, let him. I have my fortune put away where he can't lay his hands on it. I've told him he will not live off me. When his money has gone, he can jolly well go with it, and I don't care if he ends by sleeping on a park bench. Enough is enough. So he's been gambling for quite some time? Anger hardened the lines of her face. Yes, and he can't seem to stop, or he doesn't want to. Are you aware of what your nephew was doing, Lady Patricia? I noticed she had a curler pinned in the back of her white hair. I decided not to mention it. All the usual vices I expect. We were almost at the top of the stairs, including drugs. She almost missed a step. I thought so, she muttered. There you are then. He played the devil's hand and he lost, and it jolly well serves him right. Chapter 20. Lunch had been arranged on one of the marble-top tables in the seating area. Swift was eating a sandwich while poring over a hand-drawn map of the house. He didn't look up when I arrived with Lady Patricia Fawcett, however, jumped to his feet. Hello, m'lady. Hello again, Constable, and good afternoon, Inspector Swift. Now, are you ready? Swift stood up, gave her a polite nod, then sat down again. I'm afraid we are preparing for. Of course you are, but I have an account to read to you. She plonked herself down on a velvet chair. No need to take notes, just sit and listen. She put the papers on the table and picked up the closely written first page. Now, Jack Dutton was my older sister's son. A handsome man with every advantage. He wanted for nothing, but he wanted everything. He had a thirst for life and all its pleasures, and the more he had, the more he desired. I remember when. They stared at her. Swift's frown deepened. I sat next to the food and helped myself to a small beef and mushroom pie. Someone had placed a flagon of cold beer with pewter pots on a tray. There were sandwiches of ham, chicken, and smoked salmon, accompanied by side dishes of spring onions, sliced tomatoes, and a platter of 6 different cheeses. I ate as Lady Patricia regaled us with a lengthy history of minor incidents until she finally came to Dutton's murder. And he stomped out into the moonlit night with Bibi behind. She stalked as a giraffe does, with head held high and neck stiff and haughty. The atmosphere between them could be cut with a knife, every sinew in their bodies taut with fury. She continued the chain link of clichés until she arrived at the grit. They fought with waspish words. She threw champagne in his saturnine face. He wiped it with his sleeve. More words were exchanged, heated, impassioned with anger. Then she left him, never to see him again except in her tormented memory. She took a breath to carry on, but Swift interrupted with grim determination. Lady Patricia, are you stating that you saw this argument because you should have informed us? No, she cut him off firmly. I told you I am describing what I know and incorporating it into my account. But what did you see? He emphasized the word you. Oh, nothing. I was back in the ballroom by then, she answered blithely. But I did find the dead maid, and I will read out what I saw. She didn't give us time to reply, merely ploughed on with a florid rendition of what she'd already told me. And there she lay, as still and serene as the tragic Ophelia, dressed in drab garb and sensible shoes, roses strewn about her. I ate another pie and 2 sandwiches. The food was first class and so was the beer. Lady Patricia's account was rather amusing, actually. Patricia, a voice growled from the stairs. What are you doing, woman? Aubrey, mind your manners, she called back. The atmosphere changed in a flash. Everybody's hackles rose on hearing the insult. I was instructed to come here for some stupid reenactment. He arrived, his face red, sweat slicking his thin grey hair, pale blue eyes blazing. I'm not being held here by any jumped-up copper. Who the hell do they think they are? We're the investigating officers. Swift was on his feet, eyes dark with anger. None of it was anything to do with me. Sir Aubrey Finch stalked over. Dutton deserved what was coming to him, and I never met that stupid girl. Not even at Club Gerard, I said in cold tones. He stopped, shock on his ruddy face. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Dutton ran an illegal gambling club with an opium den below, I replied. You went there to gamble and take drugs. Shock widened his eyes. He blinked, then began to bluster. You don't know what you're talking about. His tailored brown suit and tattersall waistcoat were tight on his overweight frame and too warm for the day. It was just dancing and drinks. I didn't take their filthy drugs. It was them, the others. They smoked it. I would never involve. Yes, you did, and you know it, Aubrey, Lady Patricia advanced on him, anger creasing her face. You've been falling pell-mell into debauchery. I know what you've done. You've succumbed to your weaknesses, and look where's it's ended. Associating with addicts, people who have all but lost their minds and their dignity with it. Is this what you want from life? Because if you do, you can go and live it on your own. Stop it, Patricia, he hissed at her. They were face to face. He was taller than her, but she was standing with her back straight and looking him right in the eyes. This isn't the place. They're listening. They already know, and I'm going to tell everyone. There's no other way to stop you. You're destroying yourself and our marriage with it. It was nothing but amusement. Men of my class gamble. It's part of life. What class? She wasn't backing down. You think you have class? You're an addled fool. Jack must have been laughing behind his hands. He was stripping you of every penny you had, and you weren't the only one, were you? Swift was writing. Fawcett had moved closer to Lady Patricia in case things turned ugly. I watched, ready to intervene if necessary. Who else was involved? Swift demanded, his voice raised. The warring couple both looked at him. Sir Aubrey answered bitterly. Everyone who stepped foot in his blasted club. He'd set a trap, we just didn't see it for what it was. He slumped on a chair and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. I like a flutter, I always have. The rest was just light-hearted entertainment, drinking, dancing. We laughed. When was the last time we laughed, Patricia? He tried to appeal to her. We don't even speak anymore, never mind laugh. It's gone on far too long, Aubrey. You turned your back on me, trying to relive your youth. Don't think a few words of remorse will eradicate the times you left me wondering where you were and what you were doing, Lady Patricia retorted coldly. That life is finished. It's done. Jack held us in thrall, but he's dead, and I'm glad. We're all glad. Who do you mean by all? Swift stalked towards Finch. All of us who frequented the club. Who do you think? Finch stood up, his arrogance returned. I wasn't the only one snared in his trap, but you are the only one who lost all your money to him. I joined Swift. He turned on me. I have more than enough to pay for whatever I want. You sold the sapphires, Aubrey. Lady Patricia spoke over us. I know you did, and I've had enough now. You can tell these men the truth and save your excuses because I'm not interested. Her words were harsh, but I could hear the emotion in her voice. She was hurt, and the hurt ran deep. He stepped back, arms hanging at his sides. How did you know? The weight is different, she replied, anger shaking her voice. I'm not a simpleton. I guessed what you'd done when you took them to London. I thought you were going to hock them, but when you returned I found them back in the safe. It didn't take me long to deduce what you had done. She watched him as his face sagged. He took everything from you, didn't he? Not everything. I kept some back, Finch mumbled. You kept it to carry on gambling, Lady Patricia said coldly. He sank onto a chair and put his head in his hands. Did you kill him? I demanded, thinking him pitiful. No. He shook his head, looking close to tears. Nobody had any sympathy for him. Pull yourself together, Swift ordered. We start in 10 minutes. He stalked back to his notes. Chapter 21. Cicely Sissinghurst arrived. She glanced around the room, glared at Finch, and went straight to her sister. Patricia, what has that blighter done now? They went to sit in a corner and spoke quietly together, their heads almost touching. I wondered if we'd end up with another victim tossed over the wall. The Merrimans arrived in a fluster, she dressed in pink, he in a linen jacket with a green silk cravat. Tamara's well-intentioned greetings mostly fell on deaf ears, but she appeared unperturbed by it. Swift swung into action. Fawcett, where's the plan of the roof? Just a mow, sir. The lad shuffled a small stack of notes and drawings he'd accumulated. It's in 2 parts. Maisie helped me with it. This is the terrace around the ballroom, and this is the roof of the east wing. He smoothed 2 sheets of slightly crumpled paper down on the table. Swift picked them up to study more closely. Did anyone on the staff see anything yesterday? I asked. Haven't had a chance to find out much yet, sir, Fawcett replied. Mr. Hathaway has told them to speak to Maisie about anything that might help. She's doing that now, and Inspector Swift has told me to collect all the suspects' fingerprints, so that's another job to do. Major Lennox. Tamara came over, her kitten heels clicking on the wooden floor. We are ready when you are, she smiled happily. Dandy was equally enthusiastic. We thought we should dress in our ball wear, but Hathaway said it was unnecessary. Tamara laughed gaily. We were quite disappointed. It would have been rather fun to have a proper reenactment, and I would love to dance the afternoon away. I smiled back. She and Dandy were a pleasant contrast to the contretemps between the Finches. Would you mind taking a seat until Inspector Swift gives instructions? They went off, her arm tucked into his. He suddenly stopped, gracefully manoeuvred her round, and they began to dance a waltz in the centre of the ballroom. She was almost a head taller and considerably wider, but it didn't appear to worry them. Fawcett glanced over with a grin. The Rylands arrived next, Davinia walking without the support of her husband. She seemed quite attentive, actually, and gazed about, her amber eyes wide with curiosity. "This won't take long, will it?" Ryland asked. He, too, had apparently recovered his poise, hair neatly brushed and oiled, suit fitting perfectly, and shoes polished to a mirror finish. "That depends on how well people cooperate." Swift had found a clipboard from somewhere and was gearing up into full investigative mode. "Please sit down and wait for instructions." "Oh, look, darling." Davinia pointed towards the Merrimans. "They're dancing. I adore dancing. Could we do the same, please, darling? I'd love to take a turn." She smiled a dazzling smile, her beauty breathtaking, although her manner was almost childlike. "Not at the moment, Davinia," Ryland replied. "Come with me. We should wait until they call us." "Call us to do what?" She wore a pretty chiffon dress, long and flowing, in a subtle mix of blues and pinks. She carried the gold and sequined clutch bag of yesterday. Her thick auburn hair fell in waves about her flawless face. There was something ethereal about her. "It's a sort of game. You'll enjoy it." He forced a smile and took her hand. "Come on, we can watch the Merrimans dancing." Belvedere had arrived with Hathaway in tow. 4 footmen came behind and awaited orders. "Open everything up." Hathaway instructed the footman. The doors had been closed against the threatening storm, but sunlight was now streaming through the glass. "Position yourselves as you were on the night." The men discreetly dispersed, swung back the doors, then took a stand next to each. Belvedere strolled over. "Gentlemen, I assume you are prepared." "Pretty much," I replied. "Haven't seen my cat, have you?" He shifted on his feet. "We left him sleeping in my library, Major. He is perfectly comfortable." "So you really are doing this?" Baby Belvedere's voice cut through the discourse. "Daddy, it's in terrible taste." She came to join him and kissed him on the cheek. He looked surprised. "Hey there." Napier was with her. He nodded amiably to Belvedere. "Your lordship, I'm real taken with this place. I've never been anywhere so fine. Bebi's showed me around. I'm trying to learn the history and how many kings and queens have visited and when it was. Now I've got Queen Elizabeth right. But all those Henrys, Edwards and Williams have left me confused. His lordship seemed equally genial. Belvedere has a long history. The property has rested in our family since the Norman conquest, although it has been rebuilt 3 times since." He turned to his daughter. "So it appears you were actually listening when I tried to teach you our history, Bebe." "Of course I was listening. It just didn't seem relevant," she replied nonchalantly, although a smile played on her lips. "Luke finds it fascinating, so I explained what I could recall." She'd changed into a long cream skirt, matching blouse and a suede waistcoat in the latest fashion. They both looked relaxed and happy. "You're keen on history, Mr. Napier?" Belvedere raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, I believe I am. It's not something I've given much thought to before. We've got a great history in the States, but here's a whole different ballgame." "My wife is excavating an Iron Age long barrow," I said. Napier looked confused. "A what?" Swift came over. "Excuse me, Lord Belvedere, we'd like to begin," he said politely. "Lennox, come on." He turned to Fawcett, standing by the tables and chairs. "Right, Fawcett, blow your whistle." Fawcett duly obliged, letting out a shrill blast. It worked. The assembled looked round, then headed in our direction. Swift had a list, inevitably. "Now, could Miss Bebby Belvedere come here, please?" "I'm already here," she said. "Right," Swift wasn't listening. "Lennox will be Dutton. You can both stand there." He pointed to a spot a yard in front of him. "Swift, why am I Dutton?" I argued in an undertone. "Because there's no one else," he said sotto voce. "Would you please just go along with it?" I can't say I was amused, but I went to stand next to Bebe, who didn't seem remotely upset to be reliving the tragic event. "Miss Cecily Sissinghurst," Swift called out. "I'm not deaf," she replied, and stepped around the Merrimans to approach Swift. "I suppose you want me to go and sit outside?" "If you wouldn't mind taking the bench where you were seated before Bebe and Dutton left the ballroom," Swift said. "Fawcett will go with you to mark the spot on his map." "Very well, come along, Constable," she ordered, and strode towards the nearest French window. Fawcett rushed to keep up. They went out, and a moment later he returned with paper and pencil in hand and a big grin. "Done it, sir. She's just sat outside looking onto the garden." Swift held his clipboard up, a studious look on his angular face. This was probably the most fun he'd had in years. "Luke Napier, you were outside smoking a cigar." "I was," Napier replied, "and I guess you want me to go out there and do the same." "You don't have to smoke the cigar," Beebe said. He flashed her a smile. "But I might do it anyway. I just love a man with a cigar." She laughed. He laughed too. Fawcett waited for him, pencil and paper at the ready. "Sir, right with you." Napier grinned and they strolled out together. "Done it, sir." Fawcett returned alone. "He's back there, facing west." He indicated the wall behind us. "Mr. and Mrs. Merriman, please show the constable where you were," Swift commanded. "But we don't know where we were," Tamara said. "It was dark and we didn't see Beebe and Jack leave. We were already outside." "You said you saw Beebe return to the ballroom?" Swift persisted. "Well, yes," Dandy replied. "We were coming back in ourselves and she stormed ahead of us." "Then please leave by the door you originally exited from, walk in the direction you think you might have taken, and end at the point when Bibby passed you," Swift explained in detail. It seemed to confuse them, but Fawcett waved them forward. They aimed for the furthest French windows and went out. We waited for Fawcett's return. "Right, they've walked all round the building, sir, and they're standing not far off. I've made a dotted line on the map." He held it up for Swift to see. "They're southwest of us now." "Very good, Constable." Swift nodded solemnly. "Lord Griffin and Lady Davinia Ryland." They came forward, Davinia holding Ryland's arm. "Griffin wouldn't allow me to wear my ball gown." Davina smiled delightedly, her face animated. "But I should be wearing it. Shall I go and change? I will do it quickly. I can dress myself." "There's no need, Lady Ryland." Swift held up a hand. "Could you tell me where you were, please?" "I was dancing, wasn't I, darling?" She gazed at her husband, both of them standing in a shaft of sunlight. There was an aura of otherworldliness about them. "Where were you dancing?" Swift's pencil was poised over his list. "On the roof. Griffin had gone out, and I followed, but I couldn't see him in the dark, so I danced on my own. It was much cooler. The air revived me. I felt so alive. Her amber eyes sparkled. I had the most sensational time." "I will take her," Ryland directed her gently. "Where were you?" Swift demanded of him. "Next to the chimney stacks, smoking, if you must know," Ryland replied. "I saw Sir Aubrey. He passed me just before Beebe and Dutton appeared outside. They were having an almighty row, so I wandered towards the west wing to keep out of the way." This was news to us and demonstrated how useful the reenactment was. We'd failed to gather these details in the confusion created by Sally Ann's death so soon after Dutton's. "Sir Aubrey Finch," Swift called out. He came forward, still red in the face. "I might as well tell you now. I was waiting for Jack. He'd threatened me earlier and I wanted it out with him. I'd seen his game and I wasn't going to play it any more." He turned to where Lady Patricia was sitting alone. "Do you hear me? I've told them the truth. I didn't kill him, but I'm damn glad someone did." His wife glared at him but didn't move. Swift wrote down his confession. "Show the constable where you were," he said blandly. "Look, I've told you," Finch blustered, "and I'm telling you." Swift snapped back. "Go with the constable." He stormed off, Fawcett following. Fawcett came back slightly out of breath. "He's over the back, sir, among the chimney stacks. Let Lord Ryland show you his position, and then try to place Lady Davinia, would you? And keep an eye on her." Fawcett herded them out while Swift turned to Beebe and me. "Would you go through the steps you took with Dutton," he asked Beebe, "and show Major Lennox exactly where you were on the terrace?" "Fine." She tossed her head. "Come on, handsome. Shall I rage at you and pretend to throw my drink in your face, or I could slap you? I'd rather you didn't." I fell into step with her. "Lord Belvedere, I'd like you to come with me, please," Swift said. He nodded mutely, and they both came out behind us. It was rather surreal and mildly discomfiting. "I didn't want our discussion to be overheard," Bebe said, as we strode away from the ballroom. Cicely Sissinghurst was sitting on a bench leaning against the wall, gazing over the rear gardens to the tree-lined horizon. Her eyes followed us as walked away. "We went towards the steps up to the east wing," Bebe said. "But not up them?" I asked. "No, I was in a long ball gown and the steps are dirty," she replied. and I realized that was another point we hadn't considered. Davinia Ryland swirled past us, arms outstretched, frock flowing about her. Fawcett was hovering, concern on his face. I could see Ryland leaning against a chimney stack, northwest of us. I doubted he'd be able to see us if it were dark. Beebe stopped a few yards short of the steps. We stayed here for a while, arguing. I was furious with him, but held myself under control, Baby continued. He said he was leaving, just like that. No explanation, no regrets, just goodbye. I was tempted to remind her that she'd told us a stupid lie about pushing him off the roof yesterday, but refrained. Did Dutton mention where he was going? I asked. We were facing each other. She was tall, almost up to my shoulder, her eyes the colour of emeralds in the sunshine. America. He had business in Hong Kong first, then he was going to New York and didn't intend coming back. She pushed a loose strand of blonde hair away from her forehead. I hardly cared, really, but it was a blow to my pride. I just couldn't believe how matter-of-fact he was about his plans, and leaving me. Has Napier told you about the lawyers? I asked her. He did. I was shocked, although deep down I wasn't. There was something missing in Jack. A soul, I think. He cared absolutely nothing for anyone. It was remarkable to watch her talking and acting like a normal person, particularly as we'd endured her ridiculous tantrum only yesterday, except his sister, I reminded her. Charlotte, yes? She nodded somberly. He was jealous of Harry. Charlotte loved him, and Jack hated that. Did he hound Harry to his death after Charlotte died? I asked her quietly, because everyone was craning to hear us. No, Jack would have been horrible to him, but he was too caught up in himself to bother with Harry. Why on earth did you allow yourself to get close to someone who had brought nothing but grief to your family? I couldn't help but ask, because her actions were aberrant. She glanced over at her father in conversation with Swift. Pain and anger flashed across her face, because Harry was everything and I was merely an irritant. The air was so important. She sighed. I know it's childish of me, but when Harry died, Daddy cut himself off. He abandoned me to nurse his own grief. He did the same when Mummy died. I think I was punishing him. She dropped her gaze. I haven't admitted it before. Luke drew it out of me. It's been, she searched for the word, cathartic, I suppose. Swift made a play of looking at his watch and cleared his throat loudly. Right, I said. What happened next? I berated him, and he said I was being tiresome. I threw my drink in his face and stormed back to the ballroom, she said. Should I pretend? She flashed a smile. Or I could truly slap you. Let's just assume the deed is done, I replied dryly. She lifted her hand in a mock slap anyway. There, consider yourself chastised. She was still smiling as she marched back to the ballroom. Davinia whirled towards me and came to a stop. It's my turn now, isn't it? She was exhilarated. I must hand you my handkerchief. She patted her dress. Oh, I don't have it. Where do you think it is? Her eyes opened wide, confusion furrowing her brow. Perhaps you dropped it in the ballroom, I told her. No, it must be in my bag. Where is my bag? Where is it? She suddenly became panic-stricken. My bag, Griffin. Where is my bag? Davinia Ryland came running. Come with me. You left it inside. I'll escort you. She didn't seem to hear him and suddenly laughed. Oh, how silly of me. I had it in my décolletage. She placed a hand at the V of her dress. I tugged it free to give to him. He looked so ridiculous, his face wet and a drip on his nose. She giggled. Did he give it back to you? I asked. I don't know, Griffin, darling, can you remember? She turned to him. He threw it on the floor and stalked away. I picked it up and had it in my hand, Ryland said. I must have put it down or dropped it when we returned to the ballroom. I don't recall. Tamara and Dandy Merriman arrived on cue, or rather were waved into action by Fawcett, who was taking it very seriously. Major Lennox, sir, you're supposed to go up the steps onto the east wing, he called to me. No, he can't have done, Cicely Sissinghurst said loudly from the south side of the ballroom. I saw him, and I didn't move from my spot here. Right. I waited for the Merrimans to go inside, then strolled round the building to where Cicely was sitting. How far away was he? Further over, barely in sight given the dark. She flapped a hand. Go backwards. I stepped back and kept going until I was almost touching the gable end of one of the steep roofs rising from the east wing. He'd have been in the shadows, I said. There's nothing wrong with my eyesight, she said firmly. That's where I saw Jack. Then he went somewhere. I didn't bother to watch where. Swift arrived at my side, notebook in hand. Who else did you see? He asked her. No one. The Merrimans went in, then I saw Jack. She was assertive. Beebe went in at about 1:40, Swift said, at which time you also saw the Merrimans return from the west. He made a quick note. Dutton would have appeared a minute or so later. What about your sister, Lady Patricia, and her husband? He persisted. They were on the other side of the ballroom. I couldn't see them, and they couldn't see me, Cicely replied tartly. Lady Patricia appeared. I was already inside when Beebe came in. I have told you that I came in from the west side, but you went out again, Swift stated. Well, only to see where Aubrey was, she replied. You left by the north door. Swift continued writing, and didn't return until 10 minutes before the maid. Maud Binns appeared, by which time we know Dutton was dead because it took her 15 minutes to enter the house and climb the stairs. She looked as though she were about to object, but Finch came to interrupt. I was over there. He pointed northwest. I wanted to talk to Dutton, but I didn't see where he went. Napier was sitting on the bench against the ballroom wall when I went out, and he was still there when I heard the maid screaming. That's when I went in. He came at the same time, it's true. Belvedere spoke up. I saw Finch enter the ballroom just as the maid began shouting. He went in a little ahead of me. Right, Swift raised his voice. You may all return indoors. Those of you who have not had their fingerprints taken, please see Constable Fawcett. He waited as they began to shuffle off, muttering among themselves. Swift turned to Belvedere. One moment, sir. We'd like a word, if you don't mind. Chapter 22. You'd like to know what I was doing. Belvedere remained where he was. I noticed Hathaway hovering by the nearest French window. We would, I replied. He took a breath. I was searching my daughter's rooms. One of the footmen had acted as valet to Dutton and relayed the information that he had an extensive amount of luggage with him. I had a sudden fear that he and Beebe planned to leave together. I did not want to share my fears with anyone. When I thought my absence would not be remarked on, I left by the stairs and let myself into her private quarters. He shifted on his feet but held himself stiffly upright. What did you find? Swift asked. Nothing. Everything appeared normal. It was a great relief to me, Belvedere replied. You have a residence in London where your daughter stays, I reminded him. Yes, and I understand your inference, Major Lennox. Beebe could indeed have left packed suitcases and departed with Dutton from there, but there are certain items she would never leave behind, photographs of her mother and Harry. They were all still in their usual positions in her bedroom. Therefore, I concluded my fears were exaggerated. It seemed a valid reason, and I could understand why he hadn't wanted to confront her about it. How did you return to the ballroom? Swift asked, although he knew the answer, just as I did. By the door the gardeners used to access the roof. Hathaway informed me you have already observed it. He gave a faint smile. Don't happen to know the time, do you? I eyed him. I'm afraid not, but I heard the maid cry out and saw Napier and Finch entering by the light spilling from the open doors. His face returned to its usual impassivity, but Finch did not return from the west. He returned from the east and crossed the terrace in the shadows, then skirted about to enter by the western door. Swift's eyebrows snapped together. You could have told us. I wasn't aware he had not already done so, Belvedere replied calmly. Right. Swift cleared his throat. Thank you, your lordship, that will be all. Belvedere's lips twitched at the dismissal from his own roof, but he went with a quiet step. Swift, we can, I began. No. What? No, we are not going home or to the dig. We have to speak to Maisie Trimble. He headed towards the ballroom before I could utter another word. The suspects had already escaped downstairs by the time we entered the ballroom. Fawcett sat alone amid the tables and chairs, took all their fingerprints, sirs. They complained, but they always do. He patted another stack of papers. The enactment was good, wasn't it? I've put them on my maps and used different coloured crayons like you told me, Inspector Swift. Has Maisie finished? Swift went to sit down. Hope so, sir. They'll be going back to their rooms now, Fawcett replied. You asked her to search their rooms, I guessed. It wasn't a proper search, sir, Fawcett answered. The maids were supposed to tidy each guest's room while the guests were up here with us. I asked them to see if there was anything a bit peculiar, like that opium that no decent person should have. I turned to Swift. You instigated this? Obviously Lennox, he replied. Don't worry, none of them will come to any harm. He was probably right, but it seemed an unnecessary risk to my mind. Swift explained to Fawcett what Belvedere had said and that Sir Aubrey Finch had sneaked back from the east wing in the shadows. He showed him the route skirting along the chimney stacks. Ooh, that's suspicious, that is. Fawcett drew a line of dashes in red to represent Finch's route. It's the best lead we have, Swift said. Have we narrowed down the suspect list? I asked. Finch is at the top now. Swift had his notebook out. That Lady Davinia is nuts. She might easily have shoved Dutton off the roof, Fawcett said, and she admitted she gave him her handkerchief, so she was with him after Miss Baby went inside. But stabbing Sally Ann took thought and planning, I remarked, and the roses were a deliberate act, too. She doesn't seem capable of that degree of organisation. What about Luke Napier? Swift said. How? I was incredulous. He was seen a number of times, but he wasn't visible all the time, was he? Swift had marked out 2 lists, one headed suspects primary, the other suspects secondary. Why would Napier kill the maid? I shot back. Perhaps she was helping Dutton more than we know. Swift wasn't backing down, but he put Napier's name on the secondary list. Belvedere is far more likely, I said, although I didn't want to think it of the man, and his staff are covering up for him. Not one of them mentioned him coming back into the ballroom from outside. Would they all really protect him, though, sir? Fawcett asked. That would make them an accessory to murder, and that's serious, that is. People don't think logically, Fawcett. They think emotionally, I said. They both frowned at me. Then Fawcett resumed studying the drawings, tracing the movements and positions of each suspect as we discussed them. Well, even if they did cover up for him, it would leave him open to blackmail, Fawcett said. I have the impression he's well liked, I remarked. Liked enough to cover up 2 murders, Swift said wryly. They'll hardly be missed, I replied lightly. They're still dead, sir, Fawcett reproved. Yes, I do realise that, Constable, I muttered. Quite a few people passed Cicely Sissinghurst, and her sighting of Dutton was corroborated by Davinia. Swift placed her name on the secondary list. But did anyone see her after Davinia gave Dutton her handkerchief? I asked. Fawcett went over the crosses and dashes on his map of the roof. The trouble is, we don't really know what time it was when people were moving around. Miss Sissinghurst could have gone after Mr. Dutton, shoved him off the roof, then come back before anyone noticed. How would she know he was going to the edge of the roof? I countered. She could have said she wanted to talk to him, he replied. Anyone could have said that, I retorted. Swift turned his pencil to erase Cicely from the secondary list, then added her to the primary list. Bebe is in the clear, I stated. Agreed, Swift didn't write her name in either column. Unless everyone is lying, I added. He frowned. I grinned. And Lady Finch should be cleared too, sir, Fawcett said. Yes, because if she was going to murder anyone, it would be her husband, I said, and nobody would miss him either, Fawcett added, with a grin. I gave him a narrow look. Hello, sirs, and you, Bobby? Maisie Trimble arrived at the top of the marble stairs, her cheeks flushed. We finished the rooms before they came back from the acting, but I wanted to chat to the girls first before I came to tell you what was found. It went off well, then? Fawcett had a soppy grin on his face. None of you got caught snooping. We weren't snooping, we were doing a tidy up, and a good thing, too, by the state of them rooms. Lady Patricia made a right mess, she said. It was because Sally Ann hadn't done her job, I said, in the lady's defence. Bit difficult if she was dead, Maisie returned. Fawcett didn't reprimand her, just sat there grinning. It was obvious he'd taken a shine to her, even if she did boss him around. Was anything significant found? Swift was still in police mode. No, that was a bit strange because I thought something would turn up. Especially in Lady Davinia's room. I mean, she's always been a bit fey, but she's downright cuckoo now. Maisie slid onto the chair next to Fawcett. I was surprised. I'd been convinced Davinia would have kept some of the drug. She may have thrown it away or hidden it somewhere. Was there any unusual smell? Swift asked. Not that we could find, Inspector, she said. But there are perfumed drawer liners in all the cupboards and cabinets and sachets of lavender among the clothes, so even if we knew what it smelled like, it wouldn't help. It smells earthy and slightly rotten. You'd have noticed it, I said, thinking of the paste we'd found. Maisie nodded, her smile fading. I've noticed something like that on Miss Beebe before, but not recently. Sir Aubrey smokes tobacco and Lady Davinia sucks violets. They make her tongue purple. Lord Ryeland complains at her, but she just giggles. Fawcett turned serious. Did you bring it, Maisie? Her glance slid sideways to his, then she nodded. Made me feel like a thief. She put a hand into the pocket of her white apron and pulled out a folded cotton handkerchief. Here, Fawcett placed it on the table and delicately lifted each corner of the fabric to reveal the glittering teardrop diamond from Bebe's necklace. You were able to detach it? Swift picked it up to examine the back, revealing a cleverly hidden hook in the clasp. It was easy. Maisie leaned forward, watching his movements. It can be worn on her diamond necklace or just as a pendant. She mostly wears it on its own. She says it's too heavy with all them diamonds together. Swift turned the huge diamond over, moving it around to let the sun catch the facets in sparkling scintilla of light. Could you ask Dandy Merriman to come up here, please, Maisie? Mr. Hathaway is asking him to come. Her face was now solemn under her halo of red hair and white mob cap. Mr. Hathaway wasn't happy about us searching the rooms, but I said you'd ordered it, sir. Swift wasn't interested in Hathaway's sensibilities. He laid the diamond flat in his palm and breathed on it. The mist was slow to clear, but it was a large stone and we couldn't gauge if it was real or fake. Dandy Merriman arrived. I was informed you wanted to speak to me. I thought we'd finished all the palaver. Swift held Baby's diamond up between finger and thumb. What do you know of this? Merriman gasped. Does she know you've got it? I thought that was a strange reaction. Why do you ask? It was her mother's, and she is very protective of it. Dandy already had his loop fixed on the diamond. He moved it carefully and slowly in the light, squinting at it from different angles. He suddenly froze. It's a reproduction, he stammered. Oh my God, someone's stolen the teardrop diamond. Stolen? Maisie gasped. You mean someone's nicked it? Fawcett's mouth fell open. I have to admit, it took me by surprise too. Yes, it must have been replaced. Merriman stuttered and thrust it back at Swift as though it were contaminated. I asked you what you know of it, Swift repeated. Nothing. Merriman was shaken. The real one is almost as perfect a stone as you would hope to find. Bebe will be heartbroken. He seemed genuinely upset. Have you examined it before? Swift demanded. Yes, when she came to our wedding. I hadn't met her before, but Tamara is one of the Belvedere set. I thought Bebe wanted to offer her congratulations. She was wearing the diamond as a pendant, and she undid the clasp and held it out to me. I had always dreamed of a closer look at it, and I had my loop with me. I had barely focused on it when Dutton snatched it away. He said, Some are authentic and some are fakes. We can tell the difference, you know, Merriman. Embarrassment lined Dandy's pleasant features. Then she and Dutton laughed, sharing the joke. Nasty trick on your wedding day, Swift said, sympathy in his voice. That was Jack all over. Merriman spoke quietly, and he brought out the worst in Bebe. Thank you, Merriman, that will be all, I said, and not a word to a soul. I won't repeat anything. I'd rather be left out of it altogether. He went off, dejection apparent in the stoop of his shoulders. I'd best go too. Maisie stood up. And don't you be worrying, I'll not breathe a word either. Here, Swift gave her the diamond. Let's hope she hasn't missed it. I'm going to find my cat, I announced as Fawcett began gathering papers. Then we're going home. Lennox, I want to do one more walk around the roof, Swift insisted. Fine, I'll see you at the car. Chapter 23. Shrieks of fury reached me from somewhere in the house. This was followed by shouting and a general kerfuffle. Bebe's voice was the loudest and most shrill. Swift must have been dragged into it as I heard his short, snappy tone even from the first floor. Poor Maisie must have failed to return the diamond before Bebe discovered it missing. Belvedere had my cat, or was last seen with him anyway. I knocked at the door of his library and walked in. He wasn't there. Nobody was. I called Tubbs. There was no reply, but he had a habit of ignoring me if he was snoozing in comfort. I decided to look for him while the rest of the house erupted. I wandered about, hands in pockets, gazing at the rows of matching books. Red or green leather were the preferred colours, and there were a few truly ancient ones in simple tan with peeling edges and crumbling corners. A fine collection of Gibbon's Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire. The usual classics, Greek myths, plays, fables, philosophy, and the rest of it. 2 rows of encyclopedias, and below those were beautifully illustrated books on animals, plants, and birds. Another section was of engineering tomes explaining the workings of ancient and modern machinery, including 6 fabulous books showing every aeroplane produced to date, with blueprints neatly folded between the pages. These were inscribed, "To Harry, my dear son, love Papa." That gave me pause. What had that loss truly done to Belvedere? How much had Jack Dutton contributed to Harry's suicide? This house, with all its opulence and grandeur, missed the only thing that really mattered: love. I climbed the library ladder to the top ranks to find the personal preferences. Buchan, Dickens, Conan Doyle, Thomas Hardy, among others. The library ladder was on wheels and I pushed myself along, oiled and perfectly balanced. It was amazing how fast it went with a bit of a shove. I'd just given myself a really good thrust and was flying behind the desk when Swift walked in with Belvedere. "Lennox." Swift stopped in his tracks. "What are you doing?" "Looking for my cat." I thought it obvious. "I'm afraid he has made an escape," Belvedere admitted. I dismounted from the ladder and went to join them. "You've lost my cat?" I frowned at his lordship. "Not as such," he sighed. "Hathaway came in and the cat went out. He was very quick, Lennox. Bebby caught Maisie with her diamond, and she knows it's a fake." Swift was more interested in the case. "When did she know?" I asked. "When I told her." I had to explain why we'd ordered Maisie to borrow it. Swift sounded exasperated and rather contrite. He'd landed the poor maid in trouble. "I have apologized for the incident. It is a shock to both of us," Belvedere said, his thin lips pulled down. "Hathaway is conducting a new search, and Mr. Napier is assisting." "You think it may still be here?" I asked. "It's possible Sally Ann may have taken it," Swift said. "It wasn't among Dutton's belongings." "It wasn't among hers either," I replied. "He could have hidden it, and she was waiting a chance to find it." Swift was trying to make sense of it. "It might explain why she didn't leave immediately after he was killed. Dutton may have taken it weeks ago," I remarked. "You may be correct, but at the very least, we must attempt a search," Belvedere said. "Fine," I nodded. "And perhaps you'll find my cat too." A knock sounded on the door, and Fawcett arrived with Tubbs in his arms. "It's mayhem in the house, sir." "But I found your cat. He was asleep in your car." I gave Belvedere a sideways glance, but decided against any form of retort. "Right. We will return in the morning," I said, and gave him a nod. "Lennox, we can't just leave." Swift was stung. "Yes, we can," I said, and walked to the door. Swift continued protesting as usual. It was all very well being dedicated to the job, but unless we could make any progress, hanging about and annoying people wasn't going to help. I explained this as we climbed into the car. Swift naturally didn't agree, and said so at length as we motored towards the gate. Fawcett diverted him with talk of the day's events. My mind revolved about the reenactment. It had done the trick. I realized now who'd killed Dutton, or I was pretty sure of it, but it didn't explain the murder of Sally Ann. It couldn't, actually. Unless one had led to the other, but by different hands. A rumble of thunder reverberated from somewhere beyond the rolling hills. The sky had cleared, but the storm was still circling. A stillness had settled in the air, and the swallows were swooping low in the sky, a sure sign of rain to come. I drove into the dig to find it quiet, apart from a few scouts and the Women's Institute manning the trestle tables. Greggs was standing near the gate, binoculars in hand. Percy and Florence were at the mound with Tommy. Foggy bounded over as we jumped out and ran around us, yipping with joy. "Sir, sir," Tommy raced over, school cap askew and tie loose. "Everyone's gone to bring in the harvest because there's a storm coming and they can't let the hay spoil. Brendan was helping, but he's had to go home now too, so it's just us." He spotted Tubbs as Fawcett got out of the car and put the cat on the ground. "Why did you take Mr. Tubbs with you?" "He wanted to see Belvedere," Fawcett said. "It's like going to see the Queen, only not so far. I'd like to see Belvedere. Everyone says it's like a palace, but better. Tommy was even grubbier than usual, his freckles hidden under streaks of mud. "Did you find anything today?" I asked him. "Not really, just some boring old bits of broken pots," he said, as he skipped beside us through the grass. "What sort of pots?" Swift asked. "Just sort of reddish-brown." The bullets and arrows were much more exciting. They'd have been used for war when the men were getting ready to go off and fight the baddies. Tommy chattered on. "They've got cowboys and Indians at the moving pictures. It's a shame we don't have any Indians here, sir. We could have hidden behind the mound and shot at them while they fired arrows at us." "There's more to life than war and shooting," Swift told him. "True," I agreed. "There's hunting and fishing and detecting." Fawcett grinned, which is like doing all of that at once. Tommy laughed and broke into a run towards the mound. Tubbs and Foggy bounded along with him, the cat's short legs causing him to bounce in little hops. Percy came to greet us, rubbing her hands on her slacks. "We found Roman shards today," she said, her eyes gleaming. "I think they used the mound as a midden. There's a section covered in all sorts of broken pots. There are even pieces of glass from perfume bottles, so it wasn't simply a military base. Very exciting." I put my arm around her shoulders and kissed her cheek, rosy with the warmth of the day. Florence came and slipped her hand into Swift's. "We think there may have been a trading post nearby. We're very close to the Fosse Way. It was an important route to the north." She pushed a strand of pale blonde hair back with a smile on her pretty face. "There's even a bronze stylus." We walked to the mound to see how much more digging had been done. The Viking slab lay in the grass. It had been scrubbed clean of encrusted dirt, although the stone was still stained brown and black. The small figures appeared even more threatening somehow. They seemed to be presaging the threat of terror to come. I was more interested in the Roman relics, which spoke of barter, trade, and a more peaceful period, assuming one ignored the preceding invasion and conquest. The excavation had concentrated on a single section of the barrow, right in the centre of its length. They'd taken out a slice about 8 feet across and removed the soil from top to bottom, it being around 12 feet high. By the look of it, there was still another couple of days digging to reach the centre, and I wondered again what they'd find. I recalled seeing the village children playing on top of the barrow. It had simply been part of the landscape, of no more significance than the stone cross by the village green or the centuries-old bridge spanning the brook. I suppose it took an archaeologist's mind to see things for what they were. Percy led us to the trestle table. "I think we may be rained off tomorrow." One of the well ladies smiled at me and held out a sliver of pale green glass. I recognized her as the grocer's wife. "It's so pretty. The bottle must have been beautiful," she said. "And there are blue ones too. I can't believe anything so fragile could last 2,000 years, can you, Major Lennox?" I took the shard and turned it over in my fingers. The broken edges were blunted and the glass mottled by time. "I think that may be from an unguentarium," Percy said. They were simple little glass flasks for holding medicines or cream. They were quite common, but it demonstrates a sophisticated society that had time and knowledge to manufacture them, as well as the lotions they contained. Would it have been made here or back in Rome? Swift leaned in for a better look, possibly hereabouts. "The locals learned a lot of new technology from the Romans," she said, "and lost it all again in the Dark Ages," Swift replied. His mood hadn't entirely lifted. The board at the end of the table showed the day's finds. We picked over reddish-brown potsherds and the bronze stylus, which was in the shape of a long nail with a finely pointed end. "They were used to make notes on a wax plate," Percy explained. The plates were formed from a rectangular frame with a solid back and filled with a thin layer of wax. 2 frames were joined together like a book and could be closed to protect whatever was written in the wax. "We think they were used in the field, and the notes written on papyrus or linen cloth when they returned to base." I grinned at Swift. "You'd need at least a dozen. And someone to carry them," Fawcett added. Thunder cracked again in the distance. "Come on," I said. "Pile into the car, we're going home." It wasn't that simple, of course. We had to gather the finds and put them in the tent. Then the trestle tables had to be carried in and suitable thanks given to the Y ladies. Greggs came with us, as there weren't any newspaper reporters to wage war on. We arrived home in time to clean up before drinks in the drawing room. Talk inevitably turned to the murder inquiry. I sat back in my chair with a glass in hand and Foggy at my feet, taking little part in the discussion. Fawcett was keen to show off his drawing of the roof and the movements of the suspects that night. News that Beby's diamond had been stolen and replaced by a fake shocked them and led to much speculation. Fawcett broke up the chatter by announcing he had to go because his mother was cooking toad in the hole, and my dad will have been out stacking sheaves all day. He'll not want to wait for me to come home late. We picked up the conversation again at dinner. We'd had a simple salad to start, followed by roast duck in orange sauce. Cook had been dabbling in the exotic end of Mrs. Beeton's cookery book, a book that I'd threatened to ban from the house if she ever attempted to bake blackbird pie or roasted thrush. "What do you think Dutton did with the other gems he'd acquired?" Florence asked. "Exchanged them for drugs," Swift replied, "or dollars. He must have accumulated a lot of money ready to take abroad with him." "Where is the money?" Percy asked. "You said he had quite a lot, but he must have had a great deal more somewhere." "He may have already paid his suppliers with it ready for his business expansion," Swift said. "All part of his new venture," I said sourly. The thought of what Dutton was involved in incensed me. "Sally Ann didn't take the money," Florence mused. "She probably didn't know it was there," Swift replied. This led to more discussion of Sally Ann's role in Dutton's plans and whether she had had some sort of romantic attachment to him. Greggs brought custard tart and ice cream for dessert, accompanied by glasses of sweet Madeira wine. If she'd been romantically involved with Dutton, it would have been incendiary to put her in the same house as Bebby, I remarked. "I agree," Percy said, "but perhaps Sally Ann was infatuated with him and that's why she agreed to do it." "He probably paid her," Swift said. "She was working at his club. He would have chosen her because she was relatively trustworthy, or prepared to do anything for money," I countered. "But Sally Ann started the rumour about Dutton being seen kissing another woman," Percy reminded us. "Do you think it's relevant?" I asked. I hadn't wanted to discuss my theory yet. She was probably just stirring up trouble. Swift waved a dismissive hand. "I don't believe this is a crime of passion." "Revenge or desperation," Percy mused. I finished my glass of Madeira. Greggs refilled it before I could stop him. I turned to Percy. Why desperation? Dutton had snared Davinia and her brother into drugs, Percy began, and her brother was Beeby's husband, Florence added. "Exactly," Percy agreed, and Dutton had fed Finch's gambling habit. They depended on him to feed their addictions, but he was leaving. What if they realized and attacked him? "Rather drastic," I remarked. "And why kill Sally Ann?" This again led to the puzzle that was confounding me. The club wasn't closing. They could have continued going there. "Davinia couldn't. Griffin Ryland had stopped her," Swift said. "And I think Lady Patricia will divorce her husband if he carries on gambling," Florence said. "What if it was Cicely or Lady Patricia?" Percy offered a completely different angle. They knew Dutton better than anyone. What if they decided to simply put an end to him? He'd destroyed lives, including Harry's. Now he intended expanding and bringing more evil into the world. I couldn't take that seriously, but Swift did. Cicely would have been hardened during her years in France. She was helping injured soldiers recover, I reminded him. There were times when the injured were beyond hope of recovery. He looked me in the eye when he said that. We both knew what he meant. Morphia was given in large enough doses to bring an end to those so badly wounded they could never recover. It wasn't spoken of, none of us wanted to remember, but we all knew it had happened. "Sally Ann was stabbed," I replied. "There's a world of difference." He nodded. "But we have to consider all possibilities, Lennox." The storm broke in a violent crash of thunder. Poor Fogg was frightened and even Tubbs was unnerved by it. Angus woke up crying as the lights flickered and went out. I made a dash to light the oil lamps, then remembered I'd forgotten to put the car under cover. Chaos reigned as Greggs took over lantern duty, and I raced into the pelting rain to fasten the tonneau over the seats. After much cursing, I fought my way back indoors, absolutely drenched. "Blanket, sir." Greggs held out a tartan rug, a flickering candle in his other hand. I peeled off dripping togs down to shirt and trousers and rubbed my hair and head. Bits of fur stuck to my face. "Is this Foggy's?" Ahem, indeed it is, sir." "I was unable to locate another in the darkness," he replied solemnly. "Should I pour a glass of whiskey?" "Fine. I'll have it in the library." He went off with the candle, leaving me shivering and half-dressed in the dark. I sneezed, then sneezed again. "Lennox, we're trying to get Angus back to sleep. Swift called down from somewhere upstairs. Marvellous, I muttered to myself. Chapter 24. A ringing in my head woke me next morning. Actually, it wasn't in my head, it was downstairs in the hall. Rain was still falling outside. I could hear it pattering against the window panes. Percy turned over. Foggy snuffled from among the bedcovers. Tubbs yawned beside me. I waited while nobody answered the damn phone, then crawled out of bed and dashed downstairs. Major Lennox, it's Maisie Trimble. They can't wake her up. It's bedlam. They've called the doctor. He's on his way, but she might be dead. Maisie was whispering into the telephone, fear and shock in her voice. Who might be dead? I spoke quietly so as to not wake the household. Miss Bebby, you'd best come, and come quick. A clunk on the line, then a crackling drone. It was from Belvedere Major Flossie Craddock, the operator spoke up. You'd best be going fast as you can. They called for Dr. Fletcher not 5 minutes ago, got me out of my bed. It's been pouring cats and dogs out there, so go careful. Yes, thank you, Flossie. I put the phone on its hook and wavered for a moment, then dashed upstairs. Swift, I hissed outside his door. He yanked it open. He was fully dressed, including his shoes. Was it Billings? No, Maisie. Come on, I turned to run downstairs. Lennox, wait, I need to change. Greg's arrived, wearing dressing gown and nightcap. Greg's, call Fawcett and tell him to come to Belvedere as soon as he can, I told him, then made a dash for my room. Lennox, what? Swift tried again, but too late. Swift was already cranking the car when I ran outside. I yanked off the tonneau and leapt in. The roads were puddled and we raised a spray of water at every corner, but we barely passed another vehicle and arrived in record time outside Belvedere House. A footman opened the door. How is she? I asked, as we handed over our wet overcoats and hats. He shook his head, his face drooping. Doctor's with her, sirs, as is his lordship. Have they called an ambulance? Swift demanded as we strode in. Yes, but it's slow coming, sir. The storm's been moving about. It only struck an hour ago, but it was like the heavens opened, and now it's moving on to who knows where, the chap replied glumly. And there's power lines down, so I heard. Where is Mrs. Gladstone? I asked, thinking Hathaway would be with his lordship in her parlour, sirs. It was she who found her went up when the storm crashed round us. Miss Beebe was always afeard of it since she was a little and Mrs. Gladstone was her nurse. Never stopped fussing over her, she hasn't. He had a kindly fizz with a hangdog look. Inform his lordship we are in the house, Swift told him, then headed determinedly for the housekeeper's parlour. The lady was in a dark blue dressing gown, sitting at her table with a cup of tea and wiping tear-stained eyes. She looked up anxiously as we knocked and entered. How is she? What did the doctor say? She struggled to stand. We haven't heard yet, Mrs. Gladstone, I said as we sat down. The room was lit by an oil lamp. It reminded me of childhood winters when we'd gather in the parlour for breakfast, the rest of the house not yet warmed by freshly lit fires. Could you tell us what happened? Swift spoke kindly to the poor lady. It sounds silly, but as soon as I heard that awful crash of thunder, I knew I should go and see her. Her voice trembled, and so did her hands as she reached for the china teacup. Baby was always a difficult child, too headstrong, but underneath it all, just a frightened girl fighting to be noticed. Her mamma was loving and kind, but it was different with the boy. They'd yearned for the boy, and she was sharp enough to realize it. I tried to make up for it, but she wanted her parents' attention, as any child does. She fought and screamed when she didn't get it, which made it worse. She took a sip of tea. She needs someone to love her just for who she is, then she'll soften and love back. When you went to see her, what did you find? Swift persisted. She was deep asleep, even with the storm raging overhead. She took another sip of tea. I'd brought her a cup of hot milk and honey. She always liked that. I didn't want to wake her, but she seemed barely to be breathing, so I held my lantern above her face and watched. The light didn't waken her, nor did another crash of thunder. I felt her forehead. She was cold and clammy. I shook her shoulder just gently, but that couldn't stir her either. There was an unstoppered bottle on the bedside table, a green perfume bottle. It seemed strange. I took a sniff. It didn't smell of much, but it made me suspicious. What with all that's been going on? I tried to wake her again. I couldn't, and I panicked and went running for his lordship. I woke him, and that got the house up. The night watchman ran for Mr. Hathaway. His lordship telephoned the doctor, then went to Beebe's bedside. Now I'm waiting on what he says. Her voice broke on a sob. Do you know who gave her the perfume? I asked. Or if she obtained it herself, Swift added. She shook her head. Maybe in London, but I doubt she bought it. There's something in that bottle, and it's not perfume, it's the cause of this, I'm certain of it. A soft knock sounded at the door, and Maisie put her head round it. She's been really sick, Mrs. Gladstone, but doctor says she's coming out of it. Oh my, oh my. The elderly lady stumbled to her feet. Can I see her? You can go and sit with her, but she's dopey and needs to sleep it off. I'm going. You look to things here now, Maisie. She shuffled out, breathing heavily. Maisie came in and sat on the chair. Mrs. Gladstone had just vacated. Long strands of red hair had escaped a hastily tied knot at the nape of her neck. Doctor says he's coming down soon as he can. He had to pump her stomach. Miss Cicely heard the commotion and came to help. She's good at nursing, really calm. I did the running about, getting bowls and a bucket, lots of water too. It's a horrible thing to happen. Dr. Fletcher said there's a strong dose of morphine in that perfume bottle. He thinks she took a swig when the storm hit, and it was nearly enough to kill her. There's a bottle of perfume in the bathroom Sally Ann was killed in, I said. It was empty. I examined it, Swift said, taking his notebook out to make rapid notes. Do you know where the perfume bottle came from? According to the maid who helped her dress, Mr. Dutton gave it to her the morning of the ball. She gazed at us, her pupils dilated, her young face taut. Who is Beebe's maid? Swift demanded. Why haven't we spoken to her? 'Cause it's usually Mrs. Gladstone who looks after her, but if she's too busy, she sends one of the girls. Miss Beebe's not easy to work for, no one wants to attend her, she explained, then suddenly sprang up and threw open the shutters. Well, I suppose that's the last bit of evil Jack Dutton has done here. Good thing he's dead, or he'd have the whole house gunning for him. She wiped her hands on her apron. We all be on edge again today, and Mrs. Gladstone will be busy with Miss Bibby. Does Davinia have the same perfume? I stood up. Swift was on his feet too. Come on, Lennox. Maisie looked shocked. What are you thinking? Find Dr. Fletcher and tell him to join us, I ordered. We strode quickly towards the guest wing and ran along the passageway. Swift rapped on the door to the suite we'd interviewed Ryland in yesterday. There was no answer. The door wasn't locked, and we entered to utter silence. Neither of us knew which of the two doors leading off would be Davinia's. I went and hammered on the nearest. The other one opened. What the devil are you doing? Ryland was tying the belt of his navy silk dressing gown over matching pyjamas. He looked dishevelled, hair tousled and a shadow of stubble on his chin. Would you wake your wife, please? Swift switched on the light, causing Ryland to squint. What on earth for? He tried to focus on his watch. It's barely 6 o'clock. I wasn't interested in the time. I crossed to the other door and pulled it open. Another silent room with heavy velvet curtains and thick carpet stifling my footsteps. Swift pulled open the drapes as I crossed to her bed. One slender arm was flung over a pillow. Long auburn hair covered her face. One touch of her pale flesh told me all I needed to know. Swift was quick to lean over her, gently lifting tresses aside, the hair curling loosely around his hand. He gazed into her face for a heartbeat, then took her wrist and held it before placing it back on the pillow. I'm sorry, Ryland. He stepped back. What? Ryland took an uncertain pace forward. What are you talking about? Davinia? Davinia. Swift waited as Ryland approached the bed. He called her name over and over, then tried shaking her shoulder, then knelt to sweep her hair aside. Davinia, wake up. Wake up, Davinia. He tried to take her in his arms. Swift intervened. It's too late, Ryland. I'm sorry. He shrugged him off, his eyes on the peaceful face of his beautiful wife. Get out, damn you. The doctor's coming. Ryland, you mustn't move her, I told him. My explanation had nothing to do with the doctor coming. This could be a murder scene. Leave us alone. He was almost screaming. Why the hell won't you just leave us alone? What's all this? You here again, Heathcliff. Dr. Fletcher arrived with his medical case and a tone more serious than his words suggested. Not by choice, Cyril, I replied, somberly. He glanced at Ryland, leaning over his wife. What is it? She's dead. Probably sometime in the early hours, Swift said. Fletcher's eyes slid to the perfume bottle. It's the same as Bebe's, but it's only 2/3 full. Davinia must have taken a lot more. Swift nodded grimly. Fletcher placed his medical case on a washstand in front of the window, then turned to the distraught man kneeling by the bed. "Come along, old chap." He put a hand on Ryland's arm. "I need to take a look at her. Why don't you sit in the chair? Then you can see we're not doing anything to hurt her." The kindness in his voice helped, but Ryland was in shock and barely comprehending. "What's wrong with her? What happened?" He began sobbing, awful choking sobs that shook him. "Here we go." Fletcher was guiding him gently, taking small steps toward a wingback chair upholstered in tartan. "You can sit there. Do you have a handkerchief?" Ryland sniffed and wiped a hand across his nose. Then he shook his head mutely, like a lost child. I spotted a hand towel thrown carelessly on the washstand next to an empty flower vase. I grabbed the towel and gave it to him. He buried his face in it. Swift and Fletcher were already at Davinia's side. I went to watch in silence. There not being much else I could do, I felt a terrible sadness. She had everything that any sane person could wish for, and yet she lay dead and cold before the true bounties of life had even blossomed. What a damnable waste! "Purple stain on the gums and tongue," Fletcher murmured. "She ate purple sweets. Violettes, according to Maisie," Swift replied quietly. Fletcher reached for the perfume bottle. "Gloves," I whispered. He glanced at me, then pulled a pair of soft cotton gloves from his pocket and removed the stopper. He let a drop fall onto the back of his wrist, then licked it cautiously. "Morphine." He passed the bottle to Swift, who wrapped his handkerchief around it and slipped it into his pocket. They examined her as discreetly as they could. I considered trying to remove Ryland, but knew it would probably traumatize him further. They turned her onto her back. She hadn't begun to stiffen yet. Her face was serene, her beauty even more perfect than in life. Eyelids half closed, long dark lashes against an almost translucent skin, a nose perfectly formed, brows delicately arched, and lips as defined as a sculpted statue. As they moved her, the pillow shifted, and I saw the edge of something beneath it. I reached forward and tugged out her gold clutch bag, the one I'd seen her carrying. Swift's focus switched to me as I opened it to glance at the contents. I handed it over without a word. "Handkerchief, a few coins and a packet of French violets," he whispered. He extracted one of the boiled sweets, tried it with the tip of his tongue. "They seem fine." He handed the packet to Fletcher, who tried one too, and nodded agreement. There wasn't much more they could do. Fletcher pulled the covers around Davinia's neck, then smoothed her hair around her beautiful face. We regarded her silently, a moment frozen in time. I sent a prayer to the man upstairs. I think they did too. Then we moved away. It wasn't opium. Ryland spoke hoarsely. He had pulled himself together, although grief weighed on his face. "What was it? Morphine?" Fletcher replied. He went to his medical case and slipped the packet of violettes inside. It was concentrate. She should have mixed it with water. "Did it hurt her?" Ryland asked. "Did she suffer?" "No, it would have been very quick. She would have fallen into a deep sleep," Fletcher said softly. "Small comfort," Ryland replied. He wiped his face with the towel, dropped it on the carpet, then went to resume his place at Davinia's side. "May I stay with her?" "You may," Swift said. "Could you tell us when you last saw her?" "After dinner. She was sleepy. She kissed me good night, then came in here. I wanted us to be together, but she was tired." He was leaning over her, stroking her cheek. The impression of otherworldliness struck me again, an image of utter tragedy straight from a book of mythology. I looked at Swift. "Come on." We filed out and quietly closed the door behind us. Was it an accident, or could it be murder? Swift instantly asked Fletcher. He shook his head. "Impossible to tell. There's no sign of a struggle, and I fully believe she took it of her own accord. She was a known addict. It would come as no surprise to anyone that she took an accidental overdose. If it hadn't been for the murder of Sally Ann, I'd have agreed with him. You said the dose was stronger than normal. Yes, and you really must discover who gave it to her," he replied. "Now, Heathcliff, I have not had my breakfast, and it has already been an eventful morning." Chapter 25. Swift volunteered to report the distressing news to Lord Belvedere, while Cyril, Fletcher and I made our way to the breakfast parlour, another spacious room, papered in blue and white damask with matching curtains. It had a homely atmosphere, despite the generous size, and was vacant apart from a footman standing by a sideboard groaning under a row of covered dishes. "Now this is just the ticket, Heathcliff, my boy." Cyril plonked his medical case on a chair and sat next to it. "Tea and a helping of everything, please," he declared as the footman approached. "Very well, sir." The chap bowed, then offered a napkin. Cyril beamed. I received the same treatment and echoed his request. "Too much of a coincidence, Heathcliff," Cyril said with a shake of the head once the chap had beetled off. "Two dead, now another, and BB could have been one more." "I agree," I said, my mind still troubled by events. How could the murderer have planned for Dutton supplying the morphine at a much stronger dose? He fidgeted in his seat, straightening his paisley bow tie, smoothing his mustard waistcoat over his pristine white shirt, as smart and spruce as ever, despite the turbulent start to the day, assuming it was murder and not pure circumstance. He raised his eyebrows as he glanced at me. "It was murder," I muttered. Nasty. "Of course there may be more than simply morphine in the contents," he continued, "but I think we'd have two corpses on our hands today if that were the case." I wasn't entirely listening. I had been taken by surprise. I hadn't even had time to discuss my theory with Swift. I wasn't sure now if it was correct. Actually, no, I was sure who killed Dutton. The only question was, did the same person also kill Sally Ann and Davinia and had tried to kill Bebby, and what the devil for? The footman reappeared with a tray of freshly brewed tea and began to serve us. We could have helped ourselves, but we were preoccupied with Davinia's death. Swift walked in and sat down without a word. Plates piled with goodies of the most sustaining sort were placed in front of each of us, and we ate in silence until Swift asked the footman to leave. "How's Beeb?" I asked, between bites of fried bread, recovering but barely coherent. "Belvedere and Napier are with her, the other guests are still asleep." "The ambulance should be here any minute." He speared a piece of sausage and dipped it in his fried egg. "Probably shouldn't have left Ryland alone," Cyril said, then dabbed his moustache with a napkin. "I spoke to Hathaway. He sent a footman to attend." Swift turned to Cyril. "What did the post-mortem turn up on Sally Ann?" "Ah, that had slipped my mind amid the tragedy." He sat up in a more business-like manner. "Nothing, basically. She was a fit young woman, empty stomach, obviously hadn't eaten that day, and no sign of any drugs." "Did they try the Hopsayer test on her hair?" Swift said as he cut into a sausage. Cyril looked impressed. "Very knowledgeable, Inspector. Yes, the test was carried out and nothing resulted. She was clean." I waited for an explanation, which Swift inevitably gave. "The Hopsayer test dates from the last century. Traces of poison and noxious drugs in the blood pass to the hair as it grows. These traces can be detected even after many months, depending on the length of hair." Fletcher joined in. "Such elements can be found years after death. They tested Napoleon's hair, you know, and discovered arsenic, which led to all sorts of speculation. In the end, it was diplomatically concluded that the substance was from his medications." He eyed me wryly. Small doses of arsenic and cocaine were considered beneficial back in less enlightened times. Swift's focus was on the present day. "Maisie said Dutton had supplied Bebe's perfume. He may have given Davinia the same." "A parting gift," Fletcher said dryly. "And done with malice aforethought." "Possibly," Swift agreed. "It seems he was burning his boats." "I think Sally Ann was here to switch perfume bottles," I said. They both turned to me. "Dutton may have given BB hers, but Sally Ann could have left Davinia's for her. I doubt Dutton would dare have done so himself, given Ryland's antipathy. I suspect Sally Ann used the bathroom to leave full bottles and take away the empty ones. It would be arranged by Dutton. Whoever he was supplying told him they needed more, and he instructed Sally Ann to go and exchange an empty one for a full one. They may not even know it was her doing it. He could have set it up if his customers couldn't go to the club in London," Swift added. "Like Davinia," I said, "and there may have been others who visited here too." I wanted to explain who I thought the killer was and why, but the loud clanging of a bell beyond the window broke in. "Ambulance." Fletcher put his napkin next to his cleaned plate and stood up. "Does Beeb need to go to hospital?" Swift asked. "No, she can remain here," Fletcher replied. but they will have to take poor Davinia away. He grabbed his medical case and went off with quick strides. Lennox, I agree with your theory about the morphine, but we must. Swift was interrupted by Hathaway's arrival. Inspector, he announced gravely, Scotland Yard are asking for you on the telephone. Swift instantly leapt up and was gone before I could draw another breath. Damn it, I thought, then asked for second helpings of everything. I finished eating, felt distinctly better, and came up with a plan without any help at all. Fingerprints, I decided, and process and procedure. That was Swift's way of doing things, and it was the only way I would snare the killer, because their scheme was clever and nasty, and if we weren't careful they'd get away with it entirely. The house was deathly quiet. The servants seemed to be moving around on tiptoe. I wandered down to the front door and into the fresh morning air. The storm had moved away, and birds were singing merrily from nearby trees, swallows once again soaring high in the sky. A buzzing noise grew in the distance, a rather annoying buzz, actually. I walked past the ambulance, currently empty and unmanned, and strolled in the direction of the noise. A motorbike and sidecar crested a rise and drove in my direction. The rider was my butler, and hunched in the sidecar was Fawcett. They approached at speed. I hesitated, then leapt out of the way as they raced past and straight into a bunch of bushes. "Greggs!" I shouted, then stalked over. "Sir?" Greggs wobbled to his feet. "Sir, I have conveyed the constable as ordered. I didn't order you to convey him," I objected in an irritated undertone. "Look what you've done." Fawcett shifted broken branches aside and emerged, brushing leaves from his jacket. "We heard it was urgent, sir." "It's murder," and I broke off as the door opened and a sad cortege filed out. The stretcher came first with the blanket-covered body, followed by Ryland, properly dressed now with his hair combed, but still distraught. Lord Belvedere followed. Swift was behind, with Cyril Fletcher bringing up the rear. They gave my butler and Fawcett sideways glances whilst maintaining a dignified silence. Fawcett straightened his helmet and saluted. Greggs smoothed his waistcoat and threw out his paunch. A ritual that was becoming too familiar commenced. The body loaded slowly and carefully, the courteous arrangement of straps to keep the poor lost soul in place. The muttered words, the hushed steps, and then the final closing of the doors. Cyril went to his red sports car, ready to follow the ambulance. Ryland broke down again, and Belvedere offered quiet words of comfort. He led the stricken man inside the house, frowning at the handlebars sticking out above the mangled shrubbery. Swift stalked over as the door closed behind them. "Fawcett, what the hell are you doing?" "Sorry, sir, it's my dad's, but I don't have a license, and Mr. Greggs said he had, so when he rang me, we decided he wavered as Swift glowered. It seemed like a good idea at the time, sir." "Greggs," I demanded, "you've never ridden a motorbike in your life." "Ahem," he drew himself up. "I beg to differ, sir. I rode one in France after you stole it." "You had been celebrating and ordered me to." "Right. Yes, well, apart from that, you haven't, and you crashed that one too," I reminded him. He'd stopped listening and was staring up at the house, his eyes like saucers. I knew he'd done this as an excuse to come and see Belvedere. "Fawcett, come inside," Swift ordered. "We need to search the ladies' room and dust for prints, and we'll collect the perfume bottle from the bathroom." Sir, who's dead?" Fawcett asked. Swift informed him quietly as they headed for the steps. I glanced again at the wrecked shrubbery, then nodded at Greggs. "Come on, you'd best come too." He came with slow steps, gazing in awe at the grandeur, his fingers held together over his chest. "Sir, it's like a palace. Yes, hurry up. I need to think, Greggs, and you're holding me up. I aimed for the stairs. Ah!" He gasped and stopped on the travertine floor. "The marble hall and staircase, sir," he whispered. "If you don't get a move on, I won't show you the ballroom." I started upwards. "The rooftop ballroom, sir." His eyes suddenly grew round like those of a child who'd just spotted Father Christmas. Then he gathered steam and followed me up the stairs. I went to sit down and extract my notebook while he wandered about, staring in open-mouthed astonishment at the domed roof, the chandeliers, the orchestra pit, and all the other glories. Davinia's death would be a dreadful catalyst among the suspects. The guilty would want to flee, as would the innocent, for which I could hardly blame them, and 3 deaths in almost as many days drew question marks as to our competence. I could almost hear the accusations, and they wouldn't be the only ones. Billings had probably given Swift a hard time of it on the telephone earlier. Greggs. I had to call him twice, and even then he was lost in a dream world. Ah, sir. He meandered over. Such magnificence, such grandeur. I have heard tales told of the Belvedere ballroom. Yes, fine, but I need your help. Indeed, sir, he simpered. In the case of this murder, I just want you to listen. Sit down. He sat, and I explained. I even wrote it in my notebook. We discussed the way in which Sally Ann was murdered, including how she was manhandled into the bath. He offered to be the victim, and we enacted that. Well, it was simply that I pretended to stab him, but it was the action of stabbing and forcing him backwards at the same time which convinced me. It took strength and a certain height to achieve it with any confidence and be sure of its success. Swift arrived as I was coming to the murder of Davinia, and how it was almost impossible to prove. Lennox Billings is threatening to pull us off the case. He tried to maintain a calm front, but the sharp angles of his face were pulled taut. Right? I muttered. I was writing a final note and didn't look up. Do you have the perfume bottle from Davinia's room? Yes, and the one from the bathroom. He hesitated. Lennox, what are you doing? Solving the murder. What do you think I'm doing? He pulled a perfume bottle, still wrapped in the handkerchief, from one pocket, then the other, and placed them both on the table. I know who did it. So do I, but we need proof, I replied. He sat down. We don't have any. I think we do. Fawcett dashed up the stairs at a run. Sir, I searched the lady's room, but didn't find anything else, should I? I stopped him with a hand held up. Fawcett, you and Greggs must return to Ashton Steeple, collect Sally Ann's suitcase, then come back here, for I pulled out my father's old fob watch, which was ticking, but thought it was 4:20, 10 o'clock. I pushed the watch back in my waistcoat pocket. And tell Hathaway to come here on your way out? Swift looked bemused, but the tension had left his face. Do as Major Lennox asks, he instructed. Leave the fingerprint powder here, I ordered. Fawcett took it from his satchel, then turned to Greggs. We will recover the motorbike, Greggs pronounced, and puffed out his chest ready for action. Right, Fawcett frowned, and they went off together. I suspect the motorbike had already been removed from the bushes. Lord Belvedere's staff were hardly likely to leave it there. What have you got planned, Lennox? Swift asked. I took a breath and told him in as much detail as I could. Hathaway came in just as I was coming to a vital part. 10 o'clock, Hathaway, I ordered. Please explain to his lordship that we want everyone up here on the hour. But, sir, the guests are awakening to the terrible news. Mr. and Mrs. Merriman have already ordered a car to convey them to the train station. The Oxford inspector was quite clear that we cannot prevent guests from leaving. Just delay things, and then round them up and deliver them under some pretence, I said. But I must have his lordship's permission. The poor fellow was wilting, the disarray and tragedy taking its toll. The murderer cannot be allowed to escape, Swift instantly retorted. Hathaway bowed his head. Very well, sir. I will see to it. I waited till he left, then said to Swift, We should have Cyril Fletcher here too. Good point. He was thoughtful. Lennox, do you really think it will work? Depends on the evidence. Do you have those fingerprints? They're in Fawcett's satchel. Why didn't you ask for them before he left? I forgot. Too much to think about. I hesitated. Damn it, I thought. It all hinged on that. Miscalculation, I'm afraid. Will it affect the outcome? Possibly, I said, then swore. Chapter 26. After 2 cups of coffee, a plate of biscuits, and a lot of debate, Fawcett and Greggs returned. Lord Belvedere also appeared, as did the rest of the suspects, huffing and puffing up the stairs in various states of anxiety and irritation. Hathaway wasn't far behind. He arrived with the same 4 liveried footmen, who went to open the French windows. Major Lennox, this is a tragic and baleful day, and you now wish to add to it by a new interrogation. Cicely Sissinghurst lectured me. I would be more favourably disposed if you had evidenced any competence whatsoever. She stalked off to sit on one of the chairs. Then her sister, Lady Patricia, came and delivered a similar sermon before joining her. I let out a breath. Why me? It wasn't as though I were the only one investigating. Gentlemen, Belvedere added his voice. I have called the Oxford police and their inspector is on his way. I cannot tolerate this situation any further. He too stalked off to sit down. I was in half a mind to leave the whole damn mess to them, but I could see the dismay in Swift's face and knew what it would mean to him. Rearland arrived, a haunted figure with hollows around his dark eyes, his clothes creased and tie loose. People shifted to welcome him with kindness and soft words. I stood up. "Right, please sit down." "We are sitting down," Tamara Merriman replied in tremulous voice. Luke Napier bounded up the stairs. He was met with cries of, "How is baby? Recovering," he said. "She wants to come up. I told her to stay where she was." He turned to me. "She's real upset, and pretty mad too." "I'm not responsible for—" "No, I know that." Napier raised his hands. "It's just a reaction, that's all. At least he was being reasonable. Fine, would you like to be seated?" "Sure," he said, and went to sit nearest to us. Fawcett had been busy with Swift. They both came to me. "We've laid out the evidence and papers," Swift said, and indicated the table covered in items, including the opium pipe and tin. "Lennox, are you sure you want to do this? Because I understand if you prefer to hand it to that inspector from Oxford." His shoulders had sagged, and there was a look of defeat about him. "Swift, it will be fine." I gazed at the table. "Cyril Fletcher has some of the evidence, doesn't he?" "Yes, sir," said Fawcett. "I called him. He was at the hospital." He lowered his voice. "Actually, he was at the morgue. He said he'd come as soon as he could." My heart sank at that. "Right, fine," I said. "All will be well, sir." Gregg seemed to be the only one enjoying himself. "And I have brought whiskey." He patted the pocket of his waistcoat with a happy smile. "Are you going to get on with it?" Sir Aubrey Finch called out. I took a deep breath and went to stand in a patch of watery sunlight streaming through one of the open doors. 3 deaths, I began as they settled to silence, caused by devilry and decadence. "I doubt anyone here grieves for Jack Dutton, nor Sally Ann. Both were involved in supplying drugs to the credulous and weak-willed. Dutton intended expanding his empire and drawing others into his net. The law has recently changed in America, restricting the sale of addictive drugs. Dutton probably knew this. He did. Napier broke in. He spoke to me about it when we were in London. I turned in his direction. The sun was behind him, haloing his hair and casting his rugged features into shadow, even though such a supply would be illegal. We went to his club. It didn't take long to figure out what was going on, and I could smell the opium on him. Napier spoke in an open and honest tone. "I've been around long enough to know what it was." He thought I'd be fine with it. I told him in no uncertain terms that I was not. Luke Bebe Belvedere called from the stairs. He was up and running to her side before most had even heard her. "You should have stayed in bed, Princess." He took her in his arms and carried her to a chair. Mrs. Gladstone was with her, puffing heavily from exertion. "She would not, Mr. Luke. She was determined to come, and come she has." Swift-eyed Bebe. I knew he'd want to question her about the contents of the perfume bottle. "I need to be here." Jack was behind this, it has to be said. She was dressed in the colourful silk pyjamas and dressing gown we'd seen her in just 2 days ago. Belvedere went to her. "Bebe, are you truly well? The morphine won't have lasting effects." She gazed up at him, her green eyes showing something akin to remorse. "Daddy, I was an idiot. I had no idea of the strength in the bottle. I only took a sip because of the storm." She looked down, then up again. "Jack must have known. He must have left it deliberately. He was a fiend, but I didn't see it." "Daddy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all of it." He leaned over her to kiss the top of her head. "As am I, daughter. Luke has been talking to me. He has made me see that I have been distant, unthinking. It wasn't my intention, but—" He struggled for words. "It is a failing. I should have been more aware." The lifting of tension was almost palpable, and Tamara raised a handkerchief to the edge of her eye. "So moving," she whispered. "All's well that ends well," Dandy replied, and squeezed her hand. "It hasn't ended," Cicely Sissinghurst said firmly. "The inspector and Major Lennox need to tell us who is behind these appalling deaths." Lennox, Swift said. "Right, I'd rather lost track of my thoughts with all the emotional outpouring." I took a couple of paces. "Dutton wanted to recruit you, didn't he, Napier? You have a shipping company. He wanted to import drugs into America. Did he make this proposition to you?" His mouth twisted. Yeah, he tried to persuade me. I don't think he understood what I meant when I said it was immoral. I confess I barely recognized him as the man I'd known in France. He was cold and hard under the veneer. He didn't care for anyone. He glanced at Bebby, now sitting at his side. I became suspicious about his reasons for inviting me to England and about how much his bride-to-be was involved. I thought I should return to the States, but there wasn't another ship crossing for another week, so I decided to come here and see what it was all about. I knew I shouldn't be surprised by how many apparently nice, honest people had either lied to my face or simply omitted facts which would help catch a killer. What was it about the human condition that made them so evasive? The answer, of course, was secrets, and I knew he held one. You said he tried to kill you. I took a couple of paces for no good reason. That seemed a fairly dramatic statement at the time. There were a few murmurings at this because most of them didn't know about Dutton's lawyers having visited or the contents of his will. I think it was clear he invited me here to persuade me to join his scheme or kill me for whatever my inheritance brought him, Napier replied evenly. Or you said it because he really had tried to kill you. I turned to face him. He returned my gaze. Luke, don't, Bibi reached a hand to his arm. Please don't say anything. I turned to her. You know? She threw me a glance of disdain, looking more like her usual self. What are you talking about? Belvedere asked. You were seen, Napier, I warned. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, then he nodded. Greggs was agog, so was Fawcett. Swift sat back in his chair watching, ready to act if required. What happened? I demanded. Absolute silence fell as the assembled realized what was being said. Even Ryland had emerged from his misery to lean forward and fix the American with a cold stare. Napier put his head in his hands for a moment, then sat up. Bibi tried again to speak, but he quietened her with a look. Jack had told me he was leaving the day after the ball. I could come or stay, he didn't care. The whole trip had become a mess. I just wanted to go home, but I was stuck until another ship was available. He turned to Bibi, and I'd just met one of the most beautiful women I'd ever come across. I was confused by what to do. Jack came to me while I was smoking my cigar, chewing things over in my mind. He was wound up tight, but somehow enjoying it, like he was excited and angry at the same time. I was surrounded by light from the doors, but it was dark where I was sitting. He said, "Come on, need to show you something," and then led me off. There'd been any number of folk going by, but it was quiet by then. Jack went into the shadows. I tossed my cigar away and followed him. I didn't see anyone. We went up the steps and kept going. It was getting darker with every step, but once we got by the edge of the roof, there was light from the moon down there. He pointed at something on the ground. I was wary, the hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end. I took another step and he tried to grab me. He was laughing like he was crazy. I thought he had lost his mind. Napier stopped and eyed me. I'm a big guy, almost as big as you, Major. When he tried to wrestle me over the parapet, I just twisted round and unbalanced him. It was instinct, I didn't mean it. Swift was on his feet. Why the hell didn't you tell us? You could have heard a pin drop, he sighed. Because I didn't want to go to jail or hang, although I wanted to tell you after the maid was killed. I forbade him, Bibi said, her voice growing louder. Why should he suffer for Jack's evil? The maid was strange, always creeping about. I knew she must have been involved with Jack somehow. I didn't want to lose Luke for such worthless people. She glowered at me and Swift. Fawcett stood up and marched over. I'm going to have to arrest you, sir. He looked up at Napier. Well, I guess you are, Napier agreed. One moment, Belvedere came to intercede. It was an accident. Luke merely reacted. It was done in his own defence. Fawcett looked to Swift, who hadn't even opened his mouth before Ryland shouted out, "What about Davinia? Did you kill her too? You might as well have done. You let her die, both of you." He came forward to confront Napier and Bebby. She would still be alive if you'd spoken out. I'd have taken the morphine from her. I didn't know she was taking it. Bibi's eyes flashed. She hadn't lost any of her spirit. You're her husband. You should have been looking after her, just as you looked after her brother, your own husband, Ryland retaliated. You are spoiled and selfish. You're as bad as Dutton. Now don't you talk to Miss Bibi like that. Mrs. Gladstone came to her defence. That husband of hers was weak and useless. Her only mistake was in marrying him. Nellie, please don't fret. Bibi spoke softly to her. He's just lost Davinia. Lost her thanks to you, Ryland yelled, his face contorted with grief and rage. Swift stepped in. That's enough. Sit down. My wife is dead, Ryland bellowed. Enough. Belvedere raised his voice. This is unseemly. He turned to me. And you have not yet told us who murdered the maid. Fawcett was wavering. Wait with Greggs, would you? I asked him. Righto, sir. But I'll keep the handcuffs ready. He went to stand with Greggs next to the evidence table, which I had not yet touched. You were seen, Napier. I spoke into the simmering silence, all eyes upon me again. I searched their faces. Sir Aubrey Finch, tell us what you saw. I don't know what you're talking about. His cheeks flushed with colour. Were you hoping to extort money from Mr. Napier? I asked in a bland tone. He now became the centre of attention. You miserable worm, Cicely Sissinghurst growled at him. That sounds just like you. Swift eyed the blighter. You will be arrested for obstructing justice if you fail to inform the police of what you know. Fawcett stepped forward, handcuffs at the ready, but Swift waved him back. It was dark. Finch's voice rose a notch. I wasn't sure, but yes, all right, I saw them tussle. Jack went for Napier. God knows what he thought he was doing. The American was far too big for him. You had wanted to talk to Dutton, hadn't you? I said as voices rose in indignation around him. Did he owe you money from the sapphires you sold him? You needed that money, didn't you? His face was beetroot red, blue eyes round like a rabbit caught in the headlights. I've told you what I saw. You don't need to keep shaming me like this. You know I needed it. He had the stones changed, one at a time, and gave me credit at the casino. But I hadn't used all the credit, and he just jeered at me when I reminded him. That's why I followed him. I wanted my money. Lady Patricia got up, walked over to him, whacked him with her handbag. Cecily is right. You are a worm, she said, and I'm divorcing you. She went to sit down again. Voices rose, but I raised mine too. Quiet, they sank to a low muttering. Dutton was buying gems from the people he gulled and having them replaced with imitations. I swung around to face Dandy Merriman, seated next to Tamara. You have lied a number of times, Merriman. You didn't tell us that Dutton was the one receiving the real stones, or that you were resetting them. Why was that? He was protecting me. Oh, Dandy, this is my fault, Tamara cried out, tears already welling in her eyes. I was forced to give up my jewels to Jack. The tears spilled down her cheeks. I have been so stupid. I'm truly sorry for it all. I assume you borrowed money from Dutton? I asked. She sniffed loudly. My late husband belonged to his club and owed him money. He said he would take my rubies in payment. Dandy came from Asbury to reset them with replicas. This is how we met. She dabbed a handkerchief at the corner of her eyes, and then when I overspent my savings, Jack offered a loan to me. He was so charming about it at first, but then he demanded repayment. And we couldn't, so Dandy was forced to reset other gems under Jack's orders. Oh, Dandy, I'm so ashamed. He moved to hold her in his arms, trying to comfort her. I decided I'd upset her enough. Dandy had said Spike Hawkins had supplied the fake gems, but he omitted the fact of who set them. I realized it could only be him. She and Dandy might have withheld the truth, but it had made little difference in the end, apart from muddying the already murky water. Lennox, the inspector from Oxford, will be here soon, Swift reminded me. Right, I walked a few steps, then faced them. Sally Ann Sutton. There is no doubting her murder. She was stabbed and laid in a bath of water. Roses had been strewn around her body, their attention fixed on me, and the tension rose once more. Why did she have to die? I took a couple more steps, glanced at the stairs, hoping Fletcher would arrive, then turned. Many reasons, I suspect, but the main reason was what she knew. She knew who Dutton had kissed, presumably because she had witnessed it. Who was it, Mrs. Gladstone? The poor lady had no idea I was going to call her out. Her mouth dropped open. But this mustn't. I can't say it out loud, not after her gaze flew to Ryland. Sally Ann saw Dutton kissing Davinia, didn't she? He'd been manipulating Davinia, playing with her. Did you know, Ryland? I turned to him. He looked horror-struck. Major Lennox, this is unacceptable, Belvedere snapped. I nodded. So was the murder of the maid. She was Dutton's instrument. She supplied the drugs. What was it, Bibi? Was she leaving morphine in the bathroom for you? Sometimes, but I didn't know it was her, Bibi stuttered, less sure of herself under Napier's disapproving eye, but I guessed when she was killed. She took a breath. I stopped smoking opium after I saw what had become of my stupid husband, but I liked morphine, it helped me sleep, and I only took a little. I asked a doctor in London about it, and he said a few drops every now and then wouldn't harm me. Jack would tell me he'd arranged a fresh bottle in the bathroom. It was a sort of game between us. But the morning of the ball, he actually came to my bedroom and gave it to me, her face crumpled, the realization of what he'd intended hitting home. "Did you know Dutton was also supplying Davinia?" I asked her. She nodded. She'd suck those sweeties, the purple ones, to take away the bitterness of the morphine. I would have a cup of hot milk, but she liked the violets. It turned her tongue purple. She wasn't very good at dissimulating, was she? I spoke rhetorically. Davinia was a child at heart, easily led, easily preyed upon, Ryland. I turned to him. "You said you'd stopped her going to Dutton's club after her brother was sent away, but you knew Davinia was still taking drugs because of the violets. Did Davinia tell you where she got her morphine? Did she confess how Dutton was making her pay for them? He'd already taken all of her emeralds, so what else did he demand? More than a simple kiss, I imagine." Tension suddenly shot up in the room as everyone swiveled in their seats to stare at him. He glared back, his eyes becoming dark and threatening. Or did you realize how he'd corrupted her when she wiped the champagne from his face after Bebe had thrown it at him? Did he kiss her then? "I know you were watching them from the shadows. You said you went and picked up the handkerchief. Was that the trigger, or was it deeper than that? Is it hereditary, this weakness?" Those were your words to me. Did you fear for any future children she might give you? Whatever it was, you went to the bathroom the morning after Dutton died, waited for Sally Ann to arrive, and you stabbed her. You'd taken the roses from your wife's room, leaving the vase empty. Perhaps you intended to make it look as though she had done it. He watched me like a cornered rat, eyes gleaming with hatred. Fawcett and Swift were tense, ready to intervene. I think Hathaway was too. I could see him from the edge of my eye. "There's no proof you're manufacturing this," Ryland growled. "It's despicable. My wife is dead. She's dead because you killed her. You gave her the morphine, didn't you?" I shouted. I was angry too. Angry because Davinia had been the victim that nobody had truly cared for. And I have proof the stopper was still on the perfume bottle when we arrived. The morphine was strong. She wouldn't have put it back. She'd have been too dopey, and the room was pitch black. "My prints weren't on it," he yelled. "No, but they were on the packet of violets," I yelled back. "You put one in her mouth. You wanted to set the stage so that we'd think she'd acted as she always had. You might have been careful with the bottle, but you had to delve inside the packet of violets, and you left your prints in there." I lowered my voice. "And you'll hang for that mistake, Ryland." "I didn't. You can't. You can't." He suddenly shrank back, genuine tears in his eyes. "I'm the heir to an earldom. You can't touch me. My father won't let you. Her family were tainted. I couldn't breed with them. I had to get rid of her." He snarled. It was extraordinary how every layer of veneer suddenly stripped away. Cyril Fletcher arrived and stopped in his tracks. "Good God, Heathcliff! What have you done?" That broke the spell. Fawcett and Swift raced forward and grabbed Ryland, snapping on the handcuffs as Hathaway and two of the footmen moved in. I let out a long breath. "Cyril, do you still have that packet of violets in your medical case?" "Yes, would you like one?" "Rather nice, actually, although they do leave a stain." "Cyril, they're evidence. Please don't tell me you handled the packet." "It was only one," he frowned, then nodded towards Ryland, hunched in his chair with Swift and Fawcett each side of him. He was still snivelling. "Confessed, did he?" "Yes, thank heavens. Thought it was him," Fletcher said. "One of those types born with everything and think they belong up there with the deities." He glanced up at the gods and goddesses painted on the dome above us. "Well, I suppose you've finished here. The Oxford coppers are coming up the drive. Their inspector will be champing at the bit to take over. I'll tell Swift they're on their way." He went over. I headed for Greggs, who was clutching the silver flask to his chest and beaming. "Most excellent, sir," he burbled. "I really must congratulate you. That was one of your best performances. Greggs, it's not— Oh, never mind, hand me the flask. Me apologies, sir." He shook it. It made no noise at all. In all the excitement, I fear not that there was very much in it, but ahem, alas, sir, it is empty. He swayed slightly as he spoke. I swore under my breath. I do believe you made mention yesterday of a missing diamond, sir. He looked expectant. Are you thinking to reveal its whereabouts? Oh, yes, I forgot. And this isn't a show, you know, Greggs. Indeed not, sir, he hiccuped, or there would be music. We were standing next to the table piled with evidence. I picked up the red tin containing the opium and went to Lord Belvedere, who was observing his daughter and Luke Napier with a look of hope in his eyes. Present for you, Lord. I was formally polite. I'm sorry? He gazed at the tin in puzzlement. Fawcett must have been watching because he suddenly dashed over. Sir? What? I asked. It's not in there any more, he replied, then shoved his hand in his pocket. I dug the diamond out. I figured Sally Ann had a good reason for going and getting that tin and the pipe. He held out his clenched fist, then opened it to reveal Bibe's sparkling teardrop diamond resting on his palm. Beautiful, ain't it? Good heavens! Belvedere's face lit up. Bibe, look what the constable has found. He led a beaming Fawcett over to the young couple to show them. I sighed and returned to Greggs. Oh, sir. His chins wobbled. Your final flourish fell flat. It's not theatre, Greggs, I replied wearily. No, sir, as you say, sir. He sniffed. The pounding of heavy treads sounded from the stairs, and a gaggle of uniformed police arrived, led by a flame-haired inspector. Greggs suddenly beamed. Ah, and now for Act 3, Chapter 27. Why did Sally Ann go to the bathroom at all? Percy asked. We were back at the site, digging damp soil which clung to my spade and boots. She had Bibe's diamond. She could have simply run away. That was a question that I'd been mulling over. We know she was always short of money, and she hadn't found Dutton's when she went to his room after he died. I asked Baby if she ever left cash when she collected her bottle. She said she didn't, but she knew others did, including Davinia. I think Sally Ann wanted to leave the house. She had the diamond, but she didn't have any money. There was an empty jar of bath salts on the shelf. Coins may have been left there as a tip, Swift said. He was digging alongside me. And we found coins in her pocket. I think Ryland demanded the truth from Davinia when they went to their rooms the night Dutton was killed. She confessed and told him about exchanging perfume bottles in the bathroom. Ryland lay in wait early next morning, and when Sally Ann arrived with the new bottle and looking for her usual tip, he killed her. It was really disrespectful of Bibby to allow an exchange of drugs in her father's house. Percy was resting on her own shovel. It was disgraceful. I levered up another shovelful of soil. I hope she'll mend her ways. At least Napier seems the right sort. Apart from tossing Dutton from the roof, Swift added wryly. He didn't do it deliberately, my wife replied, in the American's defence. Ryland could have thrown away the morphine and saved Davinia. Florence was standing next to Swift. He could have, but he didn't. He probably held the bottle to her lips and made her drink. Then he put the violette in her mouth. He killed her because he thought she was contaminated by weakness, I replied, then continued with the tale of what was said and done, and by whom. Was it all planned, do you think? Percy asked when I finished. I stopped digging. So did Swift. I doubt any of it was, apart from Davinia's murder, I replied. Dutton planned to kill Napier, Swift countered. But Ryland couldn't be certain Sally Ann would come to the bathroom. He may have hoped she did, and went prepared. He wanted the replenished bottle of morphine, didn't he? Florence looked troubled. I believe so, I said. He saw Davinia with Dutton outside the ballroom and realised that Dutton had seduced her, or coerced her in exchange for drugs. I think he was mad with fury and wanted to strike out, and Sally Ann was the closest to Dutton. He couldn't have known how strong the new supply of morphine was, though, Percy said. No, I agreed, but he gave Davinia enough to kill her regardless of the strength. They were both mad, weren't they? Florence said quietly. Ryland was sick in his mind, and Jack Dutton was warped through drugs. We were all subdued. News of Davinia's death had upset them, so had the tale of murder. The dig was quiet. Tommy was still at school, as were the rest of the scouting troop. All the villagers were helping to unload hay carts into barns or build haystacks with the rescued hay. The soil had turned to mud on the mound. It was drying quickly in the sun. But if it hadn't been for wanting a diversion, we'd have remained at home for the rest of the day. Fawcett went with the Oxford police to make a formal statement about Ryland, Swift told them, with some pride in his voice. He's doing exceptionally well. He could make sergeant if he carries on. I dug another spadeful of soil and threw it in the wheelbarrow, then drove the blade back into the mound. We all heard the horrible sound of bone breaking. "Stop," Percy called out. I had already done so. Foggy came over to see what was happening. He sniffed about, then ran off a few yards to sit down. That wasn't a good sign. "Something dead," I said. Percy was on her knees, the soil clinging to her trousers. "Where's the trowel?" Florence passed it to her, and she carefully dug out a bone which even I could see was from a pig. "Wild boar," Percy muttered, then stood back to allow us to continue. Swift and I had stopped at home first and changed into workaday togs and boots ready to help the girls. We decided to leave Greg's where he was. The whiskey had gone to his head and left him wobbly. He'd watched the unfolding drama at Belvedere until the moment the Oxford police had dragged Lord Griffin Ryland from the house. Ryland had continued screaming that they couldn't touch him. He was the son and heir of an earl. He'd raged and roared, but there was an edge of madness in it. "What's that?" Florence pointed to something amid the soil I'd just loosened. Percy moved forward again, trowel in grubby hand. "Stand back, would you, Lennox?" I duly did so and went to wait with Swift as the girls made careful excavations. They uncovered a glimmer of metal, something dark and fragile. Bronze. "It's the boss of a shield," Percy muttered. We moved closer to watch. They uncovered more pieces of the shield. I'd never have recognized them for what they were, being little more than encrusted chunks of blackened metal. Voices behind us caused a pause. The villagers were back, streaming in through the gate. Schoolchildren followed, some in uniform, others already sporting scouting togs. Tommy ran ahead of them. "Sir, m'ladies, what did you find? Someone said, 'There's another undead at Belvedere and an earl did it. Is it true, sir? Is it?' He rattled questions at us. "They've found a shield," I told him. This was instantly relayed to the crowd rapidly forming about us. The men stepped forward to help, but all we could do was watch and wait. "I think there's the scabbard of a sword here." Percy spoke quietly, absorbed in delicately brushing soil away from another shard of dark metal. It took 2 hours and a number of ladies with small brushes to clear away the dirt and raise the artifacts. These were carefully cleaned by the Y at the trestle tables while the excavation continued. "Skeleton." Percy almost whispered the word, which was instantly repeated among the crowd. Someone had fetched beer from the pub. Shelley Bays, the baker's wife, brought baskets of pies and pastries, and the whole event turned festive. Another hour later, Percy stood up and came to make an announcement. By this time, tables had been brought out from the tent into the sunshine, as had the benches, and we were all merrily eating and drinking. "Thank you for coming and for your help." Percy spoke loudly enough to be heard. "I believe we have found the skeleton of a boy from pre-Roman times. He has been buried with weapons and a large dog, a hunting hound, probably. There's a bronze helmet in very poor condition and extremely fragile. There is a gold coronet around the helmet." "So he was a king then," someone called out. "A boy king," Tommy said excitedly. "And he was a warrior. He'd have been a hero fighting the invaders. I bet he led his men into action against all our enemies." "Thank you, Tommy." Percy held her hand up. "This is a site of national importance, and I'm afraid I have to bring the dig to a halt. We must inform the British Museum and allow them to inspect the site. We will probably have a team of archaeologists allocated to join us." Her face was solemn. "I'd like to thank you for your help. We will secure the mound for now until I have word from the museum." There were groans of disappointment at that, and some attempts to persuade Percy to continue, but she was steadfast in refusing to do so. It took until almost drink's time to shovel soil back over the excavation, carefully box up the finds, and then clear the tables and benches away. The Viking stone would have to wait, too. We all made our way home, still speculating on the boy king and his dog. Epilogue, August 17th, 1923, Belvedere House. Lennox, I wish to express my thanks to you and Inspector Swift. I intend composing a separate letter to him. My daughter Bibi has comported herself well with the police. She has informed them how Dutton's club was managed and the web of drug supply that was run from its confines. A number of persons have been arrested, and others who were either complicit in selling drugs or purchasing them have been formally warned. I hope this will encourage them to give up these dangerous narcotics. This episode has brought shame to the House of Belvedere. There is little that can be done to avoid this, although I have taken measures to ensure this story has been withheld from public notice. Ryland has been removed to a secure unit. He may never be fit for trial, which his family would consider a blessing. I doubt he will ever regain his freedom, but neither will he hang for his crimes. Napier has been formally charged and may be required to undergo a trial. I believe his actions were in self-defense, and Sir Aubrey Finch has signed a statement to this effect. Until a hearing takes place, Napier cannot leave our shores. He is remaining at Belvedere in the interim. He and Bibi are about to announce their engagement, and I trust you and your wife will accept an invitation to the ball to be held in celebration of this. Mr. and Mrs. Merriman have informed me that their dog is in pup. They have offered me 2 of the offspring, and I have agreed. I believe you will shortly be receiving a note from them regarding the parentage of the puppies. I would like to thank you again for your and the inspector's help in this distressing episode. Yours, sincerely, Augustus Sherborne, Lord Belvedere. I sighed and went to find my wife and my dog to tell them the news. It was months later when the professional archaeological team arrived and the dig recommenced. But this time, Foggy had become the father of 8 little Shih Tzu cross-cocker spaniel puppies. We met 2 of the strange mix at Belvedere House. They were white with golden tips on nose, ears and curled tails. Belvedere was delighted with them, as were Bibi and Napier. The household was happier with an atmosphere of hope and joy in the air. Maisie had been promoted to deputy housekeeper, which hadn't entirely pleased Fawcett. Swift, Florence and Angus came down from the Highlands. Swift told me that Billings was pleased with our investigation and the outcome. Ryland had made rambling confessions. Most of our assumptions were correct, although he would change his account according to his mood and the state of his sanity. The boy king was indeed a warrior. By their size and weight, his weapons had been made specifically for him. He had been around 14 or 15 at his death. Tommy decided he must be related to King Arthur somehow, and named him Pellinore. There was no way of knowing his true identity. All his burial goods were removed to the British Museum. The other finds went to Oxford, including the Viking stone. I thought it rather a shame, but Percy was thrilled. The boy's skeletal remains were reinterred in the mound, and the soil replaced. We held prayers and a service in his honour. The mound was becoming known as Pellinore's Mount, and myths and stories were already being woven about him. Sir, Greggs arrived in my library. I was sitting with my feet up in front of the fire, reading Le Morte d'Arthur with a glass of whisky. Sir, a telegram has arrived. I mumbled. It is from Miss Cicely Sissinghurst, sir. She would like you to attend her in Bath along with Inspector Swift, sir. I looked up at that. It's almost Christmas, Greggs. Indeed, sir, but she has sent information and requests your help. With what? A body has been found, sir, in very strange circumstances. Would you please go at once? Oh, hell. Not another one, Greggs. It would appear so, sir. Shall I go and pack?